That kid, the demon fox. It was a simple sentence that had first begun its circulation around the village 7 years ago. Whenever the words were spoken, either seething anger or fear filled the air. But it was always hate that drowned them out. Hate for the QB, the nine-tailed demon fox. It had destroyed their homes and their people, and still, for some reason, it was still allowed to run amok in the village within that child. As if the frail body of a good-for-nothing boy could ever restrain the demon. Inevitably, the QB would free itself once again. The child was the demon fox. Everyone knew it. Everyone except the boy. The Sandame Hokage had made sure of that. While the hatred for the child was rampant among Konohagakure, the old man made sure no one would speak of it to him, lest they be punished. And so, while the villagers still tried their best to avoid the child, they tended to drop the last part of that sentence when addressing him. Regardless, the boy did have a name, however, Uzumaki Naruto. It was almost a miracle how, thus far, Hiruzen had managed to keep it a secret from Naruto, especially since the boy himself wasn't unaware of the large berth villagers tended to give him on the street. But if there was one thing his Umbu members were good at, it was keeping a secret, even if it was a secret the entire village knew. And despite this mind-shattering secret resting just beyond the boy's earshot, Naruto was oblivious to it all as he sat upon one of the faces of the Hokage monument. The Yandames, to be exact, like he did most of the time he was there. He wasn't quite sure why, either. It just felt right to him. The village beneath him sparkled in a sea of lights, like stars in the sky. He could make out the soft droning of city noise he heard every day, and yet he couldn't quite distinctly discern exactly what sound was what, but that was okay with Naruto. Nights like these were probably the only thing he loved about this village, especially in comparison to the people who lived in this village. Stupid people. I'll show them, Naruto muttered to himself, propping himself in a sit against one of the Yandame's spikes of hair. Once I'm Hokage, they'll acknowledge me, Dadabayo. They'll have to. He knew it for a fact. The Hokage were the best shinobi Konoha could ever produce, where only the strongest and smartest could ever hope to wear the hat. Because of that, everyone loved and praised the Hokage everywhere he went. And when he spoke, no one dared to speak over him. At least, that's what Naruto noticed about old man Hiruzen, anyways. While the current Hokage didn't look like much, the blonde boy was surprised at how much respect someone could really receive. Hell, Naruto was sure that half the people in a village would jump at a chance to wipe the old man's behind if they had a chance to. Still, Naruto wouldn't undermine his own respect for the Sandame Hokage. For as long as he could remember, the old man was the only one who didn't look at him like the other villagers did, as if they wanted him dead or something. In fact, Hiruzen was the only one who seemed to actually enjoy having Naruto around, despite all the boy's antics. And while Naruto had no parents and certainly would refer to the old man as his father, he could still feel some sort of connection with the man. After all, the Hokage is the one who really took care of him, paying for the bills and crap. And especially since the Sandame Hokage had enrolled Naruto in the academy just a few months ago, the boy was wholly indebted to him, even if he wouldn't directly come out and say it. He was finally on his way to becoming a shinobi. Old man Hokage, Naruto whispered under his breath, shaking his head with a smirk. I will do it. Unbeknownst to the boy, somewhere else in the village, a certain someone with certain red eyes spoke those same words. Sometimes, Naruto wondered whether becoming a shinobi was worth enduring Iruka's lectures. And mathematically, that's essentially the method of figuring out the force and direction you'll need to throw a kunai, factoring in wind and air humidity. The Chunin instructor beamed at his class, gesturing at a convoluted math equation on the board behind him. His eyes narrowed when he saw one of his students in particular. Naruto! God, the young boy shook awake. Immediately, he jolted to his feet, leaping so high into the air, a few test proctors would even be impressed. I didn't do anything. A couple of his classmates around him snickered. He felt his face flush hot and squinted his eyes at his instructor. What gives? Naruto didn't know his face could get any hotter until Iruka called him out. It's only been a month, and you're already dead last. If you keep sleeping, you're going to stay last. Well, but what about Shikamaru? Even without looking, everyone already knew the Nara boy was fast asleep. Shikamaru. Immediately, The boy in question shot his head upwards, his eyes wide. For a moment, his eyes scanned around until he saw his sensei glaring right at him. Troublesome, Shikamura muttered under his breath. To be honest, it wasn't a scene that was entirely new to the class in particular. As Irika had brought up, although it had only been a month since the children had joined the academy, every day someone did something that demanded the reprimanding of Irika. It just so happened that Naruto happened to be the one at the center of the trouble. Today was no different. For what seemed like an eternity, but in reality was only a few minutes, the two students soaked up their instructor's words. Naruto just sat there with a sly grin on his face, and though he wasn't quite listening, he could make out bits and pieces of what his sensei was saying. Something about proper shinobi behavior and dancing for money. Naruto didn't really understand what the two had to do with each other. Anyways, Irika sighed, rubbing the scar on the bridge of his nose. My point is, take this seriously. Why can't you be more like Sasuke? Naruto's eyes followed to an empty seat at the side of the room where his instructor's finger was aimed. At least I show up to class. Naruto grumbled to himself. Sasuke's been skipping for the past week. Irika's eyes narrowed at the boy, his face suddenly growing red. The instructor clenched his fist and was about to give Naruto another earful about making a joke at the expense of another classmate's circumstances before he stopped himself at Naruto's blank expression. The Chunin studied the boy's face for a moment before a thought popped into his head. He doesn't know what happened to Sasuke, does he? In fact, none of these kids. I hope my Sasuke isn't sick, came a peppy voice from the front of the room. Irika turned to see a blonde girl smirking. It's been really lonely these past few days without him. Another girl with an unusual shade of pink hair glared at her. Ino pig, he's not your Sasuke. Well, he's not yours. Yeah, but he isn't yours either. Irika's head dropped as the two girls began to argue over the Uchiha. Most times, when Ino and Sakura decided to go at it, there was really nothing he could do to calm them down. At the best, it would take a few minutes until one of them just ignored the other. At the worst, Irika would need to be ready for hair to be pulled. All right, Naruto, Shikama. Irika turned to the boys, shaking his head. You two, stay after class today. I'm not done with you. Irika-sensei, Naruto began to grumble. Troublesome. But the instructor was already marching off towards the front of the class, where Ino and Sakura had decided to entangle themselves into a hair-pulling match. Stop it right now. And hey, stop betting on who will win. Usually, for Naruto, time went by really slowly. The next few days, however, went by in a blur. Academy lessons were the same for the most part, and despite Irika's yelling at them after class, neither Shikamaru nor Naruto had felt any dire conviction to change their habits. It wasn't anything personal against their sensei, of course. It was simply that between the duo, one of them could be called the laziest kid in all of Konoha, and the other, well, he really just didn't care about math. Irika didn't stop lecturing them, though, but eventually they began to reach a balance between a healthy amount of goofing off and being reprimanded. A week later, Sasuke returned to class, and while he never really talked to him, Naruto could tell something was off about him. While physically, the Uchiha boy looked the same, coal eyes and equally dark hair, there seemed to be something misplaced about him. The way he walked, how he looked at people, and even the tone of his few words were different. Naruto couldn't exactly place a finger on how he had changed, but it was definitely more intense. But really, Naruto didn't care. Sasuke was still Sasuke, and Naruto knew that he could beat him up, and today was the day to show it. As you all know, today we will be evaluating your taijutsu. Irika's voice echoed across the academy courtyard as the students sat on the dirt, expectantly listening. Even Naruto was wide-eyed and half-grinning, and even though he knew everything the instructor was explaining, it was hard not to be excited for this. After all, it was the first time they were actually going to do something real shinobi did. Fight. I'm going to beat all of you guys, I'm awesome. Naruto exclaimed as he squirmed. After a sharp glare from Irika, he turned his eyes to his fellow classmates, wondering who he was going to be sparring against. Most of his classmates didn't really look like much, and he was pretty sure they didn't have as much experience as Naruto in fights. Most interactions with other kids didn't usually end well. However, he did notice a few people he thought could give him a good fight. There was Inuzuka Kiba, who was, at least in comparison to Naruto, a pretty large kid. He thought it was pretty weird how the boy always wore red paint on his face and growled at everyone like he was an animal, but Naruto couldn't really say anything. The whiskers on his face made sure of that. He wondered, though, if Kiba was his opponent, was he going to have to fight his dog, too? Shikamaru was too lazy, and though didn't really know what to think about Choji, he didn't want to count them out too quickly. There was also that Shino kid, who was really quiet and weird. Naruto looked at the girls too, but just shook his head with a smile. It wasn't like he hated girls, or thought they were weaker than boys, or anything, but most of them always gushed over Sasuke, and Naruto doubted they took any fighting seriously. The only one who didn't seem to have a crush on Sasuke was Hyuga Hinata, a girl whose eyes almost reminded Naruto of glass. Apparently, she was from the Hyuga clan, and although he didn't know what that was, it sounded cool. Besides, Hinata seemed really nice. He didn't want to fight her. Naruto wasn't too worried. He could defeat anyone he went against, but he really wanted to wipe the floor with Sasuke. It isn't personal, Sasuke, but when I beat you, everyone will have to acknowledge I'm the strongest. And yet, Naruto's grin slid off his face when he heard a whisper. Whoever fights Naruto's lucky. It's a free win. And then another. I don't know, my mom says to stay away from him. Yeah, I don't want to be paired with him. Naruto spun his head towards the voices, his face burning with heat. Hey, shut up, Iruka-sensei's talking. The kids, a bunch of no-names who rarely even talked, were taken aback at his outburst. They stared at him wide-eyed for a moment, before one of them, Sarah, spoke up. Don't talk to us, she whispered to the boy. What the hell are you talking about? You're the ones who are talking. Yeah, my mom says you're bad, said another boy, Kai. He raised a crooked finger right into Naruto's face. Bad? Shut up, I'm not bad. You're bad. Shut up. Naruto's blood began to boil, and his skin began to burn. The kids just looked at him, and for a moment, Naruto felt his heart nearly skip a beat. That look, I know it. They're looking at me just like everyone else. They hate me. He couldn't control himself. Naruto leaped to his feet, and with his fist clenched, took a step toward the kids before he heard Iruka's voice. Naruto, what are you doing? Sit down, the Chunin yelled at him, annoyance written all over his face. Tell them to stop. We didn't do anything. Iruka-sensei protested. Despite the innocence in his voice, Naruto could see the venom behind the boy's eyes. The girl, Sarah, nodded in agreement. Yeah, Naruto's getting mad for nothing. I don't think he should participate today. But I'm not doing anything. Yeah, don't let him fight. You'll get beat up anyways. We're doing you a favor, Naruto, came Sakura's voice. It's nothing personal. Someone else said, yeah, everyone here would beat you. Naruto's chest was like a furnace, growing hotter with each passing second, and soon it would explode. You guys don't know anything about me. I'm going to be the Hokage. Laughter surrounded him. Not again with this. Ino muttered. Naruto? The Hokage? Yeah, right. Kiba snickered from beside him. His dog, Akamaru, barked in agreement. Sakura turned around to face Naruto, his green eyes piercing into him. You know, all Hokage were smart. Yes, so? I'm not. You're dead last, idiot. Kiba laughed. Naruto shut his eyes and growled. He didn't want to hear this, not again. No one believed in him. His heart was racing, and it took everything inside of him to keep him from lashing out. Look, he's going to cry. Shut up, no, I'm not. Iruka-sensei, who'd been at a standstill until this point, glanced at his student. His breath caught in his throat. At this, the instructor's eyes widened. His gaze darted to the blond boy, noticing for any indication that his prisoner was influencing him. Is the Kyuubi making him angry? Ah, Naruto, Iruka began, scratching the back of his neck. Maybe you should calm down. Though the instructor was trying his best to keep his voice neutral, there was a tenseness behind his words that Naruto could pick up on. He knew it. Iruka was just like everyone else. This wasn't new to Naruto by any means. The boy rarely cared about what anyone thought about him, pretty used to everyone harboring negative feelings from him. But for some reason, Looking at Irika, he didn't know why, but it caused his entire body to shake. Maybe because the man was the first man other than the Hokage to not actively avoid him. Maybe because he was a man who actually acknowledged him. Naruto didn't want to look. He didn't want to see the eyes that his teacher was using to look at him. It would be the same eyes as all the others. Anger, fear, hate. He didn't know why, but Naruto turned to meet gazes with his sensei, and his thoughts were confirmed. They all blamed him for something he didn't even know what for. They all hated him, and maybe he hated them too. But before anyone else could say anything, a voice spoke up, causing everyone to stop and turn. "You're all so annoying," Sasuke said, brushing off his clothes as he stood up. "I'll take the first match, I'll fight him." All the other students watched intently as the Uchiha crossed over to the middle of the yard, and even Irika, the so-called instructor, was taken aback at the boy. Sasuke, even after what he'd gone through, was still all business, it seemed. Even after what his brother did. The Chunin shook the thought from his mind and stole a glance towards Naruto, who, though still seemed tense, was stealing an unreadable gaze at the other boy. After a moment, Irika relented. "Well, that's not how it works. You don't really pick who you want to fight, but okay then. The first match will be between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto." At his words, Naruto felt a large weight lift from his shoulders, though he made sure not to show his elation. The entire scene just went to prove again to Naruto that people didn't care. People hated him for no other reason than they thought he was weak and stupid. He took a deep breath and forced his mind to settle like he'd done many times before. "Just watch me, I'm gonna beat him, Databeo." Naruto beamed at the rest of his classmates, shaking his earlier thoughts from his head. In return, they began cheering, albeit cheering for Sasuke, who simply stared at him, expressionless. Naruto couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance in his stomach, returning the gaze. He didn't know why, but just the way Sasuke acted, as if he was too good, too cool to be here, rubbed him the wrong way. "Damn it, I'll take down Mr. Popular." After Irika reiterated the rules, the two opponents completed the unison sign. "Remember, if any of you step outside of the circle," Irika reminded them, gesturing at a circle drawn in white paint around the two boys. "Then the match is over. Ready?" Sasuke agreed with an indifferent shrug. "Hell yeah. Start." Immediately, the two boys shot towards each other, fists raised into the air. "I just have to make the first move. I have to hit harder and faster, and then I win." Before he could even blink, Naruto felt a sharp pain in his stomach, throwing him to the ground. He felt his breath escape his body. White stars began to dot his vision. He found staring up at the sky, watching the clouds roll by. The hell? Sasuke was on top of his opponent, his hand pressed into the blonde's chest, keeping him from moving. His other free hand was extended in a fist, mere inches from Naruto's face. The Uchiha didn't utter a word, and if Naruto had anything to say, the thoughts were out of his mind. This was one of the rare times Naruto was speechless. "Sasuke, he won." The girls squealed in delight as they saw their crush hovering over his opponent. The boys, on the other hand, were staring with their mouths agape and eyes widened. A few of them verbally expressed their impression, and others simply watched in disbelief at the boys' speed. The fight had only lasted for only a second, and already it was over. Even Shikamaru, as if he'd seen a ghost, stared at the duo in the center of the courtyard. Wow, was all the Nara boy could manage. But Naruto was petrified, frozen in place. His muscles screamed for him to move, but his gaze and mind were locked in one place. Sasuke's eyes, that look, it's the same as everyone else's. They were like two voids glaring into his soul, reeking of pure hatred. Burning fire lined his irises, and even deeper resided a frozen stare, devoid of anything but anger. Naruto couldn't breathe. Even for him, the boy everyone seemingly hated, he never had anyone look at him with this type of intensity ever. For what seemed like an eternity, the two stared at each other, before Naruto realized something. No, the look in his eyes is worse. Stronger than everyone else's, but it's not for me. Naruto understood now. He knew how Sasuke had managed to get so strong that he could beat him with barely an effort. He knew why the Uchiha boy possessed such drive and skill. He was strong because of his hatred. And at that moment, Naruto knew what he needed to do to become strong, too. Naruto felt something warm trickling down his fist, dripping from his fingers into the broken blades of grass beneath him. His hands were cracked and bloodied from the fire burning in his legs. He could tell they weren't off any better. But he barely gave the pain any thought, glaring at the wooden post through slits. He had to get better. As much as he hated to admit, after the taijutsu evaluation, Naruto knew just how much stronger Sasuke was than him. It wasn't even a fair comparison either. Sasuke wiped the floor with him and probably could do it blindfolded, with his arms tied behind his back. Just for good measure, Naruto wagered he could also win with one leg. It wasn't like Naruto was a slouch either. Of course, even the boy was aware how much he ran his mouth, but up until the taijutsu evaluation, he believed it was all in truth. After all, Naruto had grown up getting into fights on the regular, but he'd never realized just how outclassed he could be. So, for the past month since the evaluation, Naruto had been working solely on his taijutsu, following the technique scrolls Irika had given all of the students. While some things were pretty simple to learn, such as how to throw a punch or kick, other things were pretty much impossible to learn on his own, like how to block or even throw your opponents. Because of this, Naruto usually stuck with the bare basics for now, hoping one day to learn the clone jutsu all students were supposedly going to be taught, so he could train those other techniques with his clones. Kami knew no one in Konoha would want to train with him otherwise. Until then, however, Naruto was probably just going to have to stick with the basics. Striking the wooden post in front of him a few more times, the blonde could tell that his hits were beginning to lose their speed and power, and he could barely breathe from the exertion. It was as if someone was crushing his lungs from inside. Naruto seethed through gritted teeth. He hated this part of training, the part where he had to rest and wait for his body to recover. He hated how human he was. The only good thing was that, for some reason, his body seemed to recover way faster than anyone else. After catching his breath, Naruto packed up the scrolls he'd left lying around and turned back towards town as the sun began to set, basking everything in a golden glow. That was a good session today for sure. I can barely walk straight. As usual, as he made his way back home, the villagers that crossed his path gave him a wide berth. Naruto could hear them murmuring, and perhaps sometime in the not-too-distant past, it would have bothered him, but he didn't really care anymore. It wasn't like he'd stumbled across some enlightened philosophy or anything either, but it was simply the fact that if people hated him for being him, they simply weren't worth his time. And so as he walked through the streets of Konohagakure, he just ignored everyone, as if he was the only person in the world, and he wasn't half wrong. Naruto was the only person in his world. It had been that way for as long as he could remember. In a sliver of his memories, and some of Old Man Hiruzen's stories, he knew he had grown up in one of the orphanages near the edge of the village. But still, no one seemed to care much for him then, beyond necessity. A few times he'd asked the Hokage about his parents, but the old man's answers left much to be desired. So Naruto had his own theories. They were either killed on some long foreign mission, or forbidden lovers from Konoha and IWA and forced to abandon him. Sometimes, just to make himself feel better, Naruto would joke about him being the long-lost son of the Yondaime, who had died when Naruto was born. At least then, when he found out, he could tell everyone and they would finally respect him. Then there was the time when he once called the Sandaime Hokage dad. Naruto reminisced, since he was the closest one to Naruto. The old man had just chuckled to himself and reaffirmed that he was not the boy's father. In retrospect, the blonde could now laugh along with the memory. There was no way Old Man Hiruzen could be his dad. He was probably over 300 years old. But all of these were just theories. It didn't change the fact that he had no parents, and it still left an empty feeling in his gut whenever he thought of it. Also, the empty feeling in his gut could have been because of hunger. As if on cue, Naruto's stomach growled audibly. For once, he was thankful for the space the villagers gave him, because he was certain if anyone was at least 10 feet away, they would have heard it. With a grin, the boy reached into his pockets, making sure he still had enough of the money the Sandaime had given him for this month. After all, he still had a week left until he had to pay rent. There's enough for a few bowls. Naruto grinned to himself, counting his Ryo aloud. He knew the perfect place to spend it. The moment he stepped inside of Ichiraku Ramen, the air froze frigid. The few people inside the stand turned to Naruto, several of them scowling in distaste. The hairs on the back of Naruto's stood up, but he stilled his nerves and pulled up to the seat in the corner of the stand, furthest away from any other patron. He probably didn't need to. Most villagers stopped harassing him after Naruto had complained to the Hokage. And besides, he knew he could run faster than most of the normal citizens of Konohagakure. Still, it was better to safe than sorry. "Can I get miso ramen?" Naruto spoke to the chef behind the counter. The man only acknowledged his order with a nod and disappeared into the kitchen. While he'd only been to Ichiraku Ramen only a few times since he'd finally gotten his own apartment, Naruto recognized the man as Tucci from some of his conversation with other customers, and he knew he had a daughter named Ayam. They didn't know Naruto knew their names, though, and it was going to stay that way if Naruto had anything to say about it. They probably didn't even want to associate with Naruto, and secondly, he also found out by eavesdropping. He certainly didn't want to get kicked out of his favorite restaurant after all. While he waited, he tried his best to ignore the eyes boring a hole into the back of his head. "Dad, it's that kid." A boy around Naruto's age spoke loud enough, not even trying to keep the blonde boy from hearing. The dad whispered in an exasperated hush, "Don't say that. Stop." Naruto clenched his teeth, but didn't say anything. "But you and Mom always." "Stop. No more speaking." Naruto couldn't help but say a silent thank you to the father, but at the same time wanted to turn around, march over to him, and give him a piece of his mind. It was people like him spreading damn rumors about the blonde that caused people to hate him. Still, he really didn't want to have to explain to old man Hiruzen why he knocked out a man in front of his impressionable child. After a few moments of silence, Naruto thought all was finally going to be calm before the kid spoke again. "He's bad, right?" That's what one of those jerks said back at the taijutsu exam. The kid got his response to his question, but it wasn't from his father. "Yeah, he's the worst," Naruto growled through his teeth, not even bothering to turn towards the duo. "I heard recently that he makes babies cry and kicks puppies for fun. What the hell's not to hate about that kid?" We heard no response. Naruto shot them a sideways glance. He wouldn't say he was angry, exactly. More like fed up. "Yeah, I know. Everyone would be happier if he just disappeared, died or something, right?" he said, nonchalantly, as if he was talking about the weather. The words slid from his mouth like butter, mostly because he knew everybody said it and knew it was true. And by everybody, he meant everybody. Especially a particular boy with blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker marks on his face. The father and his son hurried out quickly after that, their faces burning bright red from embarrassment. Naruto watched their feet shuffle off in the darkness before he turned back around and placed his head onto the counter, almost as if he was back sleeping in class. He just wanted to be somewhere else, someplace no one could find him, so he could be lonely and alone at the same time. But he was still here, surrounded by the people who hated him, lonely but not alone. "And what do you guys know about the Yondaime Hokage?" Irika questioned the class. While most of the students lazily sat at their desks, a single hand rose from the front of the class. "Yes, Sakura." The Yondaime Hokage's name was Namikaze Minato. He died 7 years ago, killing the Kyuubi, right? The pink-haired girl began to say, sneaking a quick look towards Sasuke. Irika nodded at her answer. At the word Kyuubi, his eyes unconsciously flittered to Naruto before quickly pulling his gaze away. Correct. The Yondaime Hokage was able to put the end to the threat that was the Q. So the Yondaime was really strong? Naruto wondered aloud, cutting of his sensei. If old man Hiruzen had to fight the Yondaime, who would win? The boy sheepishly grinned at the girls glaring at him from the front, particularly the pink-haired and blonde girl. Yes, Naruto. The Yondaime was strong. He was the Hokage for a reason. Irika stated matter-of-factly, completely ignoring the second part of his question. Next to the blonde boy, Kiba leaned forward on his desk, upturning his nose. If he was so strong, why is he dead? At this, Irika's face reddened, completely taken aback by the boy's brashness. He was certain the student didn't intend his question to sound so disrespectful, but Irika felt a little uncomfortable by the question nonetheless. The Chunin awkwardly scratched the back of his neck with a chuckle. The Yondaime sacrificed himself so that Kanehagakure could live. He didn't have to do that, but he loved the village more than he loved himself, Irika eventually answered. At his words, Naruto narrowed his eyes. Sacrificed himself for the village? Naruto tried to put himself in the shoes of the Yondaime and wondered if he was willing to sacrifice himself for the village. Immediately, though, the boy pushed the thought aside, partly because thinking about the people made his head hurt, and partly because he already knew he couldn't imagine himself doing that. They hated him. They probably wouldn't even want his sacrifice unless his death came from the villagers themselves. I don't know, still seems pretty weak to me, Kiba said, only loud enough for Naruto to hear, before slouching back in his seat. Naruto took note of his comment, but didn't say anything. Irika pursed his lips in thought. Well, you do know the reason why he was called Konoha's Yellow Flash, right? A beat passed before Ino raised her hand. It's because he was fast, right? Fast? Anyone can be fast. Akamaru and I are the fastest ones in class. Well, sure, you're fast, Kiba, but you're certainly not near the speed of a Yondaime. It said he killed 1,000 enemy shinobi. Single-handedly, Irika said with a smug smirk. Naruto raised his eyebrows at this, along with the rest of the class. He couldn't even imagine how many 1,000 was. The instructor continued. He got his nickname because if you were an enemy and fought him in the field, the last thing you would see was a yellow flash before you died. No way. Wow. Actually, Naruto breathed out, sitting taller in his seat. Holy sh. No squitting, Kiba. How the hell did you hear me? Kiba. Naruto's eyes subconsciously turned to look out the window, finding the Hokage monument in the distance. It was the pride of Konoha right before him, something of a memorial to the past shinobi who deserved the respect. The Shodaime, Nidaime, Old Man Hiruzen, albeit with a much younger face than the Yondaime, Namikaze Minato. He wondered exactly how fast someone would have to be to just be a blur. Hell, he wondered exactly how he got that fast. And while thinking back to their sparring match, Sasuke was probably nowhere near the speed of the Yondaime. He wondered if one day the Uchiha boy could surpass him. He knew he had the drive. Probably one day Sasuke could get there. Naruto wasn't one to allow himself to fall behind. I'll be the one to surpass the Yondaime. First, Naruto said aloud, although no one probably heard him, as everyone else seemed to be talking over each other. That was all right with him, though. It was going to be his secret, then, until he actually reached his goal. Once he attained it, then everyone would have to acknowledge that he was strong, just like the Yondaime, and then make Naruto the next Hokage. Class lasted for another 20 minutes after that, and while Irika began talking about different taijutsu techniques, something Naruto was very interested in, Naruto found himself thinking back to their previous conversation regarding the Yondaime. While a significant portion of his thought revolved around wondering how the Yondaime could achieve such speed, a small part of his mind couldn't quite let go of Kiba's earlier question. If he was so strong, why did he die? Naruto frowned at it. For so long, the boy had wanted someone to care for him, to love him and watch after him. He couldn't remember how many nights he cried himself to sleep, wanting someone that he could call family, or really even just friend. But now he understood. Earlier, he had trouble wrapping his head around how people celebrated the selflessness of a shinobi sacrifice. Really, he thought it should have been the other way around. Other people weren't trustworthy. They betrayed you. They hurt you. Naruto's life thus far had definitely proved that. If someone fought for others, they were weak. If someone had to depend on others, they were weak. True strength came from relying only on yourself. Naruto wanted to be strong. Shortly after, Irika dismissed the class for the day. As each of the students rushed for the door, the man gave them a smile and bid farewell to them, before turning with a sigh towards his desk. Those kids were a difficult group, that was for sure, and he didn't know if he was going to be able to keep up. Kami, it was as if every new day turned one of his hairs gray. By graduation, his hair was going to look like Mizuki's. That's all said in respect, Mizuki. The instructor gave himself a little chuckle as he picked up a pile of papers lying on his desk. All that's left to do today is plan for the next exam, and then Irika's thoughts abruptly ended when he heard the sound of shuffling behind him. Spinning around, the Chunin was surprised to see one of his students in particular still seated at his desk. Naruto, what are you still doing here? For a moment, the boy didn't react to his words. Irika narrowed his eyes. Naruto certainly wasn't one to be so quiet, and especially not to stay after class. The Chunin felt his body tense. Something was off. Immediately, the worst possible situation popped into his mind, having to do a little with a certain fox. But then Naruto reluctantly spoke in a voice that almost reminded him of Hinata's. Irika-sensei, how do I get stronger? The boy seemed different from his usual hyperactive self. Actually, the more Irika thought about it, he'd been this way for the past month, ever since his taijutsu bout with the Uchiha prodigy. Less frequently had the instructor been screaming the blonde's name. He furrowed his brow, wondering if anything was wrong. Stronger? Well, Irika began, before pausing to think. If you mean physically, then you're going to have to exercise and eat a lot. But hey, why are you worrying about that right now? You're only 7. We haven't even taught you basic chakra manipulation yet. The blonde boy didn't say anything, but instead looked up to meet his instructor's gaze. Irika found himself studying Naruto's blue eyes, and without realizing it, his thoughts shifted to Kyuubi trapped inside of the boy's body. The Chunin's jaw clenched, thinking back to the last time he'd seen the demon, 7 years ago. That also happened to be the last time he'd seen his parents, too. It was no secret that Naruto had the Kyuubi within him. At least, it wasn't to anyone that wasn't Naruto. And while Irika knew the blonde boy had nothing to do with the attack, it was still awkward when one realized that the fox itself was in front of him in a student he was teaching. The very damn thing that killed his parents. He had nothing against Naruto, and could even say he liked him, but Irika knew a popular sentiment was that the blonde boy would just disappear from Konohagakure lest another attack happened. As much as Irika hated it, he shared in that thought. He just couldn't bear to have other children endure what the Chunin himself had to go through. If one could mentally slap himself, Irika did so at that very thought. What the hell is wrong with me? Naruto's a kid. He's my student. Why am I thinking these awful things on him? Furthermore, Naruto was probably the one who had suffered the most from the attack. Hell, the boy still continued to suffer to this day. I am sorry, Naruto. If you really want to get stronger, you're going to have to pay more attention in class, Irika said with a chuckle, shaking the thoughts from his head. He fully expected a snark comment from Naruto, but was pleasantly surprised when he received a determined nod. He didn't know what sparked this change in his student, but he wasn't complaining. It's a little boring, to be honest, the blonde boy admitted with a scrunched face. But I want to be strong, so I know I have to. Irika stared at Naruto for a long moment, rubbing the scar on his nose. Eventually, the man sighed, as if he was relenting to something. If you really are serious about this, then I'll clue you in on a little secret. I know someplace that has the resources to teach you whatever you want. I'm serious about it, Irika-sensei. Whereas the Chunin had expected his student to be foaming at the mouth and jumping at the prospect of his little secret, he was taken aback by the blonde's calm demeanor. Naruto had definitely changed. His presence itself felt more intense. Dark almost. I don't want to be seen with you, Naruto, Sakura said, shaking her head. Still, if Irika is giving me extra credit, I might as well. Whatever, it doesn't matter. A month ago, the girl's words would have been kindling to his anger, but now, Naruto barely even acknowledged them. Perhaps happier wasn't the right word, but the boy had definitely come to terms with his relationship with others. While it still frustrated him that people hated him for no reason, he was beginning to understand that's what made him stronger. So this is it? Naruto wondered aloud as the two students walked towards a structure in the distance. It doesn't look like much. The Konoha Archive Library was sore on the eyes, especially against the backdrop of the village behind it. The building was nothing more than a big, windowless, square block of cement, and to be truthful, with a little fault on Naruto's vocabulary, it really was the best he could have described it. He wondered how something like this could have been the answer to all his problems, as Irika had gone out of his way to paint it as. Nonetheless, the blonde was serious about getting stronger, and if this was the way to do it, he was going to have to set aside his own doubts. Yeah, it's pretty ugly, Sakura bluntly admitted. But don't judge just by looks. It's the inside that counts, after all. Naruto rolled his eyes at the girl's hypocrisy, but didn't say anything. Sakura led him through the front door before they were greeted by a rather downbeat Chunin, who must have been at least Irika's age, at the front desk. The blonde found himself eyeing the standard Konoha flak jacket around the shinobi's body and noted the bush of brown atop his head, but other than that, nothing else piqued Naruto's interest. Names, the Chunin behind the desk asked. Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto. Academy students? He received 2 nods. With an eye roll, the man scribbled something down inside one of the ledgers strewn across his desk. A few letters later, and the 2 students were given a half-hearted thumbs up. Sakura thanked him and dragged Naruto further inside. Remember, only public, the Chunin called after them. From the inside, the archive massive. As soon as they stepped into the main space, Naruto was hit with a sense of grandeur. Craning his neck upwards, the boys eyed a chandelier, flickering with candles hanging from the roof. Tables filled up what would have been bare space in the center, and he caught sight of a couple of people sitting, some of them the blonde recognized as Konoha shinobi. Towering wooden bookshelves lined the edges of the room, and they extended 3 stories up, divided by carpeted floors, each labeled Public, Genin, Chunin, Jonin. See, it's wonderful, right, Naruto? Naruto's first instinct was to run and get as far away from this place as possible. For the boy, the only thing reading had been good for was putting him to sleep. But he answered with a hollow aha. The 2 of them crossed over to one of the open tables, dropping their bags in their respective seats. Naruto silently noted how Sakura chose the chair furthest from him. Instead, he just watched as she pulled out a scroll and a few pieces of paper. "What's that?" Naruto asked. Sakura shot the boy a questioning glance before realizing what he was talking about. "This is the homework." "Homework?" "Yeah, homework. You didn't bring yours." The pink-haired girl stared at him in silence before she shook her head dismissively. "Of course you didn't bring it." "Hey, what's that supposed to mean?" "You're a knucklehead. You probably didn't even know we had assignments." "Not true." "Pipe down, knucklehead," Sakura said in a hushed voice, waving her fist at the boy. "Everyone's looking at us because of you." The boy glanced around at the tables around them, and sure enough, he was met with a dozen pairs of eyes, each one flittering away when he tried to meet their gazes. Naruto doubted they were looking his way because he was loud. In fact, he knew that if he happened to be mute or Old Man Hiruzen had put a sealing jutsu on his mouth like last time, it wouldn't have changed a thing. "That guy hates me. I can tell just by the way he keeps looking anywhere but in my direction. And that girl by the stairs, I bet she's packing up to leave because I'm here now. Everyone's so damn uncomfortable once I walk in, huh?" Screw them, Naruto thought to himself. He didn't care about what they thought. He came here for a reason, and that reason was... The boy's eyes flicked to the stairs and followed them up until he saw the label Jonin. He felt a rush of heat in his cheeks, thinking about all of the techniques that were right in front of him, just waiting for him to learn them. Of course, he remembered what the Chunin at the front had said about only staying on the first floor. Maybe one day, Naruto would sneak up there, but today he didn't feel like causing trouble. Still, he found himself daydreaming about using Jonin-level techniques to wipe the floor with Sasuke, before Sakura's voice shook him from his thoughts. "What are you even doing here if it's not for homework?" It was a good question, one that Naruto himself pondered about. Irika had told him if he wanted to catch up, he would do well learning the things already being taught in the academy. But the truth was he didn't really care about textbook knowledge. He wanted something practical, something he could show his strength with. Naruto's first thought was maybe to look for a taijutsu scroll, since with a month of practicing the same strikes, he felt he had the basics down. But he also remembered the problem with practicing taijutsu on his own. He wouldn't be able to practice throws, grapples, and other techniques that require a partner. So the truth was, he knew why he was here. He wanted to be strong. He just didn't know what he needed to do to get there. Instead of answering, Naruto found himself wandering off towards the bookshelves and fingered through a few of them. Fun with Fuinjutsu? Nope, don't even know what that is. He headed to the other side of the aisle. Ninjutsu for nerds. What the heck is up with these titles? While a lot of the scrolls Naruto realized would be helpful, Ninjutsu in particular, he also knew that if he started reading random ones, he'd get sidetracked. So, even though he was interested, he promised himself that he'd come back to them. Instead, the boy continued to search for what seemed like an eternity before a particular blue cover caught his interest. Hokage History. Naruto read the title with a slight grin. Normally, he wouldn't have been happy to see a book with the word history in the title, but there must have been something good in there, he reckoned. If anything, it could teach him the names of a few techniques to look out for, or maybe even tell him about the previous Hokage's training regime. Oh, this is gold. So Naruto took the scroll back to his table and settled in his seat to start reading, ignoring Sakura's raised eyebrows. Flipping to a random page, the boy's eyes immediately found themselves gravitated to a single line. Another jutsu created by the Night Aim was Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, which allows the user to create multiple copies of themselves. This technique is well known amongst many Jonin-level ninja and can be a versatile jutsu in battle. At this, the boy's eyes widened. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Sounds badass, Naruto whispered under his breath. Besides, if he could learn it, he'd be able to push his taijutsu training to the next level. His eyes slowly rose once more to the top floor of the library. Jonin-level jutsu, huh? Hinata was too shy for her own good. Ever since she could first remember, she hated loud sounds. It didn't matter what kind, whether it was her auntie's pounding spices, Hinata's cousin sparring, or someone yelling. For some reason, when something reached a certain volume, the girl's face would start to burn and icy water began to drip down her neck in cold shivers. But the thing she couldn't stand the most was when her own father, Hayashi, would look at her as if she wasn't his daughter. That cracked the girl's heart every time. Hinata knew why he looked at her like that. She was the heir to the main branch of the Hyuga clan, and she was supposed to be strong, the strongest of her entire clan. She was the one who would be representing them after her father. Yet, even as a child, when her father had first began training her, Hinata was too weak. She was scared of everything and doubted everything she did. Once they actually began work on their clan's famed fighting style, the gentle fist, that's when Hayashi began to give her those looks, and though he didn't have to say anything, she knew what he was thinking. You're too weak. You'll never be fit to lead the clan. You're a disappointment. Hinata knew this, and every waking moment she had, she was sorry. It was because of her that her dad was losing face in the clan. That was probably why Hayashi was taking her to speak to her sensei tonight. The little girl clung tightly to her father's hand, as her and her father marched towards the academy in the distance. Ice crunched under her feet. Snowflakes kissed her on the nose. The moon smiled in the sky. Around them glittered faint lights through frosted windows, and light smoke puffed into the sky. There was a hush of noise, the warm whisper of voices, the cool breath of the wind. It was calm and inviting, just like Hinata's mom. Under other circumstances, the girl wouldn't have had to hide her smile with her scarf. Instead, Hayashi pulled his daughter along, too preoccupied with his own thoughts to notice that her feet were beginning to drag in the snow. We must hurry before your sensei leaves for the night, Hayashi muttered under his breath. They were the first words he'd spoken since they'd left the Hyuga compound. Why, yes, father. Fortunately, Iruka was still there when they arrived. In fact, the Chunin was outside, just about to lock the front door to the academy. When he saw the girl and her father, the instructor shot them a respectful smile. Lord Hayashi, it's a pleasure to see you, Iruka said with a slight bow. He turned to Hinata. Hello, Hinata. Iruka, I come to see you today about some matters about my daughter's education. Oh, indeed, the older Hyuga said. It's been 3 months since she's joined, and there are some concerns I still have. I'm sorry if it inconveniences you, Iruka, but may we speak inside? The Chunin's eyes slightly widened at this, and he began to scratch the back of his neck. Well, I was just about to lock up in... Iruka stopped mid-sentence as he met Hayashi's eyes. A sudden tremor shivered through his body. Damn Hyugas, their eyes are terrifying. Yes, Lord Hayashi, Iruka relented with a sigh, turning and opening the door to the academy. Komein. If the Hyuga head was happy, his face didn't betray him. Probably because he already knew this was going to happen. Lord Hayashi always got what he wanted. The man simply nodded his head once, and followed the instructor inside. "Come, Hinata," he said, and without waiting for the girl, disappeared behind the door. "Yes, father." She barely took a step forward before a voice off in the distance stopped her in her tracks. "Damn, that was a good one." Immediately, Hinata's eyes lit up. She recognized who was speaking. The girl quickly glanced around to gauge where it had come from, and with a quick look at the academy door, she decided to head for the woods nearby, where she had heard the voice. "I can't believe I'm doing this. Father will be angry with me." For some reason, though, she was set on her decision. As she got closer, the voice became more and more clear. She was certain she knew who it belonged to, too. Carefully, she crept forward as quietly as quietly as crunching snow could allow, at least, so she wouldn't disturb anything. When she reached the edge of the forest, she could see two silhouettes in a small clearing beyond and wondered who the other one was. It was too dark to tell. "I told you to just block. Why are you fighting back?" Hinata heard the closest silhouette say. If she squinted her eyes, she could make out the spiky blonde hair of her classmate, Naruto. For some reason, she felt a warmness in her chest at his voice. But when she heard the other person speak, the girl squinted her eyes in confusion. "I'm sorry, but I don't want to get punched," Naruto yelled aloud. It was almost as if he was talking to himself, but that would be impossible because she was certain the voice came from the other silhouette. "It doesn't matter if you get punched. You'll just disappear," the boy argued. This time Hinata was certain they were two different voices coming from two different bodies. But then she heard another voice, this time behind her. "Your eyes are creepy." When the villagers had discovered Naruto had been training, they took it upon themselves to make sure he stopped for some strange reason. That's why in the past month, he had trained at 12 different locations just to get out of the public's eye. While he did admit some of his locations weren't very discreet, he still wasn't sure why someone would be using the bathroom on top of his apartment. He was certain this was the best training spot he'd found by far. It was the forest right by the academy, secluded enough that no one could see him to know who he was, yet close enough to his house that it wasn't a chore to walk home every night. So he was annoyed when he heard someone's voice nearby. "Your eyes are creepy." Almost on instinct, Naruto dispelled his shadow clone and swept his scrolls into his bag. Without another word, he turned to run, before another voice pierced the underbrush, though much more timid and quiet. "Ee." A chorus of laughter echoed through the air. Even though he couldn't see them, from what Naruto could tell, there must have been about 4 or 5 of them. His chest tightened, and his throat began to seize. It felt as if someone was squeezing him tight. Damn bullies. But it wasn't his problem. Whoever it was, she should handle it on her own and not expect someone to come rescue her. Hell, even if Naruto did go and save her, she probably wouldn't even want his help anyways. No, she was on her own. He'd let her experience what Naruto had to go through his entire life. Someone laughed. "I think she's trying to say something." "No, she's going to cry. What a baby." After his many years of being on the receiving end of them, he could do little except roll his eyes at their comments. "You're a Byakugan monster." As Naruto turned to move off in the opposite direction, he stopped suddenly when he heard a boy's voice. "I bet you're actually a monster." Naruto's fists clenched. Yeah, what a freak. The group of kids, 5 in total, began taking turns shoving Hinata around. While she protested, they continued to laugh over her, making sure no one could hear her voice. Which is why no one heard Naruto approach. Naruto darted forward, grabbing the nearest person by the neck. With a cry, he slammed his opponent into the earth. A loud crack filled the air. Without wasting a breath, the boy spun into the air, smashing his leg into the side of another's head. They crumpled to the ground in a heap. Naruto's senses were on fire. His vision and hearing, even his sense of smell, were wide. Cold energy surged through the boy's body, as if he'd just jumped into icy water. "If you want to fight, let's fight," Naruto growled. He glared at the remaining bullies still left standing. Just from how much bigger they towered over him, the blonde knew they were a few years older than him. Naruto took notice of a girl with bleached white hair pulled back into a ponytail. Beside her was a ball of a boy, pudgy and lumpy like clay, while the other wore a black mask over his face. "What the hell?" the girl stammered, eyes widened. "You just..." Kick their asses. You're next. Naruto's words were embers against his tongue, almost hot enough to combust the tense air. Under normal circumstances, the three bullies would have easily been able to take out a squirt like him, but after seeing what he'd done to their friends, they weren't so eager. Still, they outsized and outnumbered him. Guys, he's just a kid. Pudgy stepped forward with a smirk. There's three of us and one of him. A smile spread across Naruto's face. Slowly, he raised his fingers into a hand sign in front of his body, and suddenly a large cloud of smoke engulfed them. Kakebunsin no Jutsu. When the smoke cleared, now three Narutos were standing, side by side with a wicked grin on their faces. While he could definitely make more than just two clones, the blonde boy didn't want to overdo it and go too far. Murder probably wouldn't go over too well with old man Hiruzen. What's wrong? I thought you were going to fight me, the Naruto clone on the right taunted. Wah! The girl was cut off abruptly when Naruto shot forward and rammed his fist in her gut. Her eyes shot open. She crashed to the ground in a heap, sending snow billowing into the air. The other two clones made quick work of Pudgy and Mask Boy, and within seconds, the Narutos were standing over the unconscious bodies of the five bullies. Hey, the boy shouted, high-fiving his clones. He quickly dispelled them and turned to look for the person who was their center of attention just a few moments prior. Eventually, his gaze settled upon a girl huddled in the snow, looking up at him with sparkling eyes. Hey, it's you, Naruto said. Hinata, right? Even though her hair was a black ruffled mess and half her face was covered by a torn scarf, he still recognized the girl's pale eyes. She was one of his classmates. He was certain of it, even though the two had never spoken to each other before. In Naruto, Hinata stammered, her face growing hot. Thank you. Naruto grinned, sheepishly scratching the back of his neck. It was nothing, really. Truth was, he was still in shock at how easily he'd taken those bullies down. If it was 3 months ago, Naruto wasn't sure if he could have even taken on one of them, but somehow, he beat 5 without even breaking a sweat. Although it probably had to do with how much practice he put into his taijutsu. But even just in the past few weeks after he'd learned Kagabunshin no Jutsu, he had improved leaps and bounds. He was much more aggressive than he used to be. Naruto's hands were shaking from the adrenaline pumping through him, though he wasn't complaining. To him, he wanted to feel this way. It helped him remember what it felt like to actually fight someone. This shifted the boy's gaze to the unconscious bodies lying in the frozen snow, and he thought about just how much each strike had felt so damn satisfying. It was as if he wasn't hitting just those kids. He was hitting every single person who had hurt him in his entire life. Slowly, but surely, Naruto was beginning to understand true strength. He shook the thoughts from his head, ignoring the blood rushing to his head, when he noticed Hinata was still huddled on the floor. He extended out his hand to her. Sorry about that. Here, let me help you. For a moment, it looked as if she was about to protest before she took his hand, letting him pull her to her feet. Thank you. Naruto laughed. You don't have to keep saying thank you, Hinata. Oh, sorry. You don't have to say that, either. The girl's face grew hot in embarrassment. She lowered her gaze to the floor, while her fingers instinctively began to twiddle in front of her. Hinata opened her mouth to say something, but couldn't find the words. She didn't know why, but it felt like her stomach was somersaulting. But even that was an understatement. It was more like flips off of a 100-foot cliff into nothing but a bucket, and the cliff was on fire. Naruto cocked his head when the girl didn't respond. She didn't look too good. Are you sick? Hinata's eyes widened. No, imugai. Is that why you didn't fight back? Because you're sick? I know you could have beaten them otherwise. It wasn't a lie. During their first taijutsu evaluation, even though Naruto was a little shaken at his loss to Sasuke, he still focused enough to watch his other classmates spars. While most of the fights weren't anything much more than slugging brawls and dirt-throwing exhibitions, Kiba and Choji's match, especially, he did remember being impressed by Hinata more than any other person. Still, Naruto chalked it down to her upbringing. Being from her clan, she probably began training as soon as she started walking. She was definitely strong. So Naruto couldn't understand why she told him she was weak. For a moment, he stared silently at her, mouth slightly ajar. But in Naruto, Hinata said, You're really strong. It took him a moment to digest her words. Did she just compliment me? Normally, people he never even met before wouldn't give him a second of their day. He was used to others shooting him disgusted looks. Their words weren't any better. Yet, as he looked at her, he'd never seen anyone with eyes like Hinata before, not because of how they looked, but because of how they looked at him. Naruto felt a warmness in his chest, growing hot with every breath, until it spread throughout to every inch of his body. She had called him strong, but as soon as the feeling had come, he forced it out of his body. While there were many things Naruto didn't know, there was one thing he could say with certainty. No one cared about him, and no one ever would. He was the hate to their love. He was the night to their day. He was the demon to their angel. Sure, she'd said a few nice things to him, but Naruto himself wasn't innocent of saying things he didn't mean. He didn't know what game Hinata was playing, yet she had to be just like everyone else he'd ever met. Deep down, she hated him. Naruto was unlovable. Even though it was dark, the boy turned away to hide the tears forming in his eyes. You said you're weak? Then get strong. Hinata's breath caught in her throat. When she finally opened her mouth to speak, it was too late. Naruto was gone. Lord Third, I apologize for the intrusion, the Umbu member said, dropping to her knee with a bow. What is it? The third shinobi in the room raised an eyebrow at the Sandame, who lounged in his chair behind his desk, pipe in hand. For most shinobi, such an encounter would have been a cause for concern. An Umbu interrupting the Hokage? That was quite uncalled for. Despite the urgency in the Umbu's voice, though, the Hokage played it off like he'd just been told his dinner was ready. Gama wasn't exactly sweating, either. The Umbu began, before hesitating. He couldn't see her eyes behind her animal mask, but Gunma could feel her gaze shift to him. He understood why she was reluctant in speaking. Umbu were sworn to a certain level of secrecy, both to protect sensitive information and to keep from spreading fear and panic. But since everyone knew Ganmai used to be on the Hokage guard platoon under direct orders from the Yondaime himself, it must have been the latter that kept her from speaking. Still, what could have been worse than that one night that had taken the fourth's life anyway? As long as it had nothing to do with that boy, the demon fox. It's about that boy, the demon fox. Damn. Ganma bit down on the sunbon hanging out of the corner of his mouth, the way he did when something bothered him. Admittedly, it was a bad habit he'd picked up sometime over the years. It wasn't too great for his teeth, but at least he wasn't killing his lungs like a soma. Naruto, is that boy's name? Hiruzen said with a sigh. He brought his pipe to his mouth and drew in a deep breath. What did he do this time? He got into another fight, the Umbu reported. With who? 5 older students. Hiruzen shook his head with a look Gunma couldn't quite discern. The Tokubetsu Jonin could understood why, though. Naruto was the son to the man who loved their village just as much as the old man. The man that was now dead. It could have been some unspoken rule, but Hiruzen had an obligation to care for the orphan child belonging to his very own equal who had paid the ultimate price. Ganma could say he felt that way, too, but judging by the fact in a whole 7 years, he hadn't gone to see the kid once. That wasn't something that he would utter from his lips. Hell, he didn't even know what he looked like. Is he okay? Hiruzen questioned. The Umbu nodded. He won without a single scratch. Ganma took note of this, but didn't say anything. Without a scratch? It would have been impressive by itself that he'd beaten 5 older kids, but the fact that he did it without getting hurt, Ganma let out a little snort at the parallels. He was his father's son, after all. Ow! The Hokage wondered, although in the back of his mind, a sneaking suspicion began to grow. While it was no secret Naruto had begun to take his training seriously in the past few months, only just 2 weeks ago, Hiruzen had gotten a report which had concerned him. Apparently, the boy had been seen practicing the hand signs for a particular forbidden jutsu, one that, if improperly used, was more danger to Naruto than his enemies. He can use that technique. He created 3 shadow clones with little effort. That was the sentence that broke Gunma's facade. The Tokubetsu Jonin felt his eyes involuntarily widen, his sunbon nearly falling from his mouth. Shadow clones? He knows Kage Bunshin, no jutsu. Ganma hadn't even realized he'd spoken aloud. before he found the Hokage looking directly at him. Sorry, Lord Third. I'm just a little surprised." Surprised was an understatement, and for good reason too. Kagebunshin no Jutsu was a high Jonin level jutsu, and it was one Genma didn't even know. Hearing that a child who was in the first few months of his academy career had mastered the technique was mind-shattering, even if his father had been one of the best shinobi the world had ever seen. Hell, he would have sooner believed that Uchiha Madara was still alive. If this was true, Naruto could only have been a genius, perhaps even more so than his father. Genma had to see this for himself. The full moon shimmered in the winter sky above Konoha, illuminating the village with an ominous white glow. Cold wind carried frost, peppering the snowy ground with little fractals of ice. Many of the trees, bare of their leaves, for which Konoha was named for, twisted and cracked in the breeze. While it was an undoubtedly short period in High no Kuni when the land was cold and barren, many of the people loved the change the seasons brought along with them. The man with the spiral mask hated it. For under the pristine snow was a disgusting layer of trodden mud, and without the guise of night, one would be able to recognize the corruption the village was founded upon. Every person in the world was blind to the reality that was existence. Nothing was ever what it seemed, and if one stopped to admire the beauty of something, they were sorely wasting their time. Beauty could not survive in this world. She was killed by his best friend long ago. How is the Jinchuriki, Zetsu? The man spoke aloud, seemingly to nobody. But after a moment, another figure began to rise from the ground, almost as if they were a ghost. The moonlight dimly illuminated him, revealing the two different shades of his face, split down the middle in black and white. Protruding out of his cloak were green spikes, almost akin to the mouth of a Venus flytrap. The village despises him. The black side of his face spoke. He's been a very naughty boy. White Zetsu added. He's a big problem. The masked man turned his red eye to the village, shaking his head. Though no one could see it, his mouth upturned into a smirk behind his mask. Everything was turning out better than he could have ever expected. And what would happen if, the man began to think aloud, someone were to take their problem? The creature, Zetsu, stepped forward to stand beside the masked man. That could be arranged. I doubt anyone would care too much. He doesn't seem to have any strong ties with anyone, Black Zetsu said, although their Hokage might be a problem. He has eyes like a hawk. The masked man thought about it for a moment. Confronting Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't something he exactly wanted to do, even though the man knew he could decisively beat the Hokage. That would just cause the other villages to increase the security around their tailed beasts. No, they were going to have to wait. Besides, in a few years the boy would become a ninja on his own and would actively leave the village on his own, away from the eyes of the Hokage. Or even better yet. The man smiled. Don't worry about it now. Who knows? Maybe he'll come to us on his own. And how many of you know about the will of fire? Irika asked with a smile on his face. While it wasn't necessarily a topic most academy teachers would get into during their first year, for some reason, the Chunin had high hopes for this class, despite all of the personal drama. Sasuke was a clear case. Irika would be surprised if he didn't end up being moved up a year or two. And while he wouldn't admit it, looking past Sakura and Ino's bickering, their test scores would suggest they were both good rivals to one another. That also wasn't to mention how far Naruto had come in just a few short months. Though it was a somewhat concerning how little the blonde boy actually acted up nowadays. It was as if someone completely different had taken control over his body. Perhaps something? Irika knew he couldn't outright assume Naruto was somehow possessed by the demon inside of him, but it didn't mean he couldn't be cautious. Because of this, the instructor had made sure he'd gone out of his way to prod at the boy more than usual, just to make sure he was still human, especially after the startling news that was starting to surface. What about you, Naruto? Up until then, the student had barely been listening to what was going on, and even though he knew Irika was going to lecture him, he couldn't really shake off what had been preoccupying him. So, when Naruto heard his name, he glanced up from the notes he'd been copying from one of the library scrolls. What? Sorry, what were you talking about? Irika's smile slid off his face. Okay, so maybe Naruto hadn't come that far in just a few short months. A delicate hand shot up in the front of the class. I know what it is. Yes, Sakura. The will of fire is something the Shodaime Hokage came up with. It's something about wanting to protect the village, right? Irika nodded, impressed at the girl's answer. Right? You see, when you're a shinobi, you'll have a nindo or a ninja way. It's essentially the core belief that makes them who they are. You might see some shinobi whose nindo is to not hurt the innocent, while others might be the exact opposite. Still, every shinobi that has walked this earth has a nindo. The Shodaime was no different. He and his clan, the Senju, had a nindo. The will of fire is the Shodaime's nindo, passed down to the ones he loved, everyone in the village. It's the belief that everyone in Kanahegakure is a family, and everyone should love, believe in, cherish, and fight for the village. It's the one thing that the Sandaime says which gives Konoha Shinobi the strength to keep pushing, no matter how hard things get. Through all the hard times our village has gone through, whether it be the First, Second, or Third Shinobi World War, or maybe it's some rogue ninja who attacked us, or a QB attack. It's the will of fire of all those who fought and sacrificed themselves for us that allowed us to pull through. Sacrificed? Like a yondaime. Just like the yondaime. The students sat still, digesting their teacher's words. For some, they'd heard of the will of fire, but to actually put context on the phrase was something else. Irika-sensei, does that mean I have the will of fire? Choji wondered with a raised hand, though most of his attention seemed to be towards the bottom of the chip bag lying on his desk. Irika let out a chuckle, sending a flush of red to the big kid's face. Well, Choji, that's a hard question for me to answer for you. Only you can answer that. But what if I don't know? That's okay. You're still young, Irika said. But when I say this, and I'm saying this not just to you, Choji, but to everyone, when you graduate and become a shinobi of Konoha, you're promising to the weak that you're taking up the next generation of the Will of Fire. It won't be easy. You'll definitely go through stuff that you have never experienced before. Some things will make you smile, and others will make you weep. Life is full of these experiences, and it's how you endure them that make you who you are. But always remember that you will never go through it alone, because the Will of Fire lives on in you and your comrades. Sasuke had rarely spoken ever since he'd shortly joined the academy, since that night. As a matter of fact, one could probably count the number of sentences he'd said in the past few months on two hands and still have a couple of fingers remaining. It wasn't because he was shy like that one Hyuga girl or socially awkward like others. If it came down to it, the Uchiha boy had no problem saying what was on his mind, no matter how blunt it actually was. But no, Sasuke chose not to talk. In the end, it was pointless. He had only one purpose in life, and it certainly wasn't to impress people with his charming speech or eloquent vocabulary. So when he asked his question, he had already expected the long pause and wide eyes the other students gave him. What if you kill your comrades and betray the village? Does that mean you have the Will of Fire? Irika's face burned bright red, and he sheepishly scratched the back of his neck at the Uchiha's sudden fascination of the topic. Several of the students exchanged glances with one another. Even Ino and Sakura, who for the most part practically worshipped the boy, were taken aback at his intensity, though they were also more attracted at the same time. Only a few individuals could care less about the Uchiha. Hey, aren't you supposed to be a genius or something? Kiba roared, pointing a sharp fingernail at Sasuke. Irika only said people who love Konoha have the Will of Fire, so of course a damn traitor doesn't have it. Sasuke barely acknowledged the boy's response with a scoff. Of course he knew that. He just wanted to hear someone else say it. Besides, the Will of Fire was just some stupid propaganda into inspiring the shinobi into giving up their lives for the village. The people of Kanahegakure wouldn't even give the Uchiha a second thought if he died. They certainly didn't with the other Uchiha. No, he didn't love the village. He'd only loved one thing in his life, and it was gone. Dead. Now Sasuke would never love again, until the day he finally reunited his brother with his clan. The village was one spark away from bursting into flames, and Hiruzen was the one lighting the match. Danzo was ready to say as much as he strolled into the Hokage's office, his face as stoic as ever. Perhaps one might have thought the bandages along the right side of his face would have helped cement the illusion of emotionless, but for the elder, It wasn't difficult to suppress any feelings outwardly. While that wasn't something he could have always said, it was something he'd learned to control a long time ago. No, the wrappings on his face were for the concealment of something much different, something Danzo couldn't wait to reveal to his former ally, the current Hokage, if Hiruzen wouldn't surrender his share to him. But due to recent events, perhaps all Danzo had to do was wait, and his old friend would have to step down, just like he had 8 years prior. Danzo, the Hokage, greeted the man, setting down the kettle of tea in his hand. He gestured to the cup sitting on the desk. "I assume you aren't here for some." The elder shook his head, ignoring Hiruzen's light-hearted jest. He wasn't here to have a good time or reminisce about the past. Even if no one took the protection of Konohagakure seriously, Danzo would never be caught sleeping. He'd sacrificed too much up until this point. As the Hokage, you must be well aware of the Jinchuriki and his recent actions towards. Hiruzen's eye twitched. It was a minuscule movement, one that would have been missed by even the most attentive jonin. However, Danzo was no mere jonin. Keen as ever, I see. Hiruzen recovered with a chuckle, though he already knew what his old ally was playing at. The Hokage called many things in his life. The professor, the god of shinobi, and while these were things said in proper regards, Danzo wasn't to be scoffed off. Whereas Hiruzen's prowess was physical battle, Danzo's words maneuvered faster than any taijutsu the Sandaime could have thrown at him. And what of Naruto's recent actions concern you? He attacked 5 children. We're shinobi. Fights happen all the time. I remember you weren't too innocent either back in the day. I wasn't a Jinchuriki, the elder prompted. Besides, I personally believe him winning proves to us the rate at which he is progressing. He will be a valuable asset to Konoha. However, my opinions are not the problem. And what would it be then? The problem is what the people think. They've already dealt with the boy and his antics for 7 years. They were able to handle him as long as he didn't severely hurt anyone. Danzo began, saying each word as slowly as he could without dragging them out. He wanted Hiruzen to feel the weight behind the sentence, as if each syllable was a punch. But how does it look if that boy, the demon fox, sends 5 innocent children to the hospital? The Hokage took each word without reacting, mostly because he couldn't say anything. He understood at what Danzo was hinting at. Hell, he'd even thought about it himself. A boy winning a fight against so many older opponents was uncalled for, so to many, there was only one way Naruto could have won. People thought Naruto was using the Kyuubi's power. For as long as Naruto had been alive, it hadn't been all too difficult to keep the populace in check when the boy was around. But that was when Naruto was. Hiruzen would never admit it in front of the blonde. Weak. No one had any tangible evidence that the boy was anything more than just that, a boy. But now, the more Naruto trained, the stronger he would get. The stronger he got, the more people would accuse of him of abusing the Kyuubi. Or worse, submitting to it. If the Hokage didn't get rid of Naruto, it was only a matter of time before others would attempt to. Hiruzen had nowhere to go, and Danzo had backed him into a corner. The elder was mentally smiling, but physically calm. Let's try a jab, shall we? Just like old times during our spars. I hate to see you struggling. I'll offer to help, of course. I can take the Kyuubi Jinchuriki off your hands and out of the public. Hiruzen's eyes widened at this. So you could turn him into a weapon? We talked about this before, Danzo. You will not touch a single hair on that boy's head. That is what the boy is, and it is all it will ever be, a weapon. Or have you gotten soft, Hiruzen? What's more important to you, the Jinchuriki or the village? The Hokage slammed his fist into his desk, causing the cup of tea to leap slip of and crash to the floor. I'm doing this for the village and the boy. For our people. Do you not remember the Shinobi Wars, Danzo? I'm trying to prevent another one, while you're trying to instigate it. Ever the pacifist, are you? Danzo replied nonchalantly, in the face of a fuming Hiruzen. As long as there are other shinobi villages, there can be no peace. The only way to true peace is for Konoha to control everything. You know this. I am the only one with the will to act upon it. Yet, I'm the only one with the power to act upon it. It was a punch to Danzo's gut. Hiruzen had managed to recover himself enough to throw a counter blow to the elder, just enough to hit him where it hurt most. The Hokage wasn't dumb. He knew what Danzo desired most. Power. He knew it killed the man, that for their entire lives, Hiruzen had been above him. For a split second, Danzo's face flickered. A slight turn in the eyebrow and a twitch in the lip. Then the man reined back control, throwing a jab of his own. I was only offering my assistance because I understand how difficult situation is. Though you are right, you have the power. You are the Hokage, and I will not question your actions. Hiruzen's body relaxed for a moment at Danzo's words. However, just because I won't question you, that doesn't mean the people won't. What would happen if you were forced to resign again? Then Jiraiya would have to become Hokage, Hiruzen retorted, though as soon as he said it, he knew it was a weak counter. Even after the Yondaime had given his life, the reason Hiruzen had to take the chair back in the first place was because Jiraiya had refused before. There was no way in hell he could feasibly convince his former student to become Hokage. Danzo knew this and quickly shut it down. Maybe when Jiraiya returned in the next few days, he could talk to him. And Tsunade is no better. She isn't coming back anytime soon, Danzo said. He paused, preparing his finishing blow to his former ally. That leaves you with few choices, Hiruzen. Either you give me the Jinchuriki and he will disappear, or you wait until Naruto makes another mistake and the whole village begins a coup. Danzo turned around, moving to leave. You already know how far I'll go to stop a coup. As it was, Naruto's schedule was all out of line. While nowadays the boy trained as if his life depended on it, it still came second after the academy, though it wasn't a voluntary priority. Because of this, Naruto would usually fit his training around his classes, then cram everything else in, like eating, bathing, or sleeping wherever they fit. Sometimes they didn't, which would leave days where Naruto missed entire meals. Today was one of those days. Naruto was atop his bed, curled into a ball, clutching his growling stomach. Each time his gut churned, it felt as if someone was trying to reach inside of him and pull something out. He wasn't exactly a medical need, but that probably wasn't good. But there was another reason for not eating as much other than not having time, and it was perfectly as valid. He didn't have enough money. Usually the stipends that old man Hiruzen gave to the boy lasted the entire month, but recently, Naruto had been noticing that he spent much more time at Ichiraku Ramen than he really should have. That wouldn't have been a problem if Ichiraku hadn't costed multiples more than the cheap instant ramen Naruto had survived off of during his first year in his apartment. Coupled with the fact that Naruto was hungry more due to his training, Naruto's froggy wallet was going to be just as empty as his stomach for the next few days. Beside him, waning sunlight shimmered through the window, painting the boy's room warm gold. If he had to guess, it was sometime around 6 in the afternoon, just judging from the fact the sun usually set earlier during the winter. Normally, Naruto never went to sleep so early, but tonight he tried going to bed early to stave off hunger cramps, only to find out he couldn't sleep because of hunger cramps. Damn it, I can't sleep like this. Naruto eased himself off of his groaning bed, the wooden floor creaking beneath his feet. Reaching into his drawer, he took off his pajamas and slipped into dark pants and a white jacket with orange sleeves. After he changed, the boy rummaged in his bag and retrieved one of his scrolls, the one he'd been writing in class today. If he couldn't sleep, might as well get some training in. After preparing, the boy slid open the door and stepped out into the balcony. Immediately, the cold air nipped at his bare cheeks, and the wind tousled his spiky blonde hair. Truth be told, it was a little chilly to be outside for too long, but anything that could keep Naruto's mind busy was a win in his eyes. Besides, since Naruto lived in the very top apartment, the view was sure to make anyone who paid attention to colors, like Ino, breathless. He supposed he also had old man Hokage to thank for that. Naruto turned around and climbed atop of the red-tiled roof, now covered with snow. At the top, he laid out the scroll in front of him and began reading. Uzumaki Naruto's conditioning regime. 1. 100 push-ups. 2. 100 squats. 3. Sit-ups. 4. 10 handstand push-ups. 5. 100 basic punches. 6. 100 basic kicks. There were probably a dozen other steps that Naruto hadn't written down. Iruka had interrupted him before he could finish writing. Still, it was a pretty solid plan, especially since the original scroll he'd copied it from was from some guy named Mato Guy, who apparently was some big-shot taijutsu master. While he had never heard of him before, any guy who could become a jonin with just taijutsu must have been good. That also wasn't to mention the exuberant language Mato Guy had used in his writing. With a breath so deep that the cold air scorched Naruto's throat, he cleared away the snow beneath him and began to work out. The boy quickly churned out the push-ups and squats in a few minutes, but that was to be expected. He could definitely tell he was getting stronger. Still, he couldn't help but feel like his self-instruction only got him so far. While taijutsu was pretty straightforward, Naruto was a little overwhelmed with how to begin with ninjutsu, since one would need to understand basic chakra control, and Irika hadn't even gotten close to teaching them how to do any of that yet. The boy was a little scared to just learn by trial and error, too. He'd heard stories about people blowing their hands off with improper chakra use before. Maybe he would go to Old Man Hokage for a little instruction one of these days. He really was the only one who would possibly teach him something. Naruto only made it to 20 or so sit-ups when he heard the voice of a man behind him. "Why are you training on the roof?" The boy leapt to his feet, kicking up a cloud of powdery snow. He turned to see a man in the standard Konoha shinobi attire. Although instead of wearing a forehead protector like most ninja, the man had a black cloth tied around his head. Long brown hair flowed past his hair, stopping at his chin, and in the corner of his mouth hung a metal senbon, or a needle. The stranger made no move towards Naruto, simply slipping his hands into his pockets. "You know it's winter, right? You come here to yell at me?" "I'm not bothering anyone," the blonde boy replied coldly. It wouldn't have been the first time someone did that. Still, Naruto felt something different about the man, as if he had no interest in berating him. "Well, you could be bothering the tenant who lives right below," the stranger said, with a small shrug in the shoulders. "Yeah, well, I'm the one who lives there. If anything, you're the one who's bothering me." The man's mouth upturned into a toothless grin. "Well, I'm sorry for interrupting your training. What's your name, kid?" "Naruto." "Nice to meet you, Naruto. I am Genma. I was just passing by when I saw you up here." Truth be told, he'd have been watching the boy for a while. Not in a creepy way, though. The Tokubetsu Jonin doubted he could explain to anyone otherwise. He just wanted to see what the blonde was capable of. To his surprise, the boy's training seemed pretty mild, though had some sort of semblance to the way Guy trained. "So why'd you stop then?" Naruto gave him a raised eyebrow, though Ganma could tell there was a hint of defensiveness in the boy's voice, indicating the boy was used to confrontation. The Tokubetsu Jonin had heard stories about how the villagers treated Naruto, but seeing the way the boy was cautious about everything easily told the same story. He wondered just how bad it really was. "I'm not here to be mean. I just saw you training and thought I could give you a few pointers," Ganma plainly said. "You're young, but you seem pretty strong for your age." Naruto squinted his eyes at the shinobi, looking for any signs of any hidden motives. Whether he had any, the blonde couldn't tell. The man's face was like a statue, unyielding of any information. "Yeah, but how do I know your advice is any good?" "You don't even have the Konoha headband," the boy noted, keeping his voice calm. Inside, though, Naruto was at the least intrigued at Genma's offer. "You're perceptive, aren't you?" Genma said with an impressed nod. Normally, all Konoha shinobi were required to wear their forehead protector, indicating them as valid ninja of the village, but he had stopped wearing his even before the yondan was appointed. Hell, if even Minato said nothing about it, it was definitely okay. Before Genma could say anything else, a large rumble erupted from Naruto's stomach, cutting through the winter air. The blonde's face grew red as he sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. A smile slowly spread on the Tokubetsu Jonin's face. "Tell you what, if you can land a hit on me in 5 minutes, I'll take you out to eat whatever you want tonight, and you'll never see me again after that." Naruto stared at the man. Did he just ask me to fight him? Not even that, but if I hit him, I get to eat ramen? "If you can't manage to hit me, then you'll let me give you some advice on your training." At this, Naruto's eyes perked up. Sure, it was certainly a weird request, but the boy didn't see any losing sides to the deal. Either he got dinner or help with training. It was a win-win no matter what. Of course, there was the fact that he had no idea who Genma really was, or if that was even his real name. For all he knew, he could have been a missing nin looking to kill the boy, But the more Naruto thought about it, if Genma really wanted to hurt him, he would have done it when the boy was preoccupied training. Hell, when Naruto pulled out that jutsu, it was as good as free dinner. Neither Naruto nor Gunma were aware of the billowing cloud of smoke inching its way toward the two. Tonight, we, the defenders of Konohagakure, cleanse the village of the evil which currently plagues it. Under the watchful of the moon, the streets glowed with a hot burn of torches. The rabid crowd of about 50 roared, raising their weapons in agreement, a makeshift assortment of pitchforks, spoons, and other household items. For too long have we been flirting near the edge of death. Why, if we love our village, do we allow such a presence among us? Why shall we risk the lives of our children any longer? Come with me, friends. One way or another, we shall fight for our home. We can no longer coexist with such a monster. No one knew who the man was that was speaking. They had never seen him before, not on the streets or in their shops. But the villagers were scared and angry. He could have come out and stated he didn't even live in Konoha, and they would have still followed him that night. "This is for my husband," someone shouted. "I'll kill him for my parents. Please avenge my sweet little girl." The crowd began yelling about how they had all been wronged by the monster. Tears began to flow. Some began to scream obscenities. Others just fueled the uproar with incoherent wailing. Nonetheless, there was no stopping them tonight. The Hokage had protected him thus far, but every single one of the villagers here tonight would give up their life if it meant protecting the future generation from enduring the pain they had suffered 7 years ago. Do not be fooled, that boy is not human. Just a week ago, he drew upon the demon's power and attacked 5 of our dear children. We must not delay any longer, or others will be hurt. Tonight, that boy, the demon fox, will die. The crowd exploding in a guttural cry of emotion and surged forward along the streets, towards where they all knew was the demon's abode. The man stayed back, however. He was not going to fight today. He already had done his job. "Lord Danzo, the plan is in motion. Nothing was ever free in this world." Deep down, people were selfish, weakened by emotion. For as long as shinobi had existed, and to a further extent, humans, they had tainted the earth with petty wars. They killed and maimed one another because of their anger. Some did even worse things. Then in the end, just before everyone was destroyed, the humans would agree to stop fighting and celebrate for their newfound peace. But this peace was nothing more than a mere break from even more violence. War was a part of humans, and without someone to control them, they would continue to hurt each other. After tonight, he would be one step closer to realizing his dream. Lord Danzo, everyone is in position. An unnamed man, with a white porcelain mask covering his face, kneel before him. To the untrained eye, the shinobi would have looked like an ordinary Umbu member, one of Konohagakure's special forces, loyal only to the Hokage. Because of their combat expertise, every member fought with the katana usually strapped to their back. However, tonight, this particular Umbu wielded a tanto for less direct confrontations, indicating him member of Root, an Umbu under the orders of Danzo. Or at least they were Umbu until recently. "Damn you, Hiruzen." The cold frost bit into the Danzo's bare skin as he peered off at the ex-Umbu prowling atop the rooftops. Even in a village of 80,000 people, 24 Root shinobi wouldn't go unnoticed. But the elder didn't necessarily care. He didn't want any loose ends, and truth be told, he wanted people to see his Umbu tonight. He wanted it to be clear to everyone that there were masked shinobi involved, but the villagers wouldn't be seeing his Umbu. As far as anyone knew, Umbu only acted on direct orders from the Hokage. "Proceed as planned," Danzo said. "The streets will drown in red," the Umbu affirmed. Konoha was careful about who they wanted as their Hokage. There was an unwritten rule that they had to be one of the strongest ninja, if not in Konoha, in all of the elemental nations. If they couldn't stand up to the other shinobi of the other hidden villages, there was no chance they would even be considered for the chair. But there was also another rule, one that was even more important than that. The Hokage must love his village more than anything, especially a Jinchuriki. Tonight, Konoha was going to see how Hiruzen loved his Jinchuriki more than the village. "Remember, do not lay even a finger on the boy," Danzo reiterated. The masked shinobi nodded, but didn't look up. For a moment, the two stayed in spot, before the elder nodded with a grunt. With a bow, the Umbu vanished in a blur of movement. No, nothing was ever free. Even peace required sacrifices. Naruto closed the distance in a breath, clouds of white exploding, kicking up under his feet. The boy winded his fist and launched it straight at the Tokubetsu Jonin. He had definitely caught Gema off guard. He was way faster than he looked. And soon, I'll be eating Ichirak. Suddenly, Genma disappeared in a burst of smoke, seemingly turning into a log. Naruto quickly pulled his punch, grazing the wood with just his knuckles. The boy's eyes widened. Although he'd seen that jutsu used only a few times from Irika, he'd seen enough to know it by name. Substitution jutsu. Not too bad, he heard Genma say from behind him. Although if you're trying to beat me with speed, you might want to think again. I used to work for the fastest man who had ever walked this earth. Naruto furrowed his eyes at this. Fastest, he thought. He wondered if the Tokubetsu Jonin was talking about the Yondaime. Really, there could only be two shinobi who could have fit that title, and Genma definitely wasn't even born when the Nidaime was still alive. He shook the thought out of his head. Naruto spun on his foot and twisted his body behind him, throwing a kick towards Genma. The Tokubetsu Jonin simply leaned backwards, letting the boy's attack harmlessly fly overhead, before he dropped low and swept Naruto's only leg from beneath him. The boy slammed into the snow with a thud. Like I said, you're not fast enough. Naruto growled at his words, though Genma had expected that. In fact, he'd hoped for it. He wanted to push the boy far enough so that he'd use that jutsu if he really could. You better hurry and hit me. Time's ticking. The blonde leapt to his feet and began sending a flurry of attacks at his opponent. Naruto threw every move he knew at the Tokubetsu Jonin. An overhead punch, a spinning kick, a feint jab into a left hook. But everywhere he was, Genma was able to avoid him. They continued like that, Naruto desperately thrashing for just one single touch, while his opponent easily outmaneuvered him. With every hit that was dodged, Naruto could feel a hot anger rising in his gut. I can't even touch him, Naruto thought to himself. Then what the hell was all my training for? The boy's thoughts were silenced when Genma slammed his heel into the boy's chest, sending the boy flying off the roof. To some, it would have seemed like Genma had just sent plummeting to his death, but a few seconds later, he heard Naruto's voice from below. What are you doing? You could have killed me. I'll only kick you hard enough so you'd fall onto your balcony. Hurry and get back up here. While I could do this all day, you on the other hand have 2 more minutes. Naruto growled as he climbed back onto the roof. He wasn't done just yet. The blonde charged forward and leapt into the air, swinging his fist towards Genma's face. As expected, the man was already stepping away from the attack, but in one fluid motion, Naruto pulled his arm back and reached both of his hands towards his opponent. For a moment, Genma's face flashed with surprise, before, suddenly, Naruto's hands were around his wrist. With his free hand, Genma tried prying the boy away from him, but his grip was like iron cuffs. What the? Naruto's strong as hell. The boy's lips upturned into a smirk, recalling one of the lessons from the Academy Scrolls. While Genma was right about how Naruto was too slow, speed didn't matter if his opponent couldn't move to dodge. Normally, the blonde would have sent the fight to the ground with a takedown, but he knew Genma was way too big for him to try anything that involved grappling. Instead, with his hands still fastened around the Tokubetsu Jonin's wrist, he threw a sidekick at the man. With his free hand, Genma caught the boy's foot and pushed it away. Still, Genma had to hide a smile forming on his face. The kid's definitely smarter than he looks. He knew that since I was too fast and kept dodging his attacks, he forced the fight close, so I wouldn't be able to evade him. Not bad, Naruto, but I'll still be able to block everything, Genma said. Proving his point, he deflected one of Naruto's kicks with his own. Suddenly, a thought popped into the man's head. It's a good thing there's only one of you. Too bad you can't make clones. Clones, you say? Still, you'd have to use 2 hands if you want to form the hand sign. That means that you'll have to let go. His thoughts were abruptly stopped when he heard a voice from behind him. Genma's face whipped backwards to see another Naruto charging across the roof towards him. The Tokubetsu, Jonin's breath, caught in his throat at the sight. Part of him was impressed that the kid had actually managed to learn the Kagabunshin no Jutsu, but another part of him was a little worried since the clone was currently running straight at him. What did he have time to make a shadow clone? Get ready to buy me some ramen, the clone shouted. Still, it was just one more clone. If Gamar really wanted to, he could have just... Suddenly, the Naruto clone crossed his fingers into a cross. Kakebunsin no Jutsu. The entire roof was filled with a cloud of smoke. Narrate, Naruto, what? Gamar said, his mouth agape. He had to blink his eyes, then once again to make sure he wasn't just seeing things. No, he definitely wasn't. This kid is already this strong, and he's only 7? Gamar was speechless. Most Jonin who knew Kagabunshin no Jutsu were at the most only able to 3 or 4 due to how much chakra the technique actually required. But right now, no matter where the Tokubetsu Jonin turned his head to look, he found himself staring at a sea of orange and blonde. He couldn't even begin to count how many clones Naruto had made. How's that for some clones? The original Naruto smirked, still holding onto the man's wrist. Without another word, the clones cheered and the wave crashed into their opponent. If there was one thing a girl wanted, it was romance. If someone asked Sakura what kind of romance she wanted, the pink-haired girl would be happy to accommodate you with a long list of all the types of dates she planned on going with a special somebody. Long walks on the beach were romantic, or maybe a midnight stroll under the soft hum of the moonlight. A hike up the Hokage monument would be nice, so long as they sat together overlooking Konoha during the sunset. Unfortunately, Sasuke didn't exactly see Sakura the way she looked at him. Nonetheless, girls loved the little things the guys did, like giving them flowers, so why couldn't it also be the other way around? What are you doing here, Billboard Brow? Ino asked, her hand firmly planted on her hip. You better not be here for what I think you're here for. And what would that be? Can I not just buy flowers? Sakura feigned innocence, her voice lilting up. As she strolled into the shop, the aroma of honey filled her nose, suitable for a flower shop, she reckoned. Her classmate rolled her eyes at her. I know you're going to give them to Sasuke. Oh, now that you mention it, that's a great idea. Thanks, Ino Pig. Shut it, you were going to do that anyways, Ino said. The blonde narrowed her eyes. Hey, where are your parents? You didn't come here by yourself, did you? It was a valid question. The girls were both only 7 after all, and it was getting dark outside. Ino couldn't imagine the pink-haired girl was brave enough to walk through town by herself, even if their handsome, dark-eyed Uchiha was involved. They're just outside. Apparently, there's some parade going on that they wanted to see or something. Parade? For what? Sakura shrugged. While she remembered seeing a loud crowd with flashy lights, she wasn't able to put their words together, as their screaming had been all over the place. I want to see, Ino yelled, as she jumped up from behind the counter. She slipped out of the apron she was wearing and crossed over to Sakura. Don't you still have to work? I want my flowers. Ino shot her a fiery look, placing her hand on her hip. It's late. Yamanaka Flowers is closed tonight. I'm so rating this place a 1 out of 5. Genma stood over Naruto, who was lying face first in the snow. Kakebunsin no Jutsu. Eh? So it's true. The Tokubetsu Jonin felt the words in his mouth. Bending down, he pulled the blonde to his feet, although you're still a little reckless with it. Come on, how was I supposed to know you could use substitution jutsu with one of my clones? Naruto said, squinting his eyes at the man with a frown. The boy still couldn't believe that he didn't even land a single hit. Especially after revealing his biggest trick, he thought for sure he was going to fill himself with a few warm bowls of ramen. Instead, he was going to bed with an empty stomach and a bruised face. The bruise wasn't even from Gunma. If you were a little bigger, you would have got me, Gunma said with a slight chuckle. Without even thinking, he reached down and placed his hand on the top of the boy's head. Damn, kid, you're strong for your age. Although the man had said that in encouragement, Naruto couldn't help but feel a knot in his chest at the words, but only because he knew what he meant. Other than the children he'd grown up with at the orphanage, the boy was smaller than most others his age. While he wasn't exactly sure why those who had parents were bigger, he remembered once Irika-sensei had said something about eating good food to grow. Well, unfortunately for Naruto, no matter how much good ramen he ate, He couldn't seem to catch up to any of his peers. It wasn't like he was physically weak or anything. In fact, he could have very well been as strong as even Kiba or Choji. It just irked him knowing that if he was bigger, he would be stronger. Yeah, okay, Naruto mumbled under his breath. Gama raised an eyebrow at him. Come on, don't be so hard on yourself. You're only 7. Still, the boy's frown didn't lighten off his face, and Genma couldn't help but mirror his expression. Physically, Naruto was the splitting image of his father, albeit much smaller, but that was where a lot of the similarities ended. While he had no doubt both of them would have worked themselves to death to improve, Genma could feel a strong intensity seeping from Naruto, something that his father, one of the strongest shinobi to have ever lived, rarely ever showed. Naruto's eyes seemed to turn the air around him frigid, and yet, from within, a hot fire burned. The Yondaime graduated from the academy when he was 10, Naruto said, grabbing his scroll. He fastened the bindings around it and shoved it into his pocket. If I can't even hit you, then I definitely can't surpass him. Genma chewed the sun bon in the corner of his mouth, shoving his hands into his pockets. So he's chasing after Lord Fourth's legacy. Huh. The Tokubetsu Jonin thought to himself. He couldn't help but smirk at the irony of the situation. Listen, Naruto. What? Genma eyed the boy for a moment, allowing the tension in the air to build. How much do you know about the Yondaime? He finally asked. I know he was one of the strongest shinobi to have ever lived. He was the fastest man ever. He was the single reason why our enemies during the Third Shinobi World War wanted peace. And do you know the reason he was so fast? Because he trained super hard? Gama let out a laugh. You're not wrong. But more importantly, he had a special jutsu. Jutsu? Naruto repeated absent-mindedly. He hadn't really seen much jutsu in person before, and so it was a little difficult for him to wrap his head around a jutsu making you fast. It's called Flying Raijin Jutsu, created first by the Nidaime. It's a space-time ninjutsu that teleports the user, the man said. The Yondaime became so good at it, though, that he could move anywhere in the blink of an eye. Flying Raijin Jutsu. Naruto's eyes widened at the words, before a sudden realization popped into his mind. While Naruto knew the Yondaime was fast, he had never really stopped to think about what actually gave him the speed. The boy had just chalked it down to pure physical ability. If he was fast because of a jutsu, doesn't that mean anyone can learn how to use it too? Theoretically, yes. But the Yondaime was the only man who knew how to do it, Genma told him. The man hesitated just for a moment, long enough for Naruto to notice, before he continued. But he taught 3 people a variant of the jutsu. Naruto's eyes beamed. Who are they? Where can I find them? You're looking at one of them, kid. But before Genma could say anything, they were interrupted by the sound of a repeating chant. Death to the demon. Kiba had only ever met one monster before in his life, and it certainly was not his blonde classmate. Sure, Naruto could get on his nerves sometimes, especially back when they'd first joined the academy. Despite what everyone, including himself, Kiba didn't think Naruto was that bad. The blonde being a doofus definitely didn't warrant anyone calling him a monster. So, when he saw Naruto's spikes of yellow peer down from the top of the roof, followed by the angry shouting of the crowd, Kiba's mouth fell agape, dumbfounded. Come down here, you demon. Face judgment for your sins, yelled someone from the crowd. Their voice was drowned out by a chorus of cheering. Kiba felt something in his jacket move and shift. Akamaru poked his head from the boy's hood. To untrained ears, they wouldn't have heard the low growling in the dog's throat, the way any animal would have when threatened. Kiba didn't blame him. He felt the same way. He could barely distinguish his own scent from the stinking man beside him. Animals fought when threatened, especially when they were cornered with no way of escape. Kiba wasn't any different. The hair on his arms and legs, and even the back of his neck stood. His eyes tore themselves between the crowd around him. He noted the gleaming steel of weapons in the moonlight and the burn of torch ash singing his sensitive nose. But even without heightened senses, the boy could have felt the heavy weight in the air bearing down upon his shoulders. Whatever is going on here is bad. Really bad. From above, several of the tenants who lived beneath Naruto poked their heads from their windows to gauge the commotion. Each of their eyes widened when they saw the mass of people forming up. "What's going on here?" one of the tenants shouted. "Why are you all here?" Kiba scoffed. "He'd like to know that, too." One of the men at the front, a farmer, if the pitchfork in his hand was any indication, shouted a reply. "We're here to save Konoha from the demon. We'll save our children. Come join us." Again, the crowd became a raging jumble of screaming, and while no one could really understand what anyone was saying, no one would have missed the anger behind their words. But it was weird to the Inuzuka boy. He knew Naruto had played pranks before, and while he always got caught, everyone usually ignored Naruto. It made Kiba jealous, actually. He could barely run his mouth without Hana or his mom beating his ass. But when Naruto drew mustaches on the freaking Hokage, the four most respected shinobi in the entire damn world, no one even seemed to bat an eye. So, Kiba couldn't even begin to imagine what his classmate had done for this crowd to actually cry for blood. As much as the kid was annoying, the Inuzuka boy definitely didn't want to see Naruto get hurt. "But we can't touch him, won't the Sandame?" someone in the apartment began to say before one of the protesters cut her off. "He'll do what? Kill the people he's supposed to protect?" shouted a man, his face burning bright against the flickering torchlight. Kiba scrunched his nose at the reek of cigarettes soaking his clothes. "We should have never let him back into the seat of Hokage. Now it's too late. Come down now, you demon." For a moment, the crowd stared upwards, screaming and taunting the little boy. Despite the severity of the situation, Kiba couldn't help but smirk at the stupidity the people were going about it. Sure, Naruto was dead last in their class, but even he wasn't dumb enough to come down and face a mob crying for his blue. Naruto, you damn idiot. He would not hold his beautiful baby girl, nor would he kiss the woman he loved ever again. Nozomi and AI. One was hope, and the other was love. Both were purpose, his purpose to endure each grating day from morning to night. They were the only ones in the world who had believed in him, holding him back from the terrible abyss that was death. But since they had both died, it was a miracle that he himself had managed to struggle on for 7 years. It was no use, after all, to continue on like this. If he died, it didn't really matter. Perhaps he was just looking for a way to go out that was worthy enough for his girls. So when he was offered the opportunity to avenge them, Ray knew tonight was going to be his last day until he reunited with his purpose. Around him was a shifting mob of people, morphing in and out of tangled shapes. They were screaming, but he didn't see or hear them. It wasn't because he didn't want to. Ray couldn't. Ever since that night, the world was a swimming fog, suffocating gray, and he was drowning in it. But now, after so long, he could see something. He could see his girls smiling at him, the chaos almost melting away. AI was the moon, and her eyes were the stars. She was truly love. And his dear Nozomi, his sweet little girl, his hope was beautiful. Soon he would be with them, and together it would all be okay. But they were standing behind that kid, the demon fox. Ray surged forward through the mass of people, tears blurring his already swirling vision. His face burned hot. His heart ran. Blood pounded against his ears. Bodies pushed against him, and he shoved back. Nozomi, He felt a scorching burn growing in his throat, searing boiling in his chest. "I'll kill the demon who killed you." The man barreled forward, slamming his hand around the demon's neck and threw him into the earth with a sickening crack. Then he picked him up again and slammed him again and again. And again. Around him, the crowd surged forward, crashing into the two of them. Hands clawed at him, dragging him across the dirt. A sharp pain shot through his rib. Bodies leapt atop of him, crushing him against the ground. Yet still, he could feel the demon writhing in his firm grasp. There was something warm, something wet covering his fingers, and he smiled. Sharp and angry screaming erupted all around him. The words swam in and out of focus as the person speaking was close, then suddenly became far, yet he couldn't make it out. He furrowed his eyebrows. What were they saying? Then there was a piercing cry of a child from somewhere, shattering the muddy world around Ray. Suddenly, everything erupted into chaos, and he realized he could hear the voices around him. "Die, you damn demon! You kill my husband! My son had so much fucking time left. God damn it. Ray could barely move his leg without a sharp pain shooting through it. He writhed, but it was no use. He, like several others, were pinned against the ground by the mass of people trying to kill the demon. He felt someone's breath by his ear and a foot pressing into his side. Perhaps there was even a hand somewhere it shouldn't have been, but even if he wanted to do something about it, he couldn't. Slowly, the man's vision began to dot with white stars, then sink into a dark blackness. He was going to be crushed under the bodies of his fellow villagers. The demon was going to die, and for a moment, Ray felt a numbness, unsure of how to feel. Was he going to hell? Sure, he was going to kill the worst demon that had ever lived, and people would hail him as a hero for years to come, but the truth was, he wasn't doing this for them, for the village. This was for Nozomi and AI only. So he was definitely going to hell, because he was a selfish bastard, while Nozomi and AI were in heaven. The man wept. He didn't hear the massacre which followed. "Mom! Dad!" Sakura shouted, nearly on the verge of tears. Her voice choked at her throat. Ino reached over to squeeze her hand. "We should go." For good reason, too, the blonde thought. She had seen dead people before, as morbid as that sounded, though only at family funerals. This was a little different. It was entire chaos. The dirt street was soaked muddy crimson, drowning the heaps of bodies, some dead and others dying. Men, women, and children screamed, and the girls watched in horror as they were cut down by several masked shinobi. People scrambled for safety, finding shelter under food carts, inside shops, or homes. For a moment, Sakura was frozen, wide-eyed. "Sakura, come on." Ino took off sprinting, nearly dragging Sakura behind her by the hand. They bobbed and weaved through the crowd, which, albeit, wasn't too difficult, since they were small enough to slip through the tiniest of cracks. "Look!" Sakura shouted, her voice almost a whisper in the noise. Ino followed her friend's trembling finger to where she saw several masked shinobi blocking the direction they were headed. "They're over there too." Beside them, a behemoth of a man collapsed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust spilling into the air. Tainting his brown clothes was a dye of darkness, from where a kunai protruded from his back. Ino felt her stomach flip, but she didn't allow herself any pause, instead yanking off to the side, following a trickle of civilians to a nearby alleyway. Before they could make it, however, something clamped onto the blonde's ankle, stopping her in her tracks. "Don't leave me," moaned a man lying on the ground, his fingers fastened tightly around Ino's foot. The ground beside him was an ocean of red, and she wondered how someone could bleed so much before she realized the man was missing a leg. Ino's heart leapt in her chest. She began to shake him off before she saw his face and stopped. It was Tenchi. While she didn't exactly know the man personally, her parents did. He was one of Yamanaka Flower's best customers. He'd actually bought some not too long ago. And now here he was, lying in a pool of his and probably others' blood. "Ino," Sakura said, pulling her away from the man. Still, Tenchi clawed at the air, writhing in pain. With every movement, more blood seemed to squirt from the stump below his hip. There was only a small hint of bile in her mouth before Ino emptied her stomach onto the dirt, with Sakura following suit. Ino was fine before, but now she couldn't stop shaking. Tears began to flow from her eyes, and everywhere she looked, the world seemed to be spinning. Her arms and legs trembled. Her head felt like it was floating. And so, she shut her eyes and fell to the ground. She knew she had to run. She needed to take Sakura and get out of there, but every time she tried to take a step, it was as if some invisible man was holding her still. For what seemed like an eternity, she knelt there, until she felt someone grab her by the arm. "What the hell are you two doing here?" "Kiba," Sakura shouted, instinctively throwing her arms around her classmate. The boy scowled, wrestling himself free. "Quit hugging me. I'm not your damn Uchiha boy." Truth be told, though, he was relieved to find someone he knew. Up until this point, running through the crowds alone, with people dying everywhere. He wouldn't admit it, but he may or may not have wiped some tears before he found the two girls. But he shook the thought out of his head, clenching his jaw. "You're brave, Kiba. You're never scared. Never." "Let's go," he shouted, hauling Sakura and Ino into the alleyway. While the former was relatively fine, the blonde girl collapsed onto the floor, letting out a flustered cry. She clawed her fingers in the dirt, her crying turning into wheezing, until she was left gasping for air. Sakura sidled up beside her, rubbing her friend's back with a gentle palm. Senses heightened, adrenaline pumping, Kiba felt as if one more thing was going to set him off. Kiba opened his mouth to say something, to tell his friends they had to keep running, but thought better of it. Instead, he took a deep breath and sat down, leaning against one of the walls. Under his jacket, Akamaru growled, "I know, buddy. Just a little rest." And still, his hands trembled, his animal instincts ready to fight or flight at a moment's notice. To him, it felt wrong, stopping here, but with one glance at Ino, he knew she was going nowhere. As much as he hated to admit it, the Inuzuka boy didn't think he was strong enough to carry her for that long. Of course, there was the option of leaving her behind. Kiba growled. He definitively was not leaving her behind. Inevitably, the boy's mind began to wander backwards, back to when everything had went to shit. One moment, Naruto was standing in front of the crowd, then suddenly he was being mauled by them. Sure, many people said the Inuzukas were like dogs, but that was something animals would do. There was no way the blonde boy had survived that. He must have been dead within seconds. And then, after that, came the masked shinobi. First had been the reign of Kunai, then the blades. He had seen them before, those shinobi. At first, he hadn't been sure, but the more he thought about it, the more confident he became. Those were the shinobi who protected the Hokage, like his bodyguards. But that was impossible, wasn't it? Why would the Hokage's bodyguards attack the villagers? That would be like the Sandaime himself attacking them. But before he could think any further, he caught the flicker of movement in the corner of his eye, as one of the aforementioned shinobi leapt from the top of the alleyway, his blade swinging downwards at the boy water style. Water bomb, jutsu. Kiba stared dumbfounded as a large jet of water blasted into the masked shinobi, sending him crashing into one of the brick walls with a thud. Take that, Chan! Kiba blinked. Before he realized before him stood a man wearing a blue kimono and a yellow obi, as if he was one of the civilians. He certainly didn't look like much, and the Inuzuka boy would have quickly dismissed him if it wasn't for the full head of pink hair in the shape of a cherry blossom. Don't tell me that's Sakura's. Dad! Sakura shouted, throwing her arms over the man, Haruno Kizashi. Sakura. Before the two could embrace, though, there was a flash of movement, too fast for Kiba to even see. All he heard was the clash of steel against steel and a blur of colors before Kizashi was sent flying backwards, slamming into the ground. You caught me off guard, the masked shinobi growled, pointing his tanto at Sakura's father. I do believe I still maintain the advantage. You're only a civilian, and I'm a jonin, a part of the special ops. Kizashi barely heard his words over the ears splitting ringing in his head. Still, the man shot a half-hearted grin, stumbling to his feet. Chunin, actually, just not wearing my vest, Kizashi spat through grit teeth. Regardless, the two men, and probably even the children, already knew the odds. It was the highest shinobi rank below Kage versus an average ninja. One of them was an elite assassin, while the other delivered packages. It really didn't look good. A small trickle of ice threaded its way down his spine, sending shivers throughout the pink-haired man's body. Feasibly, there was no way he could win. The man outclassed him in every aspect. The little taijutsu or ninjutsu Kizashi actually knew was barely above genin level, whereas any genjutsu was completely out of the question. He wasn't naturally gifted like Lord Hokage, nor was he genetically blessed like any of the major clans in Kanagakure. He was simply Haruno Kizashi, one normal chunin in a world of shinobi. I'm going to die, he thought to himself. My dad's going to beat you up, Cha. The pink-haired girl ran forward, throwing her fist in the air. He's the strongest shinobi ever. For a moment, Kizashi was speechless, not sure whether to reprimand or praise his daughter. After all, what a stupid thing to say to a cold stone killer ready to murder you and your friends. But when he saw the girl's face, realization began to dawn on him. She believed it. Sakura's eyes twinkled with hope, determination spilling from her. To her, Kizashi was the strongest shinobi, and right now, no one could ever take that away from her, not even the Umbu standing before her. And so the Kizashi's smile grew, until his teeth were full bare in a mad grin. A low chuckle began from the pit of his stomach, rising until it exploded into his chest and out his mouth in full laughter. She's right. I'm not just any chunin. I'm a cherry blossom chunin, and I'm gonna kick your ass. Cherry blossom chunin, really? Sakura run. Channeling his chakra into the pit of his gut, Kizashi began to weave the hand signs to his jutsu. Water style, water bomb jutsu. A large force rumbled from within him, the chakra in his stomach rupturing outwards into his throat, exploding from his mouth in a jet stream of water. I'm gonna get you now, you bastard. But this time, the Umbu was ready, dashing away from his jutsu in a cloud of dust. Kizashi continued to follow, shooting the jutsu towards the shinobi, but it was no use. He was too fast. I told you before. You caught me off guard, the Umbu said, dashing towards the man in a blur of color. Kizashi's jutsu faltered and disappeared. He scrambled to throw up a kunai, just in time to deflect a strike. There was a clash of metal, the impact shooting up the man's arm. He barely had time to grit his teeth. However, before the Umbu leapt into the air with a spin, smashing down an axe kick onto Kizashi's head. The man's vision flashed bright white, an incessant ringing filling his ears. Instinctively, he put up his hands to guard his face. A sharp pain rammed into his jaw, sending Kizashi crashing to the ground. His head slammed hard against the ground, reverberating a loud crack through his skull. He felt the cold sting of snow bite into his bare skin, followed by something warm trickling down his neck. Through clenched teeth, the man screamed, willing himself to his feet. He felt his heart drop when a small head of pink swarmed into view. God damn it, I told you to run. Kizashi shouted, his voice a strained wail. Suddenly, the world came barreling back into view, just in time for him to duck under the Umbu's blade. With a war cry, Kizashi rammed the tip of his kunai into the shinobi's chest, or at least tried to before the Umbu caught his wrist and spun, slamming the pink-haired man onto his back. Immediately, the oxygen left Kizashi's lungs, leaving him wheezing for air. The Umbu didn't give him any time to recover this time, quickly twisting the man's arm, breaking it. There was the sharp sound of something snapping, like a small branch, before the night was filled with Kizashi screaming. Tears flooded the man's view, blurring the Umbu above him into a muddled shape. No! Sakura screamed, charging forward towards the Umbu. He was ready for her, though, swinging his sword at the approaching girl. Before she could get sliced, Kiba tackled her out of the way, sending the two of them tumbling into the snow. Are you crazy? Kiba shouted, scrambling to drag her away from the shinobi. He's too strong for you. Sakura was rabid, thrashing against her classmate. She clawed at the boy's face and bit at his hands. Let go of me. He'll kill you. I'll kill him. Kizashi was oblivious to this at this point. There was a weird, pulsing darkness swarming in and out at the edges of his vision, where the only thing in view was a white animal mask. The man slowly reached up with his good arm, seemingly grasping at nothing. Why? He croaked, though even speaking now was difficult for him. You're supposed to protect us. You're sworn to the Hokage. The Umbu's blade flashed, and for a moment, Kizashi thought this was it for him, before, to his surprise, the shinobi knelt down, close enough that if the Umbu wasn't wearing a mask, they could have felt each other's breath. The Hokage is the one who ordered this, the shinobi whispered, his voice even devoid of any emotion. Then with one fluid motion, he raised his tanto and plunged it into Kizashi's throat. Kizashi didn't die immediately. Sure, it hurt like hell, and he would have screamed if he wasn't drowning in his own blood. However, at this point, everything in his body felt as if it was being incinerated. So what was one more injury? Somewhere out there, he could hear someone screaming. Who was that? It almost sounded like his baby girl, Sakura, but that couldn't have been right. She was at home, away from this all. She didn't have to see him like this, broken and crippled, dying like some animal. No one, especially not a child, should watch their own father die in front of them. He was happy she wouldn't. Just one day, he hoped she would leave the shinobi dream of hers and maybe find a nice, clean job in the village. He had heard that the salon down their street was hiring. Sakura would be good at that. He never even wanted her to be a shinobi in the first place. It was too dangerous, especially for people like Kizashi and Sakura, normal people, people without Kekkei Genkai, powers passed down through bloodlines. The world of shinobi was a brutal one. Only the strongest survived, which is why Kizashi drew his last breath and died. Lock the village down now. Sarutobi Hiruzen barked at the two Umbu kneeling before him. Where are all the Jonin? Guy Kakashi? They've already been alerted, Lord Third. This was bad, really bad. Not only was there massive unrest in the city, but the Sandaime had gotten word that there were supposedly rogue Umbu killing the villagers, which could mean only one thing. Danzo had shown his hand. It wasn't a bad move, the old man had to admit. Only he and a few select shinobi knew about Danzo's secret Umbu core, hidden underground the village. Root, they called themselves, and while Hiruzen had ordered Danzo to disband them, the Sandaime would have been foolish to believe his friend would comply. Because of their secrecy and so-called separation, almost everyone would view those Umbu as his Umbu, as if the Hokage himself had ordered the massive slaughter. How could he have let this happen? Truly, he was too old for this. It was only a matter of time before he dropped dead from the amount of trouble he had to deal with in such a short time. The Echion massacre, Danzo's little assassination attempt, and now this? Surely it wasn't at all amusing, but in the context of the god of Shinobi's life, it was a little funny. How ironic that would have been to have lived through 3 Shinboi world wars only to die of stress. It wasn't his first choice, either, to be the successor of his successor, Minato. After he had resigned a hat 8 years ago, the old man had expected a long, happy life with his dear Bawako, with whom they'd watch over their grandchildren and grow even older together. With Minato as Hokage, Konohagakure was safe. The Sandaime didn't have to be its protector any longer. That was until the Yondaime had died and his old friend, Danzo, was vying for the seat, and so Hiruzen had to once again step up. This was all because of the Kyuubi. Hiruzen could understand the sentiment of the village towards Naruto, as even he had suffered great loss that night, including his wife. Not a night passed where the old man wouldn't replay in his mind all that he could have done differently, where perhaps he could have saved Buwako and Minato and all of the countless lives they had lost that night. He was the damn god of shinobi. After all, how could he have not saved them? And for that, Hiruzen himself wished he had been the one to finish the Kyuubi, using that jutsu instead of Minato. Perhaps he could have even found a way to kill the demon. But the Sandaime knew there was a line. Naruto certainly wasn't that demon, only a prison for it. Many people believed it was him, the Hokage that was protecting Konohagakure from a Kyuubi, but Hiruzen could only chuckle at that thought. No, it wasn't him. It was Naruto, that little boy who was holding that monster back all by himself. In fact, the old man had accomplished nothing in his long existence. To some, including himself, he had caused more harm than he had done any good, for it really was a regretful life he lived. One of those regrets was allowing Danzo to continue this game he was playing. He had gone too far, tonight, murdering the ones he had sworn to protect. Except now, it would look really bad if Hiruzen were to take his old friend down. Instead of what it really would be, it would look like Hiruzen was trying to fully take power in Konohagakure by killing one of the most influential men in the village. Hiruzen cursed under his breath, shaking the thought out of his head. There was a bigger threat looming, one that could rival the night of the Kyuubi attack. Tenzo, tell Tenzo to find a boy. Stepping out of the shadows, head bowed, was an Umbu. He remained there for a brief moment, before disappearing, in search of the shinobi called Tenzo. While he didn't look any different than any of the other Black Ops ninja, Hiruzen knew Tenzo wielded was one of the most powerful assets to Konohagakure, perhaps just behind Naruto. Yes, he was going to need to be on the front line. One of the other Umbu stepped forward, crossing their arm over their chest plate. Lord Hokage, and what will you do? Hiruzen pushed past the shinobi before him, heading straight for the door. Without missing a beat, the old man stripped off the white Hokage cloak and hat, revealing the man's battle armor underneath. Beneath his skin, the god of shinobi could feel something pulsing, something he hadn't felt in a long time. It boiled hot like lava, bubbling inside of him. Maybe it was fear, or it was anger. Would it be possible for the seal to already be weakening? Was it that more and more of the Kyuubi's chakra was corrupting Naruto, making him feel more and more hatred for the people of Konoha? If the villagers really pushed that far tonight, then who knew what could happen? If the Kyuubi really did come out, hundreds, even thousands could be killed. It would be his fault. Again, I'm going to atone for my sins. Elsewhere, a masked shinobi knelt on a roof, overlooking the carnage ensuing below. He had done great work today, his blade dripping red onto the snow. Lord Danzo, the sand aim is moving, the root umbu reported. The bandaged man, face unbetraying as always, only gave a small nod. To some, it would have been concerning how little emotion he really showed, but to his men, that was all they knew. The cold, calculating savior who would do anything for their village, to protect them from what he had experienced long ago. They knew of it, the First, Second, and Third Shinobi World Wars, how it had pushed humanity to its worst. They figured it was a lonely position to be in, to be the only a man that had the will to do what needed to be done. And soon it would be even lonelier when all his old comrades were dead. "Sakura, stop!" Kiba yelled, dragging the girl by her arm. While the Inuzuka boy was strong, maybe even the strongest in their entire class, as brute strength was concerned, he was taken aback at the ferocity of the pink-haired girl. Little by little, as she continued to thrash, he could feel his grip on her weakening. Slowly, she was prying herself free. Before them, the Umbu member stood up, retrieving his tanto from Kazashi's gaping throat. Although Kiba did his best to avert his eyes, he still saw a little of the mess. His stomach churned, realizing there was a little resemblance to that of a spewing fountain. "We have to go," Ino managed between a few breaths, somewhat recovered from before. She bounded over to her two friends, wrapping one of her arms Sakura. "I'm sorry, Sakura. This is nothing personal, I assure you." The Umbu's voice was void of any feeling, as if he was only a shell of a person. He turned to face the trio, his white animal mask glistening in the winter moon. At his side rested his blade, now dripping red with blood. Kiba's chest began to seize up, as if something was clamping at his heart. All his muscles began to scream for him to run, to move, to escape. "I'm not scared." The snow crunched under the snow, as the Umbu took a step towards them. "I'm never scared." Tears were beginning to build in his eyes, followed by the shaking in his arms and legs. Underneath his skin trickled cold ice, freezing his blood solid. It was a feeling Kiba knew all too little, yet was particularly familiar with. He was terrified. The Umbu's tanto glinted a sickly crimson as the shinobi rushed forward, straight for Kiba. Instinctively, the boy cursed aloud, letting Sakura out of his grasp, falling to the ground in horror. While the blade soared right over his head, he couldn't help but feel as if someone had plunged a dagger right into his heart, paralyzing him. "Get up, damn it, get up." Before he could move, the Umbu kicked his foot into Kiba's face, sending the back of his head smashing into the floor. Quickly, the shinobi planted his foot onto the boy's chest. Even if he wanted to escape, there was no way now. He was trapped. "Why? We're just kids." "An Inuzuka clan boy," came the voice from behind the mask. For a moment, there was silence, as if the shinobi was studying him. "Maybe we can use you." But before Kiba could even digest the man's words, there was a startling war cry, as a head of pink hair crashed into the Umbu. "You killed my dad," Sakura screamed, throwing her entire body into the shinobi. While he was much bigger than her, barely moving at her weight, he was a little taken aback, letting a few of her punches land. After a while, he clutched her by the throat, lifting her up in front of him. This one appears to be overtaken with emotion. Kiba knew what was going to happen next. It was as if everything began to happen in slow motion. The Umbu twirling his blade, the glinting metal streaming in the air, Sakura's widened eyes, a gloved hand clasped around the girl's throat. "God damn it, you fucking worthless piece of shit. Get up." He watched as the Umbu thrusted the blade into Sakura's stomach. Or at least, he would have, before there was a flurry of movement, and the umbu was sent flying backwards, crashing into the wall behind him. Immediately, Kiba felt the weight of the man off of his chest as he took one long breath, his vision swirling back to him. There, standing above them, was a man, dressed in a standard Konohagakure shinobi uniform. Spiky white hair stood from his head, almost as if it was a flame, and covering most of his face, including his mouth and nose, was a black mask. Most notably, however, was that the man's forehead protector was drawn down over the man's left eye, and Kiba wondered why. Wouldn't that block an entire half of his periphery? That little pink-haired girl's feisty, the man said, gesturing at Sakura, who was now lying on the ground, stunned. She could be a great kunoichi one day. Who are you? The stranger turned his back towards them, stepping towards the umbu, who was now picking himself to his feet. Without looking at the children, the man spoke, his voice aloof and distant. Kakashi. They had killed him. He was dead. At least his clone was dead. Peering down at the carnage below, Naruto didn't know why, but he knew the exact moment when the clone died. Not only that, but he also knew how, as if the clone's memories were his own. The boy could feel it, the way the man's fingers locked around his throat, slamming him into the dirt. The overwhelming mass of people crushing him, suffocating him in a grave of flesh and blood. The last few moments of gasping for air, only for everything to fade into darkness. It was strange because the real him, the original Naruto, was up on his roof with Gunma the entire time. And he saw himself die from another perspective. Naruto's blood boiled as he eyed the screaming mob below. It wasn't entirely a surprise to the boy. He knew it was bound to happen eventually, the villagers trying to kill him. That is, it wasn't like they hadn't gotten physically violent with him before. Nonetheless, the boy found his mind in freefall, unable to find the words to explain his feelings. His stomach churned and his legs tremored. His hands were balled fists. Around him, his seething breath turned the frigid freeze fire hot. From his feet to his head, his entire body began to burn, as if he was becoming engulfed in an insatiable flame, consumed by an unstoppable rage. I did nothing to them. Naruto sunk to the snow on his knees, digging his fingers into the plated roof. His chest tightened. He clawed for air, and yet his lungs continued to gasp. They hate me. Somewhere nearby, the boy could hear Gunma saying something, screaming something, even, but he could not hear. All he could focus on was the voice in his head. Kill them all. What the fuck is... The words fell short from Sarutobi Asuma's mouth, along with his burning cigarette. He knew all too damn well what it was. He relived it every single night. It was the same chakra that had shown up 7 years ago, just before his mother and countless of others had died. But there was no way, unless that kid had actually... Fuck. This was fucking bad. Her father was an idiot. While the Fire Daimyo, as he was called, was the strongest of all the feudal lords in Hai no Kuni, Ayako knew it wasn't so much as he who was leading, but rather his advisors. Tonight was no different. Kichi and Kin, the twin advisors, were hurling arguments at each other. As the other advisors uncomfortably shifted in their seats, the Fire Daimyo stared blankly into the night, not a single thought in his head. What do you mean, mobilize our forces? Kichi roared, the hulking man slamming his fists against the wooden table, sending a shudder up Ayako's arms. What I'm saying means just what it sounds like, Kin fired back, unwavering at his brother's outburst. We need to raise troops before it's too late. Except no Fire Daimyo has ever needed to raise an army since the founding of Konohagakure. Not Lord Toshi, nor his father, or even his father. Not to mention the tremendous economic strain of training and feeding thousands of soldiers. Kin jumped from his seat, face flustered bright pink. The man scurried to the edge of the room, gesturing outside the window at the sea of lights against the dark night. Lord Toshi is supposed to protect those people out there. So, then, what do you suppose we do about the feudal lords currently mustering their own soldiers? No feudal lords are raising their own. Fushinagari Province. The lord there has raised at least 1,000 of his own samurai. Samurai not from Tsuchi no Kuni, from Hai no Kuni, jumped in one of the advisors, a bright-haired woman named Umi. Kin nodded a thanks to her. Then there's Mohari province, where there are a few hundred shinobi. Oh, so we should be worried about a few personal retinues? And yet, everyone, including Kichi, was well aware of the military buildup of many of the feudal lords in Hai no Kuni, ever since the Kyubi attack on Kanehagakure. While Omi had only mentioned two, Ayako knew they could have started counting on her fingers all the daimyo with growing power and still needed more hands. Lord Toshi, I appeal to you as your humble advisor that we must begin building up our own military before it's too late, Kin said to the fire daimyo, who just pursed his lips at the man's words. It seems you forget that the entire shinobi village of Kanehagakure supports us, Kichi added. And do you remember what happened the last time we relied on that village? My son was a child when the last shinobi world war ended, and now he's getting married next month. Yet, Hai no Kuni still bleeds from the memories of that conflict. Ayako couldn't remember much about the war, having only been a child when the treaties were signed. Still, from the stories she'd been told growing up, her lessons, and even just observing her people, she truly believed there had been a time when Hai no Kuni had bled and her rivers had run red. Almost a decade later, the land had only scarred over, rendering most of the northwestern provinces of Hai no Kuni inhabitable, unusable, undesirable. What a damn blow it had been to the industry. Despite all the words the girl had to say about Tsuchi no Kuni and Iwagakure, ignorance certainly wasn't one of them. Apparently, those same provinces had once been the breadbasket of Hai no Kuni, producing nearly 3/4 of the nation's entire crop supply. Without that land, the country had plunged into an endless pit of debt and hunger and continued to free fall ever since. Hai no Kuni could have done nothing, either. The fire daimyo's military consisted of nothing except for a few small bands of rogue shinobi and ronin from Tetsu no Kuni. So, all they did was sit and watch as the Iwagakure shinobi slaughtered their people, burning their homes to the ground. Under the table, Ayako clenched her fists. Unlike her father, her, and many in Hai no Kuni knew it was that damn Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault the people were starving. In the later years of the war, Kanehagakure was winning, pressing deep into Tsuchi no Kuni, and yet, for some reason, he decided to sign the treatise that would eventually mark the end of the Third Shinobi World War in nothing other than a white peace. A damn white peace. Hundreds of thousands, both innocent and not, were dead, with nothing to show for it. In the end, Ayako didn't care what the shinobi did. If they wanted to continue fighting, killing each other for the sport of it, she wouldn't stop them. However, when that fighting, that killing, spilled over into their land and harmed the innocent, that was the last straw. We should move to abandon Konoha, Ayako said, pressing her palms into the table. She could feel the burn of the advisor's eyes on her, though it didn't really bother her. She knew she was right. She always was. Lady Ayako, with all due respect, I don't believe you're hardly old enough to understand these matters, Kichi said, reining his tone low. The only purpose you're here in the meeting today is... So I can learn Rule 1 day, I understand, the girl said. However, that in itself is all the reason why I should have a say. I would rather actually have a country to lead, rather than my clan be some forgotten name. Ayako eyed Kichi intently, forcing herself to meet his gaze. The man's mouth stretched into a small line. While it was true she was young, 12 years to be exact, Ayako found herself to be just as capable as any other adult, if not better. It wasn't as if she was a simple, arrogant swine, either, but rather, as long as she could remember, she had excelled at nearly everything she had put herself to. The girl had to be cold at times. She had to be calculating. She had to be smart. And she was all those things. Yes, but just the economic burden alone should cause us to pause, Kichi said. Our people suffer so much already as it is, and I fear that if we... The man's voice subsided into a muddled hush, like a whisper in the background. Our people suffer so much. With one glance around the table, she doubted any of the people seated had suffered a single moment in their perfect lives. Pure whites and vibrant pinks glimmered in the low light, clan emblems sewn onto their pristine clothing. From Omi's neck hung an enchanting necklace, possibly costing millions of Rio alone. Both Kichi's and Kin's midsection protruded. What did he know about suffering? No, it wasn't their people who were suffering. It was her people. That was something else the war had caused: greed. Refugees fleeing from the front line to the population centers, along with a severe production hit, had caused a massive shift in the mindset in the people of Hai no Kuni, especially the upper class. It had made them selfish, uncaring of those suffering. They hoarded their food, medicine, water, fearing that there would not be enough to go around. Perhaps there really wasn't enough resources for everybody, not after the war. But that was all on the damn Hokage and his white piece. Even now, it would be better if he was dead. The one time he actually decides to visit the kid, and this happens. If he survived this, he definitely was going to ask for a vacation. Hey, it's okay. Genma seethed through clenched teeth, trying to keep his voice even. He couldn't believe it. Despite how many people complained, how many people voiced their concerns about the monster within Naruto, never once had there been an incident that had been notably concerning. Sure, the kid played pranks, got into the odd scrap here and there. He was just a kid being a kid, and that was the extent of it. In all 7 years since the attack, the seal containing the Kyuubi had been a dam, unfaltering against the Bijuu's chakra. That dam had seemingly shattered. Naruto roared, bellowing into the night sky. Genma could feel the searing heat of the Kyuubi's chakra scorching his skin, burning so intense. The chakra itself was visible, a fiery cloak of red consuming the boy's body. Naruto's hands were claws with fingernails like knives. His face distorted in anger, hot red glowering from Naruto's eyes, jagged slits carved down his irises like that of an animal. Like a fox. Sure, while Naruto looked almost the exact same, albeit with the aforementioned changes, one didn't exactly have to be a sensory-type ninja to realize the boy was becoming more demon every passing moment. It didn't even feel like he was even there anymore. No, this wasn't the same kid he'd fought with and made a bet with a few minutes ago. This was something darker, intense, stronger. Strong enough to have killed the Yonde. The boy roared once more, shooting his piercing eyes to Genma. Shivers tremored up the man's arms, down his spine, and into the rest of his body. The edges of his vision began to blacken. Cold sweat dripped to the snow at his feet. Crushing pressure squeezed against the insides of his chest, followed by the hollow thumping of his beating heart. Slowly, Genma raised his hand in front of him defensively, the way someone did when approaching a cornered animal. "Hey kid, I'm not going to hurt you," he said, eyeing Naruto through slits. Carefully, he slid his other hand down his leg until he felt the familiar cold metal of his kunai against his fingertips. "Listen, why don't we?" Without warning, Naruto blitzed forward, throwing up a cloud of snow in his wake. In a blink, the boy closed the distance between the two, hammering his fist into Genma's face, sending the shinobi hurtling across the roof. For a moment, the world was a spinning mass of colors. Then gravity tore him downwards, slamming him against the ground. Ignoring the burning pain in his body, Genma flipped to his feet, ducking just in time to dodge a bulleting fist. As Naruto shot past him, the Tokubetsu Jonin threw his arm into the boy's torso, ramming his palm against Naruto's throat. An exasperated breath escaped Naruto's lips before Genma tightened his grip and slammed him to the ground. Beneath the two, the roof trembled. Not missing a beat, the older man stomped his heel against the boy's stomach. "Stay down," Genma screamed, his words like fire in his mouth. Naruto only roared, sinking his claws into the Tokubetsu Jonin's leg. Instinctively, the man began pulled away, staggering backwards. Jumping to his feet, Naruto lunged forward, swiping towards Genma. The man leaned away, narrowly dodging the assault, before another fist barreled into view. In a breath, Genma raised his arm upwards in a guard, blocking the attack. A sharp pain shot up his arm. He staggered backwards, breath ragged through grit teeth. Shit, he hits hard. Up until now, the man had been trying to keep himself from using any jutsu against the boy, in case he somehow harmed him. Except, Genma wasn't even sure if he could hurt him. It was probably the other way around, judging by the throbbing pain in Genma's arm. Really, if he wanted to get out of this relatively unscathed, he was going to have to give it his all. Genma's hands began to move in a blur, weaving together a combination of hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A burning heat began to build up in the man's chest. Raising 2 fingers to his mouth, he blew outwards, expelling all the built-up chakra from within him. Suddenly, his vision was blinding white, then yellow and orange, as a massive fireball erupted from his mouth towards Naruto. The air between the two scorched, vaporizing the snow beneath them into wispy steam. The wall of flame slammed headfirst into Naruto, sending him skidding backwards against the ground. Genma didn't let up, firing another fire jutsu at the boy. Naruto dug his claws into the tiles, throwing himself to the side, narrowly dodging the approaching inferno. Shit. Heart racing, Genma scrambled to weave another set of hand signs. The hare sign, ox, boar. But before he could finish, a flash of red streamed in his vision, before a sharp pain rammed into the man's gut. Genma wheezed, his lungs seizing and chest squeezing. His knees began to buckle, tremoring under his weight. Gritting his teeth, Genma blocked a wild haymaker, grunting from the impact. He quickly answered back, spinning on his foot and driving his knee into the boy's chin. He knew Naruto wanted a close fight, wanted a brawl. Admittedly, it was a smart move. Sure, the Tokubetsu Jonin was bigger, and with much better technique. The Kyuubi chakra was nothing to scoff at, though. The boy was way faster and much stronger than he'd been before, to the point that Genma's arms were beginning to redden and swell from the impact of Naruto's attacks. As they continued to exchange blows, they began to settle into a pattern. The younger of the two would wildly swing at the older, who would narrowly dodge, only to return with an attack of his own. While most of Genma's strikes were hitting, as time went on, the man couldn't help but notice the growing heaviness in his limbs, whereas Naruto only seemed to be getting faster. Perhaps it was the boy's incredible stamina kicking in, or maybe he was drawing from the Kyuubi's energy itself. Probably both. This is bad. And it was. Each breath felt like he was trying to swallow gravel, the air scratching his throat every time he inhaled. His arms were on fire. A sharp pain pressed into his stomach whenever he moved. He prayed it wasn't a broken rib, but at this point, he'd be surprised if it wasn't. Yet, he couldn't just run. He couldn't just leave the boy alone to wreak havoc on the village. Not only because Naruto would have hurt a lot of people, but because Genma couldn't do that to Minato. He couldn't let this kid go down that path. Damn it, Genma seethed. Before he could say anything else, though, he felt Naruto's claws tear through his flak jacket. The boy lifted Genma up, pummeling him against the floor, and through the roof in a shower of snow and plaster. The two smashed into the top of a wooden table, a splintering crack exploding throughout the room. Genma felt his stomach lurch, landing on the floor with a thud. The man groaned, trying his best to ignore the thousands of paper bombs exploding in his head. With each breath, he could feel something powdery in his throat, followed by the metallic tang of blood on his lip. The Tokubetsu Jonin stumbled to his feet, his legs beginning to quiver under his own weight. Despite the little moonlight shining through the gaping hole in the ceiling, Genma could tell he was in a kitchen. Ignoring the shattered blocks of wood strewn about and the thin layer of plaster and snow covering the ground, he could make out the blocky silhouette of a fridge in the corner. To his other side sat a sink flanked by kitchen counters. A trash bin sat beside, filled to the brim with a mountain of instant ramen cups. It wasn't the grandest place he'd ever seen, but the fact that a kid lived here all by himself boggled his mind. "You gotta eat healthier," Genma said with a dry laugh. As he did, a sharp pain cut through his side, causing him to double over. Definitely a broken rib. Genma had definitely had his fair shares of fights before, especially having been one of the Yandame's bodyguards when he had still been alive. The life of the shinobi was filled with violence, killing, and death. If a ninja wasn't brawling one day, one could have been certain he was preparing for one. That's just how it worked. Their entire livelihood was based around bloodshed. But damn, despite Genma's usual cool demeanor, he would have been lying if there weren't some fights that put a lump in his throat. This was definitely one of them. Across the room, A clawed hand slammed against the wall. Slowly, Naruto pulled himself from the floor and turned to face the man, fangs bared. The suffocating air burned hot and dry, as the red chakra surrounding the boy raged around him. Aside from a few scratches, he seemed completely unharmed. In fact, Gama felt like he'd just made Naruto more pissed. The apartment was filled with a guttural roar as Naruto blitzed forward. Genma dodged sideways, almost too quickly, ramming into one of the kitchen counters as the boy sped past. A rack of pans jarred loose, falling to the wooden floor with a chorus of banging. Pain scorched his legs. His lungs burned. His vision spun. Without pausing to look back, Genma sprinted for the front door. Before the man could clasp his fingers around the handle, he felt the collar of his jacket catch, and he was ripped backwards. His back slammed onto the ground. On impact, the breath fled from his body, leaving him gasping for air. A fist darted into view, narrowly grazing the Tokubetsu Jonin's face. Right beside his ear, he heard the floor splinter. Another punch flew his way, then another. Genma continued to dodge, weaving his head away from each blow. The man reached upwards and clutched the boy's orange jacket in his hand. He strained to push the boy off him, except it felt as if he was trying to lift an entire building off his chest. Naruto slammed another fist into the ground beneath them. The entire ground shuddered and creaked before suddenly they were sent falling through the floor. Yet again, Genma tightened his grip on the boy's jacket and twisted his body, flipping Naruto beneath him. The boy smashed back first against the carpet below. A scream filled the room. Turning his gaze for a brief moment, the Tokubetsu Jonin's heart nearly skipped a beat when he found himself staring at a young woman, head full of blonde. In her arms, she clutched a little bundle of blankets, covering what must have been a baby, no more than a year old at that. Genma's first instinct was to curse aloud. "Go! Get out of here!" he yelled. With an exasperated heave, Genma clenched his hands around the boy's wrists and jammed them against the floor. The woman stared, mouth agape, for a moment, before a wail escaped her mouth, and she took off running into one of the bedrooms. "Kid, stop!" Genma seethed. Suddenly, one of the boy's fists pried themselves free, slamming into Genma's jaw with a sickening crack. A sharp pain spiked upwards into the man's skull. There was a bright flash of white, followed by an incessant ringing in his ears. The Tokubetsu Jonin toppled sideways off the boy, collapsing to the floor. Everything swarmed to black. "It's okay," the woman whispered through choked breaths, pressing her face against the infant's. In her trembling hands, the child wriggled, though, fortunately, remained silent. "We're going to be okay." That shinobi was going to save them. He was going to save them from the demon. Yet the wetness streaking down her cheek said something else. Another sob caught her chest, this one filling her throat with a gagged cry. Cold ice trickled its way down her spine. The hairs on the back of her neck and her arms and legs stood. Her gut churned and twisted deep in the pit of her stomach. It bubbled and growled, groaned, even as her insides threatened to come out. Of all places to live, of all apartments in Kanahagakure, for some reason, she'd chosen to settle here, right under the nose of the QB. It wasn't as if she didn't know, either. The landlord and several of the other tenants, and even the citizens outside, had been very clear as to who was just above. Many of them had explained in very explicit detail. But she had just brushed them off as stories, tales from a tragedy that had occurred 7 years prior. He was just a harmless kid with bad circumstances. It wasn't as if he was actually the demon itself. Or so she thought, until that very demon came crashing through her ceiling. Perhaps it was rotten luck. Maybe it was Cammy punishing her for all the people she had wronged. It could have even been the ghost of her dead mother pulling the strings of fate itself. There were countless of reasons, endless of possibilities why this was the hand life had dealt here. Yet in the end, none of it really mattered. Whatever the case was, she deserved it. Her sweet baby boy did not. Behind her was the sound of something or someone slamming into the wall. The woman jumped with a yelp. On the other side of the wall came a strange noise. Thump. Slowly, she crept away from the door, clutching her child tight against her beating chest. Her lungs burned. With each breath, the heavy air lodged itself in her throat. Thump! The woman turned and crossed over to the pale moonlight streaming through the window. Lifting a hand from her baby, she placed her bare palm against the freezing glass before pulling away when she looked outside. Thump! Red. Red everywhere. The streets were red. The buildings were red. Stands and carts and wooden poles were red. People were red. Thump! Did that demon really do all of this? Thump! Was he going to do this to her? Thump! Thump! Would he do this to her baby? Thump! Thump! The woman fumbled for the latches, shoving the window open with an ear-splitting creak. Immediately, a blast of icy wind slammed into her, freezing the tears on her face. She peered over the edge at the ground below. Her blood froze. Thump-da-thump. She would die if she jumped. Thump-da-thump, thump. Her legs would shatter first. Thump-da-thump, thump, thump, followed by the rest of her. Thump-da-thump, thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the noise stopped. There was drowning silence, filled only with her blood pounding against her skull. The woman whipped her head back around towards the wall. She strained to listen, to hear something, anything. There was the wild howling of the wind against her back, the small breaths of her baby in her arms, her hammering heart. But those were nothing. She couldn't hear the shinobi who had been fighting the demon. She couldn't hear the demon itself. There was nothing. Then the wall exploded in a blast of plaster and wood, a blur of movement streaking towards her. Without even looking, the woman leaned backwards and let gravity tear her from the room, sending her and her child plummeting towards death. Hiruzen could not believe his eyes when he saw Naruto standing over the broken corpse of a woman, clutching something eerily small to her chest. Naruto, that boy he'd raised since he was a baby. Naruto, who was like a grandson to the old man. The kid whose dream was to become the Hokage, just like him. The boy who'd so long ago been a beacon of hope in the storm of despair. The fragile child the Hokage so clearly remembered clawing from the piles of rubble and held in his arms as he wept over all of his fallen loved ones. Minato, Kushina, Biwako. That boy was now a monster. He was a beast. He was that kid, the demon fox. Autumn was something bittersweet to Hiruzen. It certainly is beautiful, he thought, as he clambered up the side of the mountainside. It was a small dirt path he was walking, flanked on both sides by trees dancing in the wind. Golden and auburn leaves fluttered and rustled as they glided through the warm breeze. Somewhere a toad croaked amongst the soft chorus of crickets chirping. With a breath of warm air through his nose, he could taste the soft, sweet aroma of hot pastries wafting from the lights down below. The village glowed orange from the setting sun. Hiruzen smiled. Nights like these reminded the Hokage there was more to life than sitting behind his desk and signing paperwork. There was an entire world out there, one that was bigger than him, bigger than Konohagakure and even Haino Kuni. So then, why was it that every 10th of October his heart grew so heavy that he could barely breathe? The old man trudged ahead, scanning the cliffside in the distance. Even with his failing eyesight, he could make out the 4 distinct carvings of all the Hokage in the rock: Hashirama-sensei, Tobirama-sensei, Hiruzen, and Minato. Minato, I'm sorry. For a while, the old man walked in silence, relishing in the breeze running through him. Slowly, the splotches of orange on the dirt road faded. The sky melted into twilight, drawing a soft violet from the corners of heaven. Eventually, even that drowned away into a palette of dark blue and black, leaving nothing but the sea of stars twinkling above. Once, perhaps long ago, Hiruzen would have found himself speechless at the expanse of the universe laid bare for his mortal eyes. In fact, he distinctly remembered a familiar moment he'd shared with his dear Biwako just before she'd passed 4 years ago on this very day. But now, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fill the hollow emptiness in his heart. The Hokage was an old man. That much was clear to see. He'd lived through every shinobi world war thus far, and continued to painfully relive them every night. He'd watched his comrades, friends, and family die. He had even been on the giving side of that cycle. Perhaps it would have made sense if he was callous to the tragedy that was death. Except he wasn't. Every time, it was as if a piece of his heart tore off and disappeared into a blackening void, almost to the point where he sometimes wondered whether he still had any being in his soul to care. He hated the bitterness of violence in his mouth and had hated it from his very first taste. But he couldn't do anything. All he could have done was pray and hope for a world of peace. A world free of suffering and hurt. A world without pain. Hiruzen was called the god of shinobi, yet he deep down was weak. He had always been too weak, and because of that, everyone he had ever loved had died, were dying or going to die. He hoped soon it would be his turn. Quite morbid thoughts, Hiruzen chuckled to himself. If Biwako could see him now, she would tease him for being so broody, just like his old friend Danzo. The Hokage breathed a sigh through his nose, shaking the thoughts from his head when he saw the soft, flickering glow of yellow in the woods. Squinting his eyes, he could make out the hazy silhouette of a pitched tent strung onto one of the low-hanging branches, while the air was heavy with a strong smell of fish roasting on a fire. As Hiruzen approached the campsite with a lumbering gait, he was careful to make as much noise as he possibly could. After all, he wouldn't want to scare the inhabitant, would he? And so the leaves and twigs crunching and snapping under his feet were like blaring alarms. And the old man even started to hum one of Asuma's favorite lullabies when he was a child. "Old man Hokage, is that you?" A voice called before a spiky head of blonde hair poked out from the folds of the tent. Even though the firelight cast long shadows on the boy's face, Hiruzen was sure he could make out widened eyes and quivering lips. "It is me, Naruto," Hiruzen said with a chuckle. "You're not scared, are you?" The two stared at each other for a long moment, the air filled with nothing but the crackling of the nearby fire. Then Naruto threw his arms up in exasperation. "When you come trampling and making all that noise, how can I not be scared? There are wild animals out here, Dadabayo." Hiruzen just laughed, ruffling Naruto's hair with his hand. "What's so funny? I thought you're the strongest shinobi ever. Shinobi are supposed to be quiet." "Oh, is that so? How will you ever become a shinobi, then?" Hiruzen said, playfully raising an eye. "Hey." Ignoring the boy's comments on how he was the best at hide-and-seek, the old man crossed over to the burning campfire. The flames crackled and burned high, climbing up the pyramid of sticks to lap at the roasting fish hanging above. Against his bare skin, and even through his cloak, Hiruzen felt the heat of the fire. He breathed in the acrid smoke. A smile crossed Hiruzen's lips at the thought that a child had been able to pitch a tent and set up a fire on his own. While no big feat on its own, the fact that the boy was only 4 and had never left the village before certainly put some weight behind that accomplishment. The old man wondered whether perhaps it was some of Naruto's father's genius beginning to shine. Hiruzen sat at one of the logs around the fire, and Naruto took the seat beside him. For a moment, they sat in silence against the sizzle and crack of the fire. The air grew stifling hot. Eventually, the boy spoke up. "So, I'm in trouble," Naruto said with a sheepish grin, rubbing the back of his head. "Oh yes, young man, big trouble," Hiruzen said. Naruto's face visibly paled. Or, as the youngsters would say, big doo-doo. This managed to draw a small laugh out of the little child, which Hiruzen couldn't help but smile at. They don't say that," Naruto managed through his giggles. They don't? I must be getting old." "Yeah, you're ancient." The two laughed, filling the night sky with a sound that, admittedly, none of them had heard for quite some time. Hiruzen finally sighed and said, "I'll let this go just once, Naruto, but don't do this again, okay?" The young boy nodded. For a moment, they didn't say anything, until Hiruzen reached into the folds of his cloak and produced the gift he'd been waiting all day to give to the child. It was something he knew Naruto had been wanting for a while now, but the villagers being as paranoid as they were would have rather thrown them away than sell them to the boy. Fortunately, being the Hokage had its perks. In the firelight, the man outstretched his arm, revealing a pair of goggles hanging from his rugged hands. "Happy birthday, Naruto." A pair of cracked goggles hung from the boy's neck, the lenses smeared with red streaks. His eyes burned like blood, and from his mouth bared piercing fangs. The pure chakra around Naruto tore into the raging wind, scorching the air's sharp acid as it thundered around him. The night melted away in a glow of hot orange. But to Hiruzen, the world was just a blur of colors behind his tearing eyes. Naruto, the old man, croaked under his breath, but his words faltered, fading away like embers from a fire. He clenched his fists. There was no room for any softness. That was his mistake before. He wouldn't be making it again. Barrier, the Hokage roared, his voice erupting from his chest. At his command, for Umbu flanking the sides of the street spread out into a rectangle formation. The shinobi raised their arms in front of them, each pressing their palms together. Ninja art, four flames formation, they yelled in unison. Immediately, from each of their hands, blinding lights of pink shot outwards towards the other shinobi in the formation, so that each Umbu was a corner piece in a pink rectangle. The ground trembled. The air between the shinobi grew dark purple until they were connected by towering walls shimmering translucent. To the untrained eye, it would have been a strange sight to behold, a massive shimmering box of purple resting in the center of their village. To the Jonin, it was a barrier that would have burned anyone with just a single touch, demon or not. While that meant the people outside were safe from the QB as long as the walls were up, it also meant the Hokage was trapped inside with it. The old man wasn't taking any chances tonight. If the demon did manage to fully take over Naruto or to escape its seal, Kami knew they were going to need that barrier. If it really came down to it, only one of them would be leaving tonight. And that fact nearly sent the old man's stomach leaping out of his mouth. Hiruzen watched through slits as Naruto bellowed at him, then lowered onto all fours, readying himself to charge. The air around him blistered and blazed, scorching from the intensity of the demon's chakra. It burned like a fire, and his body was the kindling, hot red tongues evaporating into the night. Dirt swept into the air. The earth beneath him tremored before shattering in a violent explosion, sending long fissures spiderwebbing across the ground. So we meet again, QB. The boy disappeared in a blast of rising dust. The dirt beneath him became a cracked crater. Suddenly, a blur of red shot through the air towards the old man. Hiruzen wasted no time. Earth release, mud wall. The Hokage shouted through a series of hand signs. A hot warmth began to fill his body, his chakra pulsing throughout his veins. He slammed his palms into the ground. The ground trembled and cracked before a wall of earth shot upwards between him and Naruto. This will stop him. I just need to send my chakra. Before he could finish the thought, the wall exploded in a shower of rock and dust. The Hokage caught a blur of red in the corner of his eye. He stepped aside, narrowly dodging the hurtling claws, close enough that he could feel the heat of the QB's scalding chakra against his cheek as Naruto soared by. The boy rammed his nails into the dirt, leaving a track of smoldering claw marks as he skidded across the road. Spinning to face the boy, Hiruzen found his hand subconsciously moving upwards to his cheek, which was still warm from Naruto's chakra. Surely, if a missing hit could produce that much heat, the Hokage didn't want to even imagine how it would have felt if the boy had actually managed to land a blow on him. Or worse, lock him in a slogging brawl. That would definitely not go over well. So, taijutsu was definitely not a favorable method of attack, and Hiruzen wasn't entirely sure any jinjutsu would have worked on the QB. At least not as jinjutsu. That left ninjutsu. It was certainly the most viable option, and one the Hokage was very well acquainted with. Even still, the old man could feel a heavy chain pulling on him from just the thought of firing a massive fireball at the boy. He knew what he needed to do, but he didn't know if he had the strength to do it. Naruto rushed forward in a blast of heat, the ground quaking beneath him. Without another thought, Hiruzen wove the signs for Earth Jutsu. Immediately, the dirt around him exploded into a storm of dust. Earth-style, earth bombardment. With the flick of a finger, massive chunks of rock tore themselves from the ground and hurtled toward the boy. Whistling through the frigid air, a wall of stones slammed into Naruto's gut. He let out an exasperated gust of breath. His feet slid backward. Then another chunk slammed into his face, whipping the boy's neck sideways. The hail of earth bombarded him, pummeling his body until he was sent spinning up towards the sky. Twisting, the boy flipped midair, landing on all fours. His eyes seethed. His breath burned, but the old man didn't give him a chance, rapidly flying through another set of hand signs. Water style, water chains. Streams of water shot out from the ground, wrapping around the boy's wrists and ankles like tendrils. As soon as they touched him, the water began to sizzle and boil from the heat of the Kyuubi's chakra. The air burned with hot steam. Hiruzen grit his teeth, instantly feeling the link between him and the jutsu falter, until it completely evaporated. The water fizzled, spilling to the ground in a puddle. In the blink of an eye, Naruto tore through the dividing space. Instinctively, Hiruzen forced the chakra to his arms as a barrier against the scorching air. Naruto hurtled his fist forwards. The old man swept the attack aside, slamming his own hand into the boy's stomach. The two continued to clash, Hiruzen covering his body with his own chakra, while Naruto wildly thrashed at the older man. With each blow, the ground shook, and each jutsu sent the night flashing in multitudes of blinding colors. The air burned acid, searing the old man's throat with every breath. And that was what the problem was. It wasn't as if Naruto was too fast or strong. Hiruzen could have even said he was comfortably outmaneuvering the boy. No, the problem was the Kyuubi's chakra cloak, which seemingly poisoned the air around it, burning anything or anyone that got too close. And any jutsu the Hokage threw at him did nothing but slow him down. At least, any non-lethal jutsu. The truth was, and he himself knew it, he was scared. He was terrified that once everything was over, he would find out that he had not been the demon Fox, but instead had just been beating up the boy. And so, perhaps even consciously, he had put up a barrier of his own dividing the jutsu he could and couldn't use against Naruto. This, for a brief moment, sent a memory flashing through Hiruzen's mind. When are you going to teach me some cool jutsu, old man? He didn't know why out of all times. Now was the moment he was reminiscing. It had been a random memory, back to the night when Naruto had run away because of the villagers' incessant berating of him. Regardless, it had been a time the old man was quite fond of, one that he wasn't sure he could ever go back to. Hiruzen was thrown back into reality when he saw a flash of orange, and a sudden pain slammed into his gut. The scorching air shredded his skin. The old man was ripped backward, tumbling against the dirt. With a breath, the Hokage flipped onto his feet just in time to duck under a wild swing. Hiruzen twisted, sweeping the boy's legs from beneath him. He collapsed in a cloud of burning dust. Hiruzen leaped backward, attempting to create distance between him and the Kyuubi. In the corner of his eye, he managed to catch Naruto stumbling to his feet. The old man fired another water jutsu at the boy, who managed to dodge sideways. But the Hokage had anticipated this. Without a moment to spare, he rained a barrage of wind bullets at Naruto. The jutsu slammed into the boy, sending him spiraling upwards. The Hokage didn't let up, leaping in the air towards Naruto. With a twist, Hiruzen flipped, ramming his heel into the boy's chest. Gravity tore Naruto downwards, slamming his back against the frozen dirt. A cloud of snow plumed upwards, quickly evaporating into steam. Hiruzen clasped his hands together, channeling a hot wave of chakra from his body into the ground. At his will, the earth cracked and splintered, ripping the dirt beneath him upwards into the sky, away from Naruto's reach. The boy clawed the air, roaring at Hiruzen through fangs. Yet despite his ferocity, Naruto dropped to a knee, his chest rapidly rising and falling. From afar, the old man watched a small bead of blood trickle down the side of Naruto's face, and he couldn't help but feel his stomach twist. But he couldn't stop now. Somehow the boy had lasted this long, but now he was finally hurting. It was this next jutsu that was going to be the one that would put Naruto out. Hiruzen was certain of it. The Hokage tore out several other massive chunks of stone, sending them into orbit around himself. Cold sweat beaded his forehead, and in the winter wind, he felt both as if he was burning and freezing all at once. Hiruzen began to hurtle the boulders at the boy, blotting out the pale moonlight with raining earth. The rocks whistled through the air, and as they approached, Naruto leaped upwards atop one of the chunks. Then he jumped to the closest one, and the next, and continued to do so. For a moment, Hiruzen wondered why, until he realized Naruto was using his projectiles as platforms to reach him. It wasn't that much of a problem, Hiruzen reckoned. All he needed to do was to force Naruto back on the ground. Needing some chakra in his gut, the Hokage weaved the signs for a fire jutsu, one that had been particularly famous for its usage within a very renowned clan. Fire style, fireball jutsu, Hiruzen shouted, blasting a massive stream of blazing chakra downwards toward the boy. Everything it touched, the fire consumed in a raging ball of red and orange, quickly filling the man's vision white. The stench of hot sulfur singed his nose. He could feel the intense heat singing his skin, and for a moment, he wondered if he had perhaps gone a little too far. Until, from the chaos, shot out a fist, smashing against Hiruzen's face. The punch jarred his skull, cracking throughout his jaw and the rest of his head. White stars flooded his vision. A ringing filled his ears. He felt the soft flutter of wind against his clothes, followed by a twisting lurch in his stomach. Then the world came barreling into view, quite literally. Hiruzen slammed face first into the earth. Again, his vision flashed, and for a moment, everything began to swarm and swirl in strange patterns around him. But even worse, from the pulsing tightness and the agonizing burn, he knew his foot was no good. He'd sprained several joints in his long lifetime, enough that he could say with certainty his ankle was sprained, perhaps even broken. It took him a moment, but after a while of clutching his head in his hands, the spinning settled, and while the faint ringing continued in his right ear, most of his hearing returned. Hiruzen wheezed, stumbling to his knees. Around him sat piles of cracked stone and dirt, littering the village street with his unused projectiles. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find the boy. That was until he heard the noise of something shuffling in his good ear. Hiruzen turned to find Naruto, covered in soot and dust, rising to his feet. The boy was not much better off than he was. Blood trickled down the boy's forehead, soaking his jacket crimson. His legs wobbled under his weight. The Kyuubi cloak was gone, revealing his skin, which was burned raw, exposing the bare red and pink underneath. He was hunched over, his arms hanging limp at his side. The boy stared at him, one eye swollen shut, and the other barely open enough to show the slightest hint of blue. He was nearing his end. Naruto was broken and battered, barely able to stand. He was probably walking on the last leg of energy he had left, and yet the demon still pushed him forward. Why? Hiruzen whispered, his voice raspy in his throat. Usually, the Hokage was level-headed, unwavering in his convictions. So to him, it was as if his body was moving on his own when he shut his eyes and slammed his fist against the frozen dirt, then did it over and over again until red ran down his knuckles. But when he looked at his hand, he couldn't tell whether it was even his or Naruto's blood. Naruto, the 7-year-old boy who in his entire life had longed for nothing more than a family. Now that boy was a near-dead walking vessel for the Kyuubi. A heavy storm thundered in his chest, and he wanted to get it out. So he screamed aloud, to everyone and to no one in particular, until his voice faltered and cracked. But the rage remained. The Kyuubi. Hiruzen pummeled the ground. Danzo. He imagined the man's face on the dirt. He battered at his right fist, then with his left. They had grown up together, suffered together, fought together. For as long as he could remember, Hiruzen had seen Danzo as a friend, one of his only links to his distant past. And yet, was it that the Hokage was nothing but a mere nuisance to Danzo? Hiruzen had tried so hard to forgive the man for everything he had done. He'd forgiven him after the wars, after the Uchiha massacre. Hell, he'd even excused him for trying to assassinate him, for Kami's sake. But now, after tonight, after having to slam and drag Naruto's face across the ground, Danzo's name left a sour taste in his mouth. It was a taste he could only wash out with blood. But his rage for his old friend was nothing compared to who he saw next. Hiruzen imagined his own face, and he knew that this man was truly the one who was at fault. He was the one who had allowed all of this to ever happen in the first place. Hiruzen had even said it himself earlier that night. Yet, I am the one with the power to act upon it. Then why could he never save the ones he loved? He rammed his fists into the ground until he couldn't feel his hands anymore. He poured out the pent-up frustration he had been harboring for years, the flames burning lower and lower until they were smoldering embers in the wind. Eventually, he was numb. He wanted to cry, an actual cry with more than just the tears. But the truth was, he didn't remember how, and he couldn't even remember when the last time he had actually done so. He hadn't when Hashirama-sensei or Tobarama-sensei had died, and not even on that night had he managed to. And so the man let his anger fall on bloodied soil as the lumbering silhouette of Naruto shambled forward. Part of him wanted to let Naruto kill him, to finally put the old man's soul to rest. Truthfully, it was more than just a part of him wanting that. It was his entire being that screamed for him to just lie down and die. But he knew if he died, Danzo would become the Hokage. Then the village would suffer much more. Naruto would suffer much more. Because of this, Hiruzen ducked under Naruto's outstretched arms and shoved him away. The boy tumbled backward, collapsing into the snow. For a moment, the boy lay still, his back against the ground, before he began to softly shake. Hiruzen furrowed his eyes, his muscles instinctively tensing. Then he heard it. It began low and soft, almost drowned out against the howling wind. At first, Hiruzen thought he was imagining things, which wouldn't have been so crazy, either judging by the pounding of his head and the ringing in his ear. But there was certainly no way he was mistaken. The Kyuubi was crying. No, not the Kyuubi. It was Naruto. Thank you, old man. The boy managed through cracked sobs. Hiruzen looked down at him, his face illuminated by the campfire. Somewhere off in the forest, the sound of a roaring animal filled the night. For what? He asked. Naruto beamed at him. You saved me. To die protecting what one loved was the only way for a shinobi to truly pass on with honor. It was a sentiment Danzo had held for as long as he could remember, along with his father and even his father before that. Shinobi had to be strong. They needed to be brave. They needed to be able to do what was right when everyone else couldn't. As the cold bit into Danzo's bare skin, he found himself staring at his trembling hand in front of him. Was he really protecting Konoha? 83 dead. Of course he was. 125 injured. Peace required sacrifice. The Hokage was supposed to be strong and steadfast in the face of fear. Hiruzen was too weak. He was too soft. That much had been clear ever since the two had met one another. For some reason, his old friend had this naive outlook on life, as if one day every shinobi village could one day become friends. Hiruzen dreamed and preached of this cooperation, and yet turned his eyes from the thousands of bodies filling the graveyard. But Danzo was strong. He was brave. He was able to do what was right when everyone else couldn't. Why did you choose him? Danzo growled, his voice hot against the winter breeze. Kneeling at the grave before him, the man could make out the engraved name on the rough stone. Senju Tobarama. I am a superior shinobi. I have always been stronger than he is, Danzo whispered. He turned his eye to meet the words on the memorial. And the words he heard every single night came flooding into his mind. You must take a calm look within yourself to find who you really are, Tobarama said. His eyes were cold, stone like a statue. They were freezing blizzards, but when the night aim turned to Hiruzen, they became flames. Danzo felt something hot grow in his chest, a feeling he hadn't known in years. It was almost foreign to him, and he immediately wanted to kill it. He clenched his hand. His jaw tightened. Why the hell was he experiencing this again? He wasn't a damn child anymore. I know who I am, the man roared, slamming his fist against the snow. He wanted to stop. Every single thought in his brain shouted at him to end this outburst of his. But his muscles willed him onwards. His vision blurred. His blood boiled. He wanted to scream and let it all out, just like the old Danzo would have. Why did you not choose me? There was no answer. 6 months. While most of his missions usually never took that long, the man was beginning to notice the trending extensions of his tasks. He didn't mind, though. It gave him plenty of time to think, to explore, and most of all, it gave him plenty of time to write. Which reminded him, should he have had a pen name? Or perhaps he could have added an epithet. Jiraiya the Great? No, that's too narcissistic. Jiraiya the Magnificent? Jiraiya's muscles were on fire. Not literally, of course. Otherwise, he'd have gone to the hospital. That would have meant he'd have to wear those weird gowns that exposed everything, which also meant that he stopped abruptly when a new thought appeared in mind. Weren't most of the nurses there female? For a moment, he pondered on the idea of him being coddled half-naked by a bunch of hot nurses. On second thought, he realized it wouldn't have been too bad to visit for just a bit. But alas, the man had a mission, and he was to complete it first. Which is why he found himself climbing the empty stairwell to the old man's office, his wooden sandals clacking with each step. It was almost surreal, he had to admit, being back in Konoha. Despite all the nations he'd seen, all the villages he'd visited, and even all the hot springs he'd peeped on, there was nothing quite like his home. This was the place he had been born and raised, and one day, when he finally married that old hag, he hoped to die here in her arms, and other parts. All 106 centimeters of them. Sometimes, he wondered if she thought of him as much as he did of her. Doubtful, Jiraiya knew. For the 5 years she'd been gone, it was difficult to say there wasn't a day where his former teammate hadn't crossed his mind, and despite his perverted outlook on life, even the Toad Sage was surprised when most of his thoughts weren't even those kinds of fantasies. No, most times he was just concerned about her. He wondered if she was eating enough or whether she was still drowning herself to death in booze. He'd also heard of that gambling addiction that had eaten up the entire stipend the old man had given her. Dumbass, he thought to himself. Still, he loved her. His other teammate, though, he could go die in a hole. As Jiraiya clambered up the last step and approached the Hokage's office, he caught the sound of a few hushed voices from within. Pledges its loyalty only to you, someone said. As does the Nara clan, Lord Third, came another voice. With furrowed eyebrows, Jiraiya pressed his ear against the door, straining to listen. Sure, eavesdropping on the Hokage was a capital offense that would have resulted in prison, or worse, execution. No shinobi, not even Jonin, would have ever dared to even think about committing such a crime. But Jiraiya was no mere Jonin. He was one of the legendary Sannin, one of the strongest shinobi still walking on this earth. Not to mention, he was one of the best spies Konoha had ever produced. There was no way he would ever. Jiraiya, come in, he heard Hiruzen's voice. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Jiraiya came tumbling inside. He found himself face to face with the Hokage and 3 other shinobi. I imagine your true espionage skills are better than that, Hiruzen said with a smirk. The old man looked terrible. Dark bags visibly hung from his eyes. The gray hair atop his head was unkempt and ruffled. He wasn't even wearing his usual Hokage attire, instead opting for the black kimono he used to wear back in the day. Not to mention Hiruzen was leaning back in his chair. He always hunched forwards. It had only been a few months since Jiraiya had left, but within that time span, the old man had seemed to age years. For a moment, he felt his stomach lurch at the thought of the day his sensei would no longer be there. But Jiraiya had a reputation to uphold, goddamn it. It was my intent to be discovered, the Toad Sage whistled through a grin. Jiraiya the Awesome would never be caught when he wished to be hidden. No, Jiraiya the Awesome sounds like a child came up with it. The man recognized the 3 Jonin before him. While he wasn't exactly friends with them, they were somewhat acquainted. Each of them were wearing the standard Konohagakure shinobi attire, but each looked unique in their own respect to warrant at least a little attention from the Toad Sage. The first man, Yamanaka Inoichi, stood with the expression of a statue, his eyes unrevealing of his inner thoughts within. It was fitting, Jiraiya reckoned. The Yamanaka clan was known for their potent mind-related techniques. They could switch bodies with anyone they cast a jutsu on, or even probe through the memories of their victims. It was quite brutal in practice, but a necessary brutal nonetheless. Because of this, Inoichi was head of Konoha's very own analysis team, tasked with retrieving information from uncooperating patients. Beside him stood Nara Shikaku, who almost seemed to look like the epitome of a brooding dickhead, with the 2 long scars running along the right side of his face and the eternal scowl plastered to his face. But having known the man, Jiraiya had to admit Shikaku was one of the most laid-back in the village, an attribute that was difficult amongst the world of shinobi. Not only that, but he was the prime example of the intelligence of the Nara clan itself, perhaps with a wisdom that rivaled even that of the old man. And thus, he was the Jonin commander of Konohagakure, especially with the Nara clan's Kekkeigen Kai, capable of producing shadow techniques. Shikaku was a reliable ally and a terrifying enemy. The last man, though Jiraiya wouldn't admit aloud, looked a little like pudgy, lumpy clay. Perhaps it was those damn magazines that the kids read nowadays, but being plump and overweight didn't exactly equate to popularity. With a round body like a balloon and a head full of red needles, it would have been certainly difficult to take a Kimichi Choza seriously if Jiraiya didn't know what he was capable of. In fact, the man's strength came from his size, and Jiraiya didn't mean because he was fat. The Akimichi clan's multiple size technique was famed for allowing its users to grow to several times their normal size, allowing them to exponentially increase their strength and durability. They were even called tanks by some, and correctly so. While separate, the three clans were incredible. Together, they were virtually unstoppable. For several generations, the three clans were well known for their teamwork, known as the Ino Shikicho formation. And with cooperation so unparalleled, Jiraiya wasn't surprised to hear there was another generation of the formation being trained in the academy. He hadn't met them before, but those brats would one day become a force to be reckoned. Deep down, though, Jiraiya could feel a cold needle thread its way down his spine. Why were the heads of the three largest clans gathered here before the Hokage? Did this have something to do with why the old man looked so tired? "We will leave you two alone," Shikaku said with a bow to the Hokage, then one to Jiraiya. "I imagine there are some things not for our ears." Hiruzen waved his words aside. "It will be better for you all to stay. It pains me to say, but I will need the help of your clans, once more." Jiraiya felt his stomach clutch. The Hokage was calling on the clans again? What the hell had happened while he was gone? At his words, the Jonin nodded, with the exception of Inoichi. The blond man averted his gaze, seemingly fascinated with the tiled flooring. "Lord Third, if I may." The Yamanaka head began. There was a slight tense in his muscles, almost so small Jiraiya could have missed it. "I will have to leave this room." "Wait, what?" Chozo wondered aloud. "It's complicated." "Sure, but we're loyal clans. After what Danzo pulled, we have a duty to—" The large man stopped mid-sentence, peering at his friend through narrow slits. "Don't tell me." "Choza, stop," Shikaka said. There was a pause, where no one spoke anything. Jiraiya tried his best to piece the conversation together. Apparently that prick Danzo had done something, and it must have been bad, really bad, if this confrontation was a result of it. Eventually, Hiruzen broke the silence. "Very well. I understand. You may leave." And with that, Inoichi turned and walked out the door, leaving the room heavy with an unspoken tension. "Will someone explain what the hell is going on?" Jiraiya said. He'd seen her approaching even before she had started moving. All the telltale signs gave it away. Her flickering glances in his direction, the small twitches of her body. It was that girl from a few weeks ago, though he wouldn't have admitted it. That hadn't been the first time he'd seen her. She was classmates with the kid, as he recalled, the two being first years at the academy under the tutelage of a chunin named Yumino Irika. Nothing about her had been special. She was a nobody child born to some nobody parents. She certainly was no genius like he'd been considered growing up. Sure, according to Irika, the girl's test scores were well above average, but she wasn't even the top of her class, and he'd watched enough of their training exercises to know she did nothing to distance her from the pack. And that wasn't to mention the unusually bright pink hair and the terrifying explosive temper, which would certainly become a liability on the field. But he remembered how he'd so mindlessly said something like, "She could be a great kunoichi." Why'd he say that? Kakashi sighed. Even if he was a Jonin instructor now, and it was supposedly his job to worry about whether certain children could become competent shinobi, he knew what the outcome was going to be. While in no way a reflection on Lord Third's ability, none of the students were ready to become ninja. Digging his hands into his pockets, he pretended to look at the grave before him, one he'd become all too familiar with, but secretly watched as the girl advanced towards him. Hello," she managed in a small voice. Kakashi raised his eyebrow, his right one for his left was covered by his headband, and turned towards her in feigned surprise. Oh, E. She wasn't impressive by any means. The girl couldn't even look at him, her eyes glued to the ground at her feet as she nervously interlocked her fingers in front of her. For a moment, her mouth parted, as if she was going to speak, but no sound came out. Was this really the same girl from that night? To be fair, she was having a tough time, judging by the bundles of dark clothing wrapped around her. Either she had some weird obsession with black, or she had just come from a funeral, and, given the fact that she was alone, it didn't exactly take a genius to connect the dots. Sakura's gaze dropped to the ground, and though she didn't say anything, her expression had all but confirmed his theory. He felt a twinge of empathy for her. Becoming orphaned was one of the hardest things one could experience, especially as a young child. The girl stammered. You're Kakashi, right? That I am. Who are you? Her cheeks flushed red. I am Sakura. I'm one of the kids you saved. Sakura. Pink hair. Whoever named her had a sense of humor, Kakashi had to admit. Nice to meet you, Sakura. I'm glad you're okay. The girl nodded with a slight upturn in her mouth, but the Jonin could see right through it. While it may have looked like a smile, there was no happiness behind it. Normally when someone was genuinely happy, their eyes were a dead giveaway, sparkling with an obvious shimmer. Looking at Sakura's eyes, though, it almost felt as if he was staring into an endless night of gray, and the more he searched, the more he found emptiness. Though a light green, hers were empty, devoid of that shine. For a moment, he felt a sensation wash over him. It was strange, almost akin to the way he felt when he used his Raikiri, as if all his chakra was suddenly rushing through him, except he obviously wasn't using any jutsu. So this is déjà vu? I wanted to thank you for that night, Sakura said, subconsciously twiddling her fingers. You saved me and my friends' lives. Oh, you're welcome, Kakashi said. He narrowed his eye at her in a smile, though if she was as perceptive as him, she would have seen right through it as well. Truth be told, the Jonin hadn't saved her out of the kindness of his heart. That kindness had gone a long time ago. He'd saved them because it was his job. That was all. Sakura shifted uncomfortably, though Kakashi wasn't sure whether it was because she was nervous or because of his aloofness. Probably both. But Kakashi knew deep down there was something that piqued his interest about this little girl before him. She reminded him of something he had once had a long time ago. Those memories, though, he had locked them behind a door and thrown out the key. He didn't like it, so he was going to leave. This was a nice talk. Now goodbye, the Jonin said, turning his back to the girl. Truth was it wasn't. He rarely even had conversations with people, and even when he did, most of them were never pleasant. In fact, Kurenai, Asuma, and Guy usually chewed him out that. Apparently, he'd gotten dark, as they'd put it, actively choosing to put up this intense facade of his. In reality, though, he just spent too much time in his own head. What was the point? Everyone he'd ever cared for was gone, or was going to be. As he walked away with the snow beneath his feet crunching, he could hear the girl's voice behind him. Wait. He didn't. Please teach me, Sakura said in almost a yell, her voice ablaze with fire. Teach me to be as strong, Kunoichi. I want to be strong. Kakashi stopped at her words, and for a moment, he could have sworn he heard another voice echo it back to him. I want to be strong. He took a deep breath, turning his eye to the gray clouds. For a moment, the howling wind and the sound of Sakura straining against crying filled the silence between the two. No, Konoha wasn't a democracy, nor was it ruled by a senate. The Hokage's word was law. So Jiraiya couldn't understand why the old man had told him he needed to step down. I'm on my end, Jiraiya. I want you to be the Godame, Hiruzen said. The Toad Sage listened to his sensei, with his brows furrowed and mouth parted, not because he was surprised. This wasn't the first time the old man was pushing him to take up the mantle, but because, unlike before, it felt as this was sincerely the truth. I told you before, I'm not qualified. I can't, Hiruzen-sensei, I'm sorry. I never taught you to doubt yourself, Hiruzen said with a slight chuckle. But it's true, Jiraiya cried, throwing his hands up in exasperation. I don't understand the bullshit politics even one bit. You're the damn Hokage. Can't you just put Danzo in prison or something? You know I can't do that. Well, why not? His words were met with a heavy silence. Troublesome, Shikaka said, rubbing the back of his neck. In theory, Lord Third has absolute authority. If he really wanted to, he could march off everyone responsible, including Danzo, off to their executions, and that would be that. So why don't you? Jiraiya asked the old man with a sideways glance. Choza nodded in agreement. It doesn't sound so bad to me. Shikaku shook his head. On paper, it sounds fine, the Jonin said, scratching his goatee. But a ruler without support is just a man waiting to be overthrown. As things are, excuse me for my bluntness, Lord Third, your popularity isn't exactly stellar. Just getting rid of a man like Danzo wouldn't go unnoticed. I don't get it, Choza craned his head. Danzo can't do anything if he's in jail. At that point, it's not about what Danzo will do, but his followers. When he saw that Choza was still scratching his head at his words, Shikaku let out a little sigh. Think of it like this. What would you do if you found out that Danzo had assassinated Lord Third? Let's hope it won't come to that, Hiruzen joked. Choza shrugged. Well, obviously I couldn't let that slide. Neither would you or Inoichi. We'd bring him to justice, and I'm sure many other shinobi would help us too. Exactly. It goes the same way for Danzo too. At best, we're able to quell the unrest. At worst, we're facing a coup or even a full-blown civil war, not unlike the way Kirigakure seems to be going. The room was silent as Choza and, admittedly, Jiraiya digested the Jonin commander's words. The Toad Sage was a master at retrieving information, not handling it. Well, you have more support than him, right, old man? The Sannin asked, to which the only response he got from Hiruzen was a deep breath as the Hokage shut his eyes and thought. That wasn't reassuring. It is worse than it when I stepped down the first time, the old man sighed. I'm afraid Konoha is as tired of my rule as I am. I am well aware many of the clans resent me for my mercy, while they praise Danzo for his ruthlessness. Choza spoke. As I said before, Lord Third, you have the Akimichi clan's loyalty, along with the Nara clan and the Yamanak Dash. No, Inoichi hadn't pledged his loyalty. He'd still be here if he had. Shikaku interrupted. But he's our friend. Shikaku continued, ignoring the large man's comment. I've been thinking, and since Lord Jiraiya believes himself unfit to serve as Hokage, there isn't any easy way out of this situation. There's no doubt this will be a cold war of sorts, one that may drag out for years to come, or may combust in the next few weeks. The victor will come down to who has the most allies. I imagine that's what you want to discuss, Lord Third. Indeed. It pains me to admit that both Hamura and Koharu have started to lean towards Danzo's politics for a while now. Truly, your two clans are the ones I can depend on now. Choza scratched his head. What about your clan? Or the Senju? Neither are as prominent as they once had been, Hiruzen sighed. I agree with that statement earlier. I too believe the victor will be decided by the strength of his allies. It just so happens I have very few of them as of now. It is like a large game of shogi, and I am the one handicapped, Shikaku. His words drenched the air, suffocating. I understand, Shikaku breathed aloud, crossing his arms in thought. Shogi? Like the board game? Choza asked. The Scar Man nodded, cocking his head sideways. The purpose of shogi is to checkmate your opponent's king piece. In order to do so, you must combine the attacks and defenses of your other pieces to create an opportunity for the final blow. Lord Third and Danzo are the kings. Lord Jiraiya, you and I are the pieces used to protect and attack. Danzo made the first move 4 nights ago, which means it is now our turn. I have a plan, if I may, Lord Third, Shikaku said, receiving an approving nod from the Hokage. He continued. As of now, Danzo has opened up 2 fronts. Not only has he turned the civilian populace against you, but I believe some clans will begin to support him after his most recent attack. The Hyuga, for instance, have never been too fond of your merciful outlook, especially after the Kumo incident. In order to play this next step correctly, we will need to both pacify the village and then consolidate loyalty amongst the clans. So what do you propose? Danzo's main purpose for his attack was to highlight your love for that boy. So firstly, You must remove Naruto from the public eye. He's the main problem. Secondly, regarding the massacre, I would advise against personally exposing Danzo. You'd be playing right into his hands. The moment you out him, he'll probably accuse you of tyranny, and I imagine many of those in the village would fall in line with him. Instead, use your umbu disguised as villagers to spread the rumors. They will be able to put Danzo's name in mouths efficiently, all the while keeping yours out. Jiraiya pursed his lips at the Jonin's words, eyeing his old sensei. While you do that, it's also important to play to crowd control. There were at least 200 casualties that night, leaving many children orphaned. I imagine the current orphanage wouldn't be able to hold all the children, so perhaps if you converted one of the wing at the academy into a dormitory for them, that would be enough room. But why the academy? Jiraiya questioned. It's for assurance, Shikaku said with a grin. News of the attack has probably spread to the other hidden villages by now. They will assume we're weak. So we're drafting orphans into service? Shikaku shrugged. I hate the idea of it too. But as things are, we don't exactly have manpower to spare. Jiraiya chortled. I can see why you're the Jonin commander. It isn't for my good looks, Shikaku said with a half-smile, gesturing at his scarred face. The men exchanged a series of light-hearted chuckles. Training orphans to become cold, mindless killers. Perhaps if you put it that way, it didn't exactly sound like the best thing, but Jiraiya could definitely see the reasoning behind it. As Konoha's spy master, he'd definitely seen the political world heating up as of recent, and more soldiers to protect the village could never be a bad thing. Not only that, but training the children to defend themselves could go a long way in the near future. He had proof of that. Next, we'll need to appease the clans. The most prominent, besides ours, Shikaku said, gesturing at him and Choza, would have to be the Yamanaka, Hyuga, Inuzuka, and the Aburame. Since the downfall of the Uchiha, the Hyuga is by far the strongest and most prestigious of all the Konoha clans and would be an extremely valuable ally. But didn't you say the Hyuga were angry at Lord Third or something? Choza wondered. Yes, many still hold resentment towards me for how I had handled that incident, Hiruzen said, rubbing the side of his head. Although, I do not blame them. I admit I was worried another war would break out, and such allowed my emotions to cloud my judgment. It resulted in Hisashi's unfortunate death, which is why we must consider them enemies. It is safer to consider them as enemies and for them to be so, than to ignore them and find out the hard way. And though he hadn't said it, all the men also knew who else he meant. Inoichi, head of the Yamanaka clan. Jiraiya didn't quite understand. As far as he knew, Inoichi was an upstart guy who seemed to be as loyal as any other shinobi to Konoha. He had a stable job, a nice life, so it wasn't abundantly clear to him why the clan head hadn't pledged his allegiance to Hiruzen. Nonetheless, this was going to be a strain on the Ino Shikacho formation. For the next few minutes, the men discussed the small nuances and quirks of the politics, highlighting specifically the dynamic relationship between each clan. For Jiraiya, it was a lot of listening and asking and not a lot of input, but he was fine with that. He was more of a hands-on type of shinobi. He definitely wasn't one to sit down and actually plan. The only planning he did was when he was writing his novels. But even still, the Toad Sage was quite impressed by Shikaku, and couldn't help but find himself nodding at every point the Jonin made. The Yamanaka were a dangerous foe? Hell yeah. The Inuzuka and Aburame clans were wild cards? That made sense. And so, in Hokage's office, a plan was hatched from the machinations of Nara Shikaku, the Jonin commander and arguably the brightest mind of all of Konoha. When they finished, the men stood in silence, digesting the words that had been exchanged. The past was dark, and the future was even more grim. But Jiraiya would have been lying if he said there wasn't the slightest glimmer of hope in that darkness. After a beat, Jiraiya crossed his arms and leaned back against the wall. Still proves my point, though. You know I'd do anything for Konoha, Sensei. I just hope your big plan wasn't to make me Hokage. A dry laugh came from Hiruzen. You can't blame an old man for trying. And he couldn't. The life of a shinobi wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Though some hid their trauma through booze, women, or luxury for any ninja that had been around for some time, there was always a piece of grief chained to their hearts, and no matter how hard they tried to ignore it, it would always remain, rotten and festering until the day when it finally exploded in an ugly mess. Sure, Jiraiya knew of this pain. He had probably been a ninja for maybe 30-something years at this point, extremely long for a career with an average lifespan of 20, but Hiruzen had been the damn Hokage longer than Jiraiya had been a shinobi. More than anyone, he knew what the Sandaime had given up and sacrificed for this village. His youth, dreams, goals, family, his entire life, for the sake of Konohagakure. The old man was hurting and had been hurting for a very long time. He was the only one who could help his old sensei. So damn it, why couldn't he just say yes? Shikaku, Choza, I am deeply indebted to you both and your clans. Jiraiya and I have some other matters to discuss. I will summon you again soon, Hiruzen said, waving off the Jonin with a nod of the head. With several bows, the two shinobi turned and left out the door. As soon as they did, the tension in Hiruzen's body evaporated and the old man all but fell from his chair. What happened to your ankle? Jiraiya asked, stepping further into the room. Now, with the others gone, the office felt big and empty, and it was up to his big and voluptuous, was that the word? Body to fill it. Hiruzen waved his question aside. Never mind that for now. How's our snake problem? He asked, rubbing his worn face with his hand. I caught his scent. A few weeks ago, one of my contacts mentioned something about a mercenary group who call themselves Akatsuki. Apparently, they've been around since the Third War, but it seems like our little snake was running with them for a while. Not anymore. Jiraiya shook his head. For whatever reason, he left. I'm sure if I go ask them nicely, they'll tell me where he went. You're gonna go ask this Akatsuki group about Orochimaru? I'm one of the legendary Sannin, old man. You say that like you think I can't take them on. No, it's just not the way I would have approached the situation, Hiruzen said. Then again, you have always been quite brash. Perhaps Tsunade knows that the best. Hey, you never taught me to doubt myself. Jiraiya chuckled, earning an amused grunt from the Hokage. For the next few minutes, Jiraiya continued to report the information he'd gathered for the past few months. While many things pertained to their snake, such as potential hideouts and contacts, many other things weren't. He debriefed on shipping orders, spoke about international military actions, and even added a little anecdote about one of his other research excursions just to gauge the old man's reaction, which did not disappoint. When he finished, the Hokage was leaning back in his chair, scratching his goatee in thought. Thank you, Jiraiya. While it will be better for you to take care of things here, there is no one more I trust out there than you, Hiruzen said, leaning forward onto his desk. He rested his chin atop folded hands. I have another job for you. What is it? For a moment, the old man stared absent-mindedly at the space before him. Jiraiya recalled once when his eyes were gleaming lights, like an eternal flame ablaze in the night. That was what had first drawn him to his sensei. But now, almost 3 decades later, that same fire had disappeared in a smoldering ember. His eyes were dark, empty, tired. I need you to take Naruto. The Hokage eventually spoke, his words so quiet that Jiraiya had almost missed them. Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, a boy who, if he was anything like his mother, was possibly a tiny ball of chaos, and if he was anything like his father, could have been too smart for his own good at this age. Either way, he would be a handful. Admittedly, while he definitely should have by now, Jiraiya had never met him before. The Toad Sage blamed it on circumstance and chance, the two main culprits being his espionage work and research. Of course, perhaps there were other reasons, but he was much too busy to spend his time worrying about some kid and, to an extent, his parents who were now dead. Take him where? Everywhere and anywhere. I need you to take him with you. With me? It took a moment for the Toad Sage to fully digest the Hokage's words. Hell no, Jiraiya said. For the past few days, no one had let anyone in or out of his hospital room. So when he woke up to find a complete stranger sitting over him, the boy was a little concerned. Who are you? Naruto croaked, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Before him stood a man with flowing, spiky hair, as white as untouched snow. He wore a strange forehead protector with two little horns and the center engraved with the kanji for oil. Red lines slid from his eyes down his cheek like painted tears. Noticing Naruto was awake, the man jumped to his feet and flashed him a toothy grin. The title Frog Hermit is just a disguise. I shall tell you my true identity. I am. The man suddenly stopped, the smile dropping from his face. Look, kid, I'm not exactly happy about this either. The name's Jiraiya. Nice to meet you. Now go pack your stuff because you're coming with me. The embers scorched her lungs, coating her throat with burning ash. Her eyes stung. Her vision blurred. Darkness devoured the air around her, dark clouds blotting out the sun. Everywhere she stepped on the shaky sand, she stumbled. The earth was shattered, coated with black soot. Cracks fissured their way inwards, spiderwebbing until they found themselves at the edge of a massive crater where Konohagakure had once stood. There was no one left. But then she saw him. She saw his hair first. She always saw his hair first. Those blonde spikes were longer now, a few ends hanging over his forehead protector. He was older now, taller, bigger. It was him, but he was different. She could tell by the look in his eyes. They were the skies, but behind them were storms. Why did you do it? She cried out, but it wasn't her voice. Hinata woke up from her dream, crying. The timing was no coincidence, that was for sure. Shikamaru's mother was such a drag, especially when she wanted him to do something. The thing he hated to do the most, though, was to clean his room. There was a process to it, as his mother would say. First you'd have to pick up your clothes, wash your clothes, hang up your clothes, fold your clothes, then stash your clothes. What a drag. Shikamaru was lazy, he admitted it. So there was this thing he always did when he had to. As long as you couldn't see his clothes, it was clean. So he'd always just hide them wherever he could, perhaps some in his futon, some in a cupboard elsewhere. That's what the Hokage was doing with that incident. He was hiding the mess without actually cleaning it. Out of sight, out of mind. So, what exactly did Naruto have to do with it all? Shikamaru groaned. Why did he even have to know that kid? It seemed like all Naruto brought around him was trouble. And you know what trouble was? A drag. So, you're telling me he's the reason it happened? Shikamaru repeated, unimpressed at his classmate's theory. I don't think that. It's just him that does, Ino said, gesturing to Kiba beside her. You didn't see what I did, the Inuzuka boy said, throwing his hands up in exasperation. Those people were trying to kill him. I saw him die. They were grabbing him and choking him and stuff. Again, how is he still alive if he supposedly died? Shikamaru questioned, to which all he received was a shrug. It was a good point, too. Practically, how would a first-year academy student ever survive being mauled by an angry crowd? Perhaps a full-fledged shinobi could, but Naruto was, well, Naruto. The dead last. An idiot, for lack of better terms. Kiba's logic seemed a little off. Still, it did seem a little on. The fact that for as long as he'd known him, Naruto definitely wasn't the most popular person in the village. Also, if what his dad, Shikaku, had told him was true, and that Naruto was leaving the village for a while, it would also support Kiba's theory. Great toads, sages, but he'd only known the old man for a few hours, but in that time, Naruto could tell exactly what kind of person this Jiraiya was. A goddamn pervert. I already told you, I don't want to look in there. Naruto groaned, slumping back onto the ground. Come on, kid, if there's anything that'll put hairs on your chest, it'll be this. I'm 7. That's what most of their conversations had been like for the better portion of the morning. When Naruto had first met Jiraiya, he'd been intrigued enough by the man to give him the benefit of the doubt. After all, it wasn't every day when some random man wakes you up in the hospital and tells you he's the great Toad Sage, a master spy and renowned ninja from all around the world. What Jiraiya failed to mention was that his meaning of spying meant peeking through a tiny hole in the side of the village hot springs. And what was worse was how much Jiraiya seemed to describe what he saw aloud in such vivid detail. If Naruto didn't know any better, he would have thought the Toad Sage was an author or something. So what's this deal with old man Hokage again? Naruto said, twirling one of his training kunai on his finger. You're going to train me, or something? Still pressed against the wooden walls to the hot springs, Jiraiya reaffirmed with a grunt. We're on a 3-day trial to see if we're compatible. I'll take you. Oh, that's at least 100 centimeters, the Toad Sage said. For the next 3 days, I'll take you around the village, and if we both like it, I'll take you on some super secret missions for a while. Normally, this would have been something the boy would be frothing at the mouth for. For as long as he could remember, being able to leave the village behind had been one of his dreams, both in and out of sleep. He had been unbelievably angry for the past few days in the hospital. But today, the thought of it made his stomach churn, which was strange. They tried to kill him, so why wasn't he jumping at this chance? Naruto pursed his lips, racking his thoughts at the upsides to the situation. So, I get to leave the academy? No more homework. Yep, think of it like you're going to be homeschooled, except you're going to be traveling around the world instead of staying at home. But why you? Why can't I have a skinnier teacher? At the boy's words, Jiraiya's, I twitched. The Toad Sage turned and peered at Naruto through slits, who was grinning mischievously. Goddamn kids and their bluntness. You know, I can be quite nimble, actually. But you know, the ladies love the belly, Jiraiya said, raising his hand for a high five. I don't think so. Jiraiya furrowed his brows. Why not? Naruto paused for a moment, thinking about his fellow female classmates. Almost all of them, like Ino and Sakura, except for Hinata, seemed to swoon over that stupid Sasuke. As far as he could tell, the Uchiha wasn't walking around rocking a bowling ball gut. In fact, the boy could specifically recall a time when Ino and a bunch of the other girls were frothing over how hot Sasuke was for being so fit. Girls are weird, Naruto said with a shrug, and that was that. The more the two talked, the boy was beginning to feel out Jiraiya. Naruto wasn't particularly unfriendly, he'd say, especially since Jiraiya was apparently hand-chosen by Old Man Hiruzen. But if there was something he was good at, it was being cautious with strangers. Because of this, he'd supposed he'd figured out what was bothering him so much about the Toad Sage. So, you say you're going to train me, but you don't seem like you're a good shinobi. What makes you say that? Jiraiya said. Oh, sweet Cammy, look at the jugs on this one. You're goofy and weird. Good shinobi aren't supposed to be like that. Old Man Hiruzen is always tough and serious. You know, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. See, you're weird. We're not talking about books right now. Jiraiya chuckled, causing Naruto to squint an eye in confusion. Kid, you're still young, so I'll give you a pass, Jiraiya said. What I mean is you shouldn't judge someone without really knowing who they are. For a breath, Naruto paused to think about those words. Shouldn't judge someone without really knowing who they are. You of all people should know that, kid. The words gripped Naruto, choking his breath. For a moment, he forgot where he was. He wasn't lying face up in the snow, talking to Jiraiya. Instead, it was that night again. He was suffocating under the bodies of the people who wanted to murder him. They were clawing at him, hitting him, choking him. Naruto just wanted to know why. Why couldn't people just get to know him first before deciding what they felt about him? Why was it that people always judged him without really knowing him? The icy snow climbed up against his little frame as he lay against the freezing ground. The fresh morning breeze kissed the boy's bare skin. It was late winter. The land was white. It was cold. It should have been cold. So why was he burning hot? He wanted to kill them all. So these guys are samurai. Jiraiya nodded, nearly absent-mindedly. Instead, he was lost in thought, still wondering how this kid could have so much energy. Ever since the crack of dawn, the two had been up. First, they'd experienced one of the best joys in life, peeping on women, until perhaps noon. Then the Toad Sage had taken the boy around the village, which in hindsight wasn't the smartest thing to do so soon after the massacre. Damn kid was a vacuum of both food and money. Not to mention how Naruto never seemed to stop talking when things really got him interested. Though that last part, Jiraiya didn't mind, either. There were some times when a man noticed where the kid would just suddenly get silent and all broody, almost like a certain snake he knew. So, when Naruto spoke, even if sometimes it was too much, he encouraged it. That was why, when presented with the chance to watch a samurai tournament here in Konoha, Jiraiya thought it was the perfect idea. There was no way the kid wouldn't love it, if he was anything like his father. But goddamn it, he promised himself he'd only spend money on women, not a freaking kid. I never knew there were samurai still out there, Naruto thought aloud, resting his head in his hands. Well, Technically, these specific samurai are Ronin. What's that? Jiraiya chuckled. Ronin are just samurai without a master. The kid squinted his eyes at the two figures in the center of the arena. How do you know they don't have masters? Once you see as much as me, kid, you'll learn to see the difference. Without warning, Naruto whipped his face towards Jiraiya's. Though he was so small, he had to look up considerably. The Toad Sage found himself raising an eyebrow, staring at the boy's crystal eyes. There was a long silence, Jiraiya unsure what the boy was up to, before the boy eventually perked up. "You're not too bad, pervy sage." Despite the wide berth the other villagers were giving the two of them, there were more than a few heads which turned their way. The weight of their eyes were heavy on Jiraiya. His stomach churned. His face flustered hot. No, don't look this way, ladies. I'm not a pervert." "What the hell, don't call me that." Jiraiya seethed through clenched teeth. With a wide, elvish grin, Naruto pointed to Arena. "They're gonna start, be quiet now, pervy sage." "Damn you, kid." But with that, the boy's full attention was glued to the center of the arena, and despite the bubbling annoyance in his stomach, Jiraiya, too, turned his attention to the upcoming match. To him, it was nothing special. The Toad Sage had seen countless of tournaments in his lifetime, and while few matches were enough to put him at the edge of his seat, more often than not, he'd sometimes used these events as ways to put him to sleep in his usual drunken stupor. Perhaps it was the price of being one of the world's greatest shinobi. Eventually, everything just seemed to slow down. Nonetheless, for the sake of the child beside him, he put on that face. The one he may or may not have used when he wanted women to think he enjoyed their intellectual assets over their physical ones. "Wow, they're so fast," Naruto exclaimed, jumping from his seat in a cheer as one of the Ronin charged forward in a wake of dust. "To me, they're moving like snails, but I guess it'd be exciting to you." But as the match continued on and the boy continued shouting, Jiraiya found his attention shifting from the fight to Naruto. With each exchange, he could see the boy's eyes light up, the way a puppy did when they wanted to play. It was plastered to Naruto's face. He was grinning madly. And the Toad Sage wasn't one to be influenced by others. But to say the boy's happiness wasn't infectious wouldn't have been necessarily the truth. It was endearing, he had to admit. It almost reminded Jiraiya of the first time the old man had taken him to a tournament, though of course he was better looking and a much better student than this knucklehead over here. Still, it made the Toad Sage think. Could he really take Naruto with him on his missions? Could he really train him? That was hard to answer, even with all the observing Jiraiya had been doing today. There was certainly a level of intensity in Naruto that not even Jiraiya's previous student had. And to be honest, that scared the man even more. Perhaps it was the boy's upbringing. The village certainly hadn't made it easy on him, and while he could accept their resentment, he couldn't ever understand them. Earlier today, just watching how the people treated Naruto from afar made his chest burn. He couldn't even begin to imagine how they treated him up close. There was no room to blame the kid. Jiraiya was surprised at how the Kyuubi chakra hadn't leaked any earlier. With all that anger for the demon to latch onto, the villagers were basically throwing fuel onto the flame. Fucking idiots. Eventually, Naruto excused himself to the bathroom, interrupting the sage from his thoughts. The boy leapt to his feet and began for the exit of the tent, to which Jiraiya responded with a chuckle. "Take your time, I need some nap time." 5 months later. "He doesn't know," Jiraiya said, waving a veil of smoke from his face. It had been a while since he'd seen the old man. For months? 5 months, even. Nonetheless, it looked as if his old sensei had aged decades in that time. Leaning slumped across his desk, Hiruzen looked like a frail child underneath his Hokage cloak. His hair was completely white now, and the few times the Sandaime lifted his head, Jiraiya only noticed the dark circles from beneath weary eyes and the waves of wrinkles lining the man's old face. To make matters even worse, ever since Jiraiya had entered the office, Hiruzen had been smoking far too much, to the point that Jiraiya was sure Asuma would have had a problem. So, goddamn, Jiraiya was half expecting the Hokage to spontaneously die when he gave him the bad news. "I don't think he'll be ready for a while." The Toad Sage pressed his back against the wall, crossing his arms. As one would expect, Hiruzen sighed, pressing his elbows onto his desk. The old man leaned his chin on his shaking hands. Even for me, it would be difficult to forgive the people who had once attempted to kill you. That's a lie, Jiraiya thought to himself, though he didn't say it. Danzo was living proof of that. Naruto knows nothing about the Kyuubi, the Hokage said. The Toad Sage shook his head. Nothing. There were a few close calls, but the Ninetales has been pretty quiet lately. It makes me wonder whether having him back here is really a good idea. You believe being home will trigger the Kyuubi? Jiraiya shrugged. It certainly won't make things easier. Hiruzen took a deep breath, feeling his lungs collapse under the heavy smoke clinging to the air. He was tired. There was no doubt about that. Ever since the massacre 5 months prior, life had become a living hell of politics and paperwork. So much so that the Hokage had been tempted many times to just leave indefinitely on a vacation. Kami knew he needed one. Of course, it had become slightly easier when Jiraiya had taken Naruto away from the village. But Danzo was one hell of a bastard. Just to think of what his old friend would do once he caught wind that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had returned made his blood boil. With each passing moment, it felt like Hiruzen's own grip on the village was loosening, while Danzo's was becoming more tight. Already the council had forced the Hokage had to relinquish some control over to the man in the form of a revised academic curriculum. Over the few months, he'd begun to see more and more strict and harsh assignments going into the academy. And hell, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew what that meant. Danzo was trying to create cold-blooded killers out of the students. Forget Danzo, the old man thought to himself. He was going to take care of that traitor soon enough. No, the issue was Naruto. Surprisingly, the first thing Hiruzen had thought when the Hokage had heard of his return wasn't anything worrisome. Instead, the old man specifically remembered wondering if the boy had been eating and resting enough, whether he had grown bigger now, and whether he was doing better, happier. He dreamed of the day he'd meet that young man again, under different circumstances when he had last seen him. Sometimes, Hiruzen wondered if Naruto even remembered him fondly. Perhaps to the boy, the man was just another one of the villains who had terrorized him in his childhood. You suggest we continue to keep the secret that he is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Is that so? Hiruzen asked, shutting his eyes both in thought and exhaustion. Naruto's a very passionate kid. These 5 months weren't a healing period for him. It scares me, because the way he feels towards the village reminds me almost of those war orphans I'd taken care of in AIM. Remember them? If he finds out those people out there hate him for something he can't control, that might send him over the edge. Fucking idiots. Do remember, those idiots are our family, Hiruzen began with a chuckle. Though I fear they may not feel the same way about me anymore. Exactly. Point stands, old man. Hiruzen had to admit, it felt good to have his other son back. Ever since he'd known him, Jiraiya was certainly a handful. He was loud, brash, and not to mention, quite lewd, to the point where dear Tsunade couldn't stand to be anywhere near the sage. But on the other hand, Jiraiya was one of the few people the Hokage could ever truly trust. He was strong, independent, and most importantly, he was extremely blunt need be. If there was something that had to be addressed, Jiraiya was the man to do so. Maybe he really was tired, not just physically but emotionally. He knew Jiraiya had to leave once more in a few weeks for another mission. But damn, Hiruzen would be lying if he said he didn't want his student to stay in the village for good. Are you sure I can't change your mind? Naruto needs you. The Toad Sage shook his head. I don't think I'm the right fit for a kid like him. He couldn't open it. Every single muscle in his body screamed at him to turn around and leave. His hands shook. His legs quivered. Hot heat burned in his head and in his chest. His stomach churned and gurgled, while warm sweat beaded down his forehead. The hairs on his body stood, as a sudden chorus of voices melted through the door. Damn, they were loud. Was that Shikamaru's voice? Or was that Kiba? Placing a hand against the wall, the boy shut his eyes tight as the world around him twisted and buckled. The ground began to shift to and fro, as if he was back on one of the ships in Kiri. Hell, he felt just as sick, if not more. But screw it. He was Uzumaki Naruto. Swallowing a deep breath of air, the blonde dug his fingers into the crack between the door and the wall and slid it open. which means this will be one of your final evaluations for this year, was saying an all-too-familiar Chunin instructor. Irika looked just about the same since he'd left, albeit much shorter than the boy remembered. Irika wasn't exactly the most intimidating person, nor did he stand out much with his brown hair and standard-issue Konoha shinobi attire. Naruto, though, had always regretted not asking about the long scar running across the bridge of his nose. When the two locked eyes, the Chunin paused mid-sentence, mouth agape. Wait, is that who I think it is? Iruka-sensei. The Chunin stared with heavy eyes, and while Naruto couldn't entirely discern what kind of look it was, he remembered there was once a time back during their first taijutsu evaluation that his sensei had worn a look many of the villagers had once had. And that was hard to shake when he also felt the weight of a dozen or so pairs of eyes bearing into him. So, slowly, Naruto scanned the room, soaking in all the faces of his once former now again classmates. Kiba the loudmouth, Choji the big boy, Shikamaru, quiet Shino, Ino, Hinata. Sasuke still looked like a bastard, not even bothering to look his way. Naruto didn't hate the Uchiha boy anymore. He himself definitely had learned to find more solace in silent bliss rather than goofing off all the time. But even after 5 months, the blonde still daydreamed of wiping that smug look off Sasuke's face. Perhaps it was the bitter humiliation of his original defeat that urged him on, or maybe it was the fact that, for sure, Naruto could beat him by now. He had trained nonstop with the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, after all. He'd learned a few new jutsu, and had definitely polished up his taijutsu skills. All that was left was to challenge the Uchiha to a fair fight. Then, he recognized the pink head of hair, Sakura, who maybe a while ago, Naruto could have admitted he had a crush on. She was bigger now, of course, and though he appreciated the female form, he wasn't exactly anything like his mentor Jiraiya when it came to sizing up opponents, her cherry blossom hair now flowing past her shoulders. She almost looked like a good girl, as Jiraiya would say. So, when he met her eyes, he half expected her gaze to fall away, but instead he found himself locked in a stare with her. That's when he remembered just how brash and crude she had used to be, except the way she looked at him now almost seemed as if she was plunging long daggers into him, and immediately he knew. She hated him. Of course. You got tall. Irika chuckled. It's only been a few months. Lord Jiraiya has been feeding you well. You might be just as big as Kiba. Pervy Sage said I had to eat more than just ramen to grow. So, you know. The Chunin's face went red at the boy's words. He uncomfortably went to rub the back of his neck. Anyways, I wasn't expecting you so soon, so you caught me a little off guard. Which was true. Apparently tomorrow was the day he and Jiraiya were scheduled to return, but due to some unfortunate incident at one of the hot springs in the nearby villages, the Toad Sage had decided to come home a little early. But to this, Naruto just wore his usual fake smile and moved on. And so, the next few minutes were filled with meaningless pleasantries of introductions and reintroductions. Nothing that really piqued the boy's interest. By the way, few of them met eye contact or exchanged short conversations with him. Naruto could tell he made many of them uncomfortable. Curiously, he also noted that Sakura nor Sasuke had either cared to give him any more attention, which was fine with him. That was his entire life story, after all. It wasn't as if he was a jerk by not caring, either. It was more as if he just didn't care enough to worry about it. Naruto sat down at the table beside the quiet Hyuga girl as Irika resumed teaching. 5 months ago, the blonde would have dozed off at the first sign of lecture, but after spending so much time with studying and training with Jiraiya, it was almost ingrained in him to listen. Though, he doubted he'd learn anything more in such a low-level academy class. As I was saying, you will all be taking one of your last evaluations at the end of the week. It's one of the last tests, so make sure you all take it seriously. Irika continued, shooting a knowing glance at who Naruto could assume was Kiba and Shikamaru. Boring, yeah. What a drag. Irika continued. But it will be a taijutsu exam. Fuck yeah. Kiba, what was that boy doing here? You're really quiet today, Sakura, Hinata said, breaking the pink-haired girl from her trance. Are you feeling unwell? Truth was, Sakura wasn't entirely certain how she felt. It was as if her entire body was frozen in a large block of ice. And yet, all she could focus on was the burning anger in her chest. One minute she was sitting in class like she'd done hundreds of times before, and the next minute she found herself staring at him. It was as if she was both hot and cold at the same time. Two things which couldn't have coexisted, yet did. "What are you talking about?" she responded, picking at her food with her chopsticks. She was hungry, but she wasn't. "Oh, I'm sorry. It just seemed like you weren't talking as much today." "I'm Fina." "I didn't mean to." "It's fine," Sakura said, a little harsher than she had intended. Immediately, she felt a wave of remorse wash over her as she watched the Hyuga girl's eyes sink downwards. "It's okay, Hinata," she affirmed again, this time more softly. Not for a while had she ever expected to befriend someone as timid as Hinata. It probably wasn't until the Hyuga girl had started spending the weekdays at the academy dorms that the two of them really began to talk. It was hard at first, but once she had gotten past the shy girl shell, there was a whole lot more to unpack. Truthfully, though, it was a little difficult being Hinata's friend for Sakura, because her brashness usually made her uncomfortable. Sakura wasn't as bad as Ino was, though. As if on cue, a heavy tray slammed down onto the table, followed by a blonde-haired girl into the seat beside them. "So, what do you think about him?" "Oh," the other two answered in unison, though both were well aware exactly who she was talking about. "Mr. Blondie over there." "And Naruto." "Yeah, didn't you used to have a crush on him?" Hinata's cheeks seized red. She rose her hand to cover her mouth. What makes you say that?" "Don't play dumb. Everyone knew it." Ino laughed, her voice echoing aloud. Hinata paled. "I think you became way more social when he left, though. That's probably because you weren't worried about impressing him anymore, right?" But the pink-haired girl wasn't exactly sharing in their exchange. Instead, she found her eyes wandering past her friends to the other side of the yard. Underneath the shadow of the trees, hidden from the beating heat of the sun, sat that very boy, Naruto. She supposed the only thing physically that had really changed about him was how big he had gotten. He still wore that ugly color orange, as if he didn't care what anyone thought of him, and his hair was just as yellow and spiky as she remembered. But in just a few months, he was much taller now, taller than her. The most drawing thing, however, was his demeanor. Whereas she had remembered him as some goofy moron, always vying for attention, it had almost felt as if he was way older for his age when they had stared at one another earlier. He was different, but in many ways the same. Two things which couldn't have coexisted, yet did. He didn't understand how so much could have changed in just 5 months. After class, Irika-sensei had offered to show him around. While he really didn't feel like talking to him, Naruto really didn't have a choice. He felt like a lost child inside of a store. Apparently, shortly after he had left on his trip with Jiraiya, Old Man Hokage had allowed some orphans from his sleep in some of the vacant academy classrooms. Eventually, over time, those rooms were renovated for students and the like, and they must have taken a liking to that format, because according to Irika, 90% of all attending students slept in the dormitories at least once a week. There was less time involved for commuting and more time to focus on studies. To Naruto, the thought sent an uneasy feeling spinning through his gut. He'd only ever shared a room with one other person, Jiraiya, and while he wasn't necessarily harmless, the Toad Sage for sure didn't rabidly hate the boy for no apparent reason. The other students, though, Naruto wasn't sure he could say the same. But it wasn't like he had anywhere else to stay. The pervy sage was apparently due for another mission soon, and Naruto's old apartment was long gone. Damn. And so the entire time Irika was showing Naruto around, the boy had been formulating an escape plan in his mind, something he'd grown used to doing after so many of Jiraiya's late-night adventures had gone wrong. Irika led him down to the end of the hallway, stopping at the final door on the left. "This is where you'll be sleeping," the Chunin said. "There aren't that many sleeping quarters, so we just divide the rooms up by classes. That means you'll be with Kiba, Shikamaru, and the rest of them. Sorry about that." As soon as the door opened, a blast of warm, musty air slammed into Naruto's face. For a moment, his vision began to blur, and he wondered what exactly he'd done to deserve this. "Choji needs to wash his socks," Irika shouted, pinching his nose. The room wasn't exactly the most luxurious Naruto had been in, but considering it had once been a classroom and was meant to house half a dozen boys, it seemed to do the job pretty well. Strewn across the floor were 5 futons, each flanked by bags of clothes and other necessities. Like their own classroom, the floors slanted upwards in steps, though where the desks used to be were now furnished rugs. Windows lined the outer wall, coloring the entire room a light shade of white, and when the boy looked outwards, he could make out the back courtyard, and further past that, the forest where he had used to train once. For a while, Irika continued with a small talk, to which Naruto felt courteous enough to engage in. Fortunately, after helping Naruto pull out a futon for himself, the Chunin excused himself and left, leaving the blonde by himself. With a breath, he sat on his bed. For how long? He didn't know. Eventually, he got tired and laid on his back, and then when he got tired of that, he turned to his side. He didn't know when he fell asleep, but the next time he blinked, he found himself looking into a pair of blue eyes. "You know, I've never met anyone else with blonde hair," Ino said, peering down at him. "At least someone that isn't from my clan." Naruto felt his heart nearly skip a beat. He bolted upwards, instinctively scrambling away. "Relax, I don't bite." "Ino, you scared me." Naruto sighed, blood still pounding against his ears. Rough gravel scratched his throat. "What are you all doing here?" Though the sunlight streaming through the window felt like knives in his eyes, through slits, the boy was able to make out the group that had just walked into the room. Most of his classmates stood before him, and surprisingly, they all looked just as exhausted as him. All of them, Kiba, Hinata, and the rest, had dark bags hanging from under their eyes. Choji slouched at the stomach. Shikamaru, though he was always tired, carried his head lower today. But the biggest sign was Ino, who normally was one of those girls that, in her own words, dressed to impress. Today, all she was wearing were simple, baggy clothes, almost as if she'd literally just woken up. "We wanted to check on you," a blonde girl said with a graceful step forward. "Is that so hard to believe?" Naruto's first thought was how strange it was for them to be here. It wasn't like he was or had been friends with any of them. Ino usually called him disgusting and was repulsed by him. All Choji ever talked about was food and snacks and all heaps of other caloric topics, while Hinata rarely ever said anything. Sure, he admitted he had spent quite a bit of time with Kiba and Shikamaru back when Naruto was more of a troublemaker, but the blonde considered them, at best, as acquaintances. He knew all of his classmates hated him for one thing or another, like everyone else in the village. So, perhaps that's why subconsciously, Naruto found himself tensing up, gripping his sheets until it felt like his own hand was about to combust. His friends must have seen his expression because Shikamaru sighed, rubbing the back of his head. This was Hinata's idea. What a drag. At the mention of her name, the Hyuga girl, who was halfway outside the room, slunk further behind the door. Her fair cheeks burned bright red. Her eyes, which seemingly saw everything, somehow never found its way in Naruto's direction. Hinata, the blonde boy pursed his lips in thought. The only time he'd ever spoken to her was that one night when he had fought off her bullies. "Well, the shy girl began, suddenly fascinated with the floor. "We wanted to come say hi, so—" Naruto studied Hinata for a moment, unsure of what to think. What did it mean when someone's face was entirely red again? Damn, she's a hard one to read. So instead, Naruto played it off cool, flashing a sly grin. "I'm the best shinobi. Nothing can ever beat me down." Then a pause before he noticed something. "Where's Sakura? And that stupid Sasuke, but who the hell cares about him?" There was a small silence in the room, as his classmates all exchanged glances. "She's busy," Shikamaru sighed, as he slumped into one of the nearby chairs. "Yeah, she's sick," Choji added. Ino shot the large kid a glare. "We agreed to say she was doing homework," she seethed through clenched teeth. "I am sorry. I forgot." That got a few questions stirring in Naruto's brain, but before he could say anything, Kiba interrupted with a snarl. "To hell with this small talk." In a breath, Kiba stomped over to the blonde and tore him off his bed by the collar. "Kiba!" Hinata's shrill voice cried out. "Get out!" Hinata, Kiba growled, his voice a low rumble in his throat. I don't want you to see this. The Hyuga girl's face grew snow-pale. For a moment, it looked as if she was going to protest, before Choji took her by the hand and led her outside. Naruto watched intently as the door dragged to a close, followed by the sound of their footsteps outside. The room grew dead silent. The air grew heavy, crushing hot against Naruto. He could feel his classmates' sharp claws pressing against his skin. His shirt began to tear. With every breath, he could feel Kiba blowing searing steam onto his own face. Now it made sense why they were all here. So, you all came here to beat me up, is that it? Naruto said. He took a glance around, making sure to look everyone dead in the eyes. Ino, Shiko, and Kiba, do you think you brought enough people? It's time you cut it out with all that smug shit. Always acting like you're the best. Naruto met the boy's glare with his own, as if they were both poising their own sharp blades at one another's throats. The blonde's hands clenched. He grit his teeth. A trembling blaze began to surge in his chest. Instinctively, Naruto found his muscles tensing even more than they were before. What the hell is your problem? Naruto growled. You're the fucking problem. You should have never come back. You should have never come back. Are you jealous that I'm as big as you now? The other boy's face boiled hot red. Come on, stop it, Ino said, reaching out for the Kiba's arm. Waving her aside, Kiba's claws tightened on Naruto. Beneath the folds of Kiba's jacket, Naruto could sense Akamaru growling and shifting. Do you remember? The boy growled. The boy may as well as have slammed into Ino with a block of concrete. At his words, the blonde girl's face twitched. The ends of her mouth began to quiver. She bit her bottom lip. For a moment, Naruto could have sworn he saw her blinking away tears. You know what he did? You know what he did? It took a moment for Naruto to digest the words. Then, he was set ablaze from the inside out. What the hell have I ever done to anybody? Naruto roared, his voice erupting in hot flames, and it took all he had to keep the rest of his body from exploding. You fucking tell me. Kiba pressed forward, slamming the boy against the wall. Naruto felt a sharp pain as the edge of one of the window sills dug into his back. He scrambled to push the Inuzuka boy away, but before he could, Kiba jammed his forearm into his throat. Naruto's head whipped backwards, cracking against the wall behind him. White stars exploded into his vision. Kiba. But the Inuzuka boy was rabid, a wild animal. His entire body scorched with fire. His chest was filled with boiling lava, and it erupted upwards into his fists and face. His muscles shook, and all he wanted to do was let it out. He wanted to beat the boy until he was blue and then some. He wanted to see the boy cry. He wanted him to know just how much of a fucking mistake he had made. So he did. He buried his fists in Naruto, slamming them into his stomach, face, his side. It was all his fault. Somewhere, somehow he could feel something pulling back against him. Someone was saying something. Kiba couldn't hear them, though. Naruto blended into a blur of orange and yellow. Kiba's eyes burned. Was he crying? No, he never fucking cried. Yet, he felt something wet rolling down his cheek. A shout choked in his throat. He was strong. Strong people never cried. It was all his fault. His eyes were shut by now. He didn't want to see anything. He never wanted to see anything ever again, but he saw the same thing he usually saw every time he closed his eyes. He saw the white Umbu mask from that night 5 months ago. He saw the bloody blade slicing his throat, the gleam of metal against the moonlight, only to find it stuck in the back of a pink-haired man. It was all his fault. Naruto threw his classmate to the ground. The blonde boy scrambled to attack, but stopped when he heard Kiba crying. The boy lay sprawled within a mess of futons and clothing, covering his face with clawed hands. Kiba wept. Then so did Ino. Finally, Naruto cried. Why were you there? You know, getting killed? Naruto raised his hand in defeat. I was at my apartment. I was training atop my roof, and there was this guy.